Welcome to the stream today, everybody who's here on Twitch and everybody who's going to be watching later on YouTube. I'm PCJ Law, and today's game, we are playing the Netherlands, who have their ability of Dutch East India Company, so they retain 50% of the happiness benefits from a luxury resource if your last copy of it is traded away. So that's actually quite a nice bonus. We'll probably make use of that on Deity. We're on continents map size with strategic balance, standard map size, Deity difficulty, and quick game pace. With strategic balance resources on, as we suggested. And the Netherlands, so while they have their ability that retains 50% of the happiness from trading away your last copy of a luxury, which is actually quite useful, on Deity difficulty you don't have to worry about giving the AI extra happiness because they'll always be happy. So you can just worry about your own benefits in terms of lux to lux trades. So that's something that we may actually want to make use of. But the Netherlands also has a couple of interesting things about them. First and foremost, they have the polder improvement, and I just need to find where this polder improvement actually sits on the tech tree. Not here, it's before economics, right? It just gets better at economics. It is, where is it? But they have the polder tile improvement, which is really quite fun. Oh, here it is. It's at guilds, and the polder gives +3 food, which is really cool. It can only be built on floodplains and marsh. It boosts food output immediately, and it also provides +1 production and +2 gold once economics has been researched. So it's a really nice tile improvement. You can build it on floodplains and marsh, so that's kind of cool. And you'll see in our start we actually have we probably have about 3 floodplains tiles, which means this game we will actually be able to make use of the Netherlands polders. And polders are the reason why a lot of people love using Netherlands, because it's kind of shame, only 2 floodplains. Because it's kind of like the Netherlands polder dream of having so much food, it's ridiculous. Sadly for us, that won't be happening this game. They also then have a unit. It's called the Sea Beggar, and it's a privateer replacement. So it specializes in attacking coastal cities to earn gold and capturing enemy ships. Only the Dutch can build it. So it appears to have coastal raider tier as a starting promotion, which gives extra combat strength against cities, as well as gaining additional gold from looting when you capture a city. And then it keeps the prize ships promotion that a privateer also would do, which means that if you use a privateer to get the kill on a unit, there is a chance of converting the unit over to you as opposed to destroying it. Sadly, we're on continents map. The Netherlands has a unique sea unit, and we've been spawned on an inland start. RIP. Not great. So we're on continents. Not having access to the coast would be pretty bad here. And I already see that settling on this sugar is probably going to be decent. We get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hills within our 3 rings, which is perfect. That means we'll actually have production, and we can stay on the river, and we can settle on the luxury resource of sugar. So what we're going to do is we're going to move, and we pick up a sheep, even better. So what we're going to do is we're probably going to settle right in place on the sugar next turn. Like Vegetable says, I was going to suggest logistic sea beggars. What can logistic sea beggars do that are better than, well, just normal sea beggars? So I'm not entirely sure I'd want to have double attacks with a naval melee unit. Let's cross the river quickly. Make sure there's nothing we're missing by not settling further down, and there isn't. So we'll plant right in place on the sugar. That gives us immediate improvement of the luxury once we research calendar. And it also means that we get some extra gold per turn from our start. Unfortunately, we're on flat land and we have to work a 2-0 food tile, which is really not the best thing to be doing. But it's pretty unavoidable at this point, and we'll go straight away to get our scout. We do want to go for pottery straight away because we're in desert. Desert folklore would be a great pantheon here. And RT reminds us that the capital should be named Bratislava. So there we go. The Dutch capital of Bratislava. There we go. Bocatini says die quicker about logistic sea beggars. Yeah, I think so. That's about all they could do, I guess. Maybe you could take 2 units on the same turn, but I don't know. I just did a big and I promise you that wasn't me doing food porn. That was me agreeing with what the Black Vegetable says, which is that logistics means you can attack and move away after capturing a city. So you can take cities only with sea beggars. That's really cool, actually. Might be worthwhile. So the ability to have... salt is right here. Another map, Ruin. I think there's a city down here for the salt somewhere. If we place one right here, that is 3 fish, a sheep, and a salt. So I think there's an expansion right here. I don't know that there's a ruin down here. We should check by quickly ducking out. There's a barbarian camp up there, though. Probably only want 1 scout because we're on continents. So I think maybe we drop a couple of turns into a worker before we start on our shrine. We're not going to need to have so much map control on continents, especially not like continents coastal like we are. I would quite like to fight this archer. We don't actually have a good food tile. I guess we can work this one and grow in 16. And get our shrine soon. A pop ruin would be really important right now. And we've got another expansion down the coast as well. Probably, again, either settling on this hill or settling on this sugar. Both of those cities actually get the river. And then settling on the hill gives us the hill start production, which is quite nice. We probably can't because there's a city-state close by. So we can settle on the sugar for, again, immediate regional luxury improvement. Which is always good. Hopefully we don't take 26 damage and die here. That would be bad. Good, we didn't. We can take our instant heal, just handle this camp. Oh, wow. Couldn't even kill the archer. I thought that was for sure going to do it. That's why I got too hasty. We now have pottery, so we should switch to our shrine. It's almost like we should just do this. It's 5 turns as opposed to 6. But we only need 1 production. So I guess we can do that. Meet Mogadishu. Hello. We can even actually keep growing. It's going to be 3 turns until we border expand there, so I don't want to spend the gold on it. We're going to need the gold to buy the gems. And this salt. So we should really try and spend as little gold as possible. Finally cleared that barb camp, though. That's really weakened our warrior. I'm not sure that was a good idea. Another salt down here is interesting. We can't settle the salt from up here, so we should just have a quick peek. Unfortunately, it appears we've gone the wrong way with our scouting. I don't think it's worth coming down here just for the salt. We'd have to settle right. Actually, this is quite a good city settled right here. It loses the fish, but we pick up a fish. And it gets this river. We'll see how much river Mogadishu is claimed. And hopefully this is a population ruin. And we can grow our capital to pop 3. That'd be very important. We can work this food tile now. It doesn't slow down the shrine, so we can do that. We got an archer upgrade, so we might actually want to produce another scout now. We will want to buy those gems. Let's just make sure they're claimed. Oh, we could buy another scout. That could be a good use of money. Actually, it's not, because we need to buy out to a 3rd ring salt here. So far, though, we've only got 3 luxuries. Salt, regional sugar, and gems. We need to find a 4th if we want to try and settle 4 cities. But we can think about that. Keep moving around. We've got animal husbandry. We need to move towards mining now. We've got our shrine up. Do we want to build a granary? I don't think that makes sense. Oh, and we moved away from our horses. This tile is quite good. Let's buy it. And we can grow to pop 3 and then just start producing settlers. I think this is fine to go for a worker right now because we haven't got a worker still off yet. Although we could also do with another scout. Our scouting's been pretty bad. Looks like there's another expansion up here, though. We could perhaps go right up on this hill. Also near the salt. But that's still... We'll still only be 3 luxuries on what could be 4 cities. We need Mogadishu's worker as well. Ah, Colombo. Hello. Well, there's Colombo's worker that we can have, I guess. And there's another copy of sugar here. So I feel like we need to settle this city in here because it gives us cattle and another horse. We could also even settle something down here because these tiles aren't bad for a city down here. And then we can settle it here and I guess we don't need this spot up here anymore if we're doing that because that's already 4. And that gives us 3 copies of our regional, 2 copies of salt and the gems. So it's effectively like 4 copies of a regional that might be just enough to get by. Oh, there's dyes up here. And we might actually need to settle an inland city then. Oh, the DPN joins the stream today. Welcome to the stream, the DPN. Yeah, there's dyes up here. I think we have to settle those dyes. And we can open tradition because there's nothing that's screaming liberty. We don't have enough luxuries for liberty. There's a horse down here, so I feel like we definitely want to settle this. 2 turns to grow, which is perfect because we've got 2 turns until the work is finished. Ah, popped her in. Damn. We probably should have waited. Oh well. We can still wait the 2 turns till the worker finishes. And we can take this. And do we want to get shot? No, we can get out of here without dying because we can go onto this tile. So we can stay at war with Colombo, at least until an AI tells us to get out.
The meek shall inherit the earth, but not its mineral rights.
And that is Colombo. Scott's giving us the PCJ nom emoji in chat. I am nomming. It is true. Where is this barbarian going? We can't get out of here yet because the archer's actually making us putting our worker in danger. So I think we go out here. We need to improve the 3 food tile for once our settlers are done. Otherwise, our capital won't be able to grow. So let's just go and do that. And start on the tile for a turn or 2. Oh, we can actually move now. What's this? Barb camps. Okay, there's the barb camp. So we know we can start dealing with that. Trouble is this archer's down here, which is blocking us from being able to get our worker back safely. I actually want to go down here and then come back through here because that's going to be the safest way. That vegetable says, nice stable city near the dyes. Yeah, it is actually. There's something in here for sure. We can get a shot on this archer like that because we've got this barbarian archer zone of control, so I can't take the worker. Okay, oligarchy, this standard tradition pathway, really. So what do? We need to decide where to put these cities. In here, we need an observatory, for sure. So the idea is either to go up against the mountain right here, or the mountain right here. Here, gets the cattle still, gets the sheep, starts on a lux, gets the horses, whereas over here, claims us an extra banana, but puts our luxury on the 3rd ring. And the horse on the 3rd ring, and the horse on the 3rd ring. So I'm feeling like the better choice of city is probably on the dyes because we shouldn't miss the chance of an observatory city. We also, if we go on the dyes, we start next to a river, which means we'll be able to get the watermill. So I think that's what we'll do. We can go up here on the gems now. Where should our first city go? Do we value a city down here? We do kind of need... I mean, this is two of our regional versus getting salt, which we'll already do. So I think we just plop a city right here on the sugar. Because that's extra trades. Salt's a nice tile, but I guess the city here is okay. A bit low on production, but we can handle it. And we should take a turn to heal with this archer, I guess. And what's good about sending the city right here is that we have the ability to get the settler in without too much bother. See if we can handle this barb camp. If this crosses the river, that's going to be annoying. And we probably should put food up on here. And go for staling now, I guess. For the trade route and the triremes. It didn't cross the river, good. Means we can do that. Improve that. We've got our settler out. That can quickly head on over there and we'll queue up another couple of settlers. We want to go up to 4 cities. We actually have the ability in this game, so we will take it. We haven't met any more AI, which we need to rectify soon. Let's keep working on this. This is zona controlled, so we can still go through there. Temple of Artemis gone. Turn 28. That's actually not as fast as Deity usually does. Some extra production of food there, which is quite nice. We need to bring a garrison unit back for this settler. And we need to kill this archer. Found that city. Perfect. And we can immediately work the horse and get a granary. I'm pretty sure I probably should have taken a social policy last turn, shouldn't I? Feels like a mistake. And we've actually got enough gold for another scout. I'm feeling like we just buy the scout. And we can found our pantheon. Is Desert Faith still here? Yes, Desert Folklore is still here. Perfect. Wow. Okay, so we're up to 5 faith per turn already. There might even be a chance of a religion. No AI has a religion yet on turn 30, which is oddly more common than you think, getting a turn 30 religion. So that's quite nice that none of them have been taken yet. I'd like to buy up a couple of these tiles on our border with Mogadishu. Take that out. Hopefully we can handle that now. And this scout needs to come down here to ensure that we can get the settle in. And then the 4th settler will go right on top of the dice. RT asks, what is your favourite game? In terms of like overall video games, my favourite game... Oh, rip, the AI just founded. Lol. Okay. Let's have a look. Black Vegetable says the AI is just... Yep, the AI has founded, actually. I didn't check properly, but they did. Well, so much for that. Wow, we're 1 production short in here. Can we do that? No, still 1 production short, sadly. Heal in front of here. But RTS, what is your favourite game? In terms of just games in general, it's quite clearly Civilization 5. That's what we're doing on the stream. However, my favourite non-Civilization 5 game, probably currently, it's probably a toss-up between Total War, Warhammer 2, and Kerbal Space Program. Actually, both of which I quite enjoy, I would say. We need to come back now. And so Total War Warhammer 2 will be the first non-Civ upload that's going to be coming to the YouTube channel, which I'm pretty excited for. I've been wanting to bring some non-Civ content to the YouTube channel for perhaps a few weeks now, so it's good to finally be able to do some. Just improve the food here so that we're ready for when the settler is done. Good. Make sure no barbarians are taking our spot. We want to go right here. There's even a deer down here that I didn't notice, so that makes the spot even better. Couple turns till we get there. Amsterdam grows. Sadly, we couldn't production focus trick. Yeah, here's why I wanted to buy one of these tiles, because Mogadishu's already taken one. Unfortunate. And we can at least finish off this barb camp. Yeah, still fish there. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yep, perfect. This location is perfect for us. We can come up here now. And this archer's got a promotion, so we can take barrage, I guess, for the attack like that. And then, yeah, we got this pasture and poo for Amsterdam. Amsterdam's really low production. We should really carefully think about whether or not we want to maintain this tile specifically. Hanging Gardens on turn 36. So much for getting that wonder. And we can found this. And we need to go buy out towards the salt. And go get a granary as well in Rotterdam. Rotterdam's not the best city in the world, but I guess it's better than nothing. And we should go chop out this hill now for Amsterdam. No need to do anything about that yet. And we've got some more farms created. And then we want to take this worker down towards Rotterdam to help improve it. We need to go meet the world with this scout. It's Joe says, what race do you like playing in Warhammer 2? I love me some dwarfs. So I've played a little bit of... So I've only played a couple of Vortex campaigns. No, 3 Vortex campaigns. I paid Tyrion, Teclis, and some Bretonia. And I'm looking forward to playing another faction, whoever it may be, perhaps even Bretonia again, for the YouTube playthrough. But I don't know. We'll see what I feel like. But Archie says, I don't know if I said this thing on your stream, but I think that Civ or some esport organization should do some Civ tournament, something like multiplayer server, and it's going to be 7 days of 3 hours. That's interesting. I mean, I don't think the appetite to play any sort of esports for Civilization is there. Otherwise, I would probably agree with you. I know that there are some leagues that people do for... there are some leagues that people do for, say, Civ 6. But I don't know much about Civ... Oh, hello. I changed something about my stream.
Go ahead.
Okay. We've got sugar to trade with Elizabeth. Perfect. No horses to trade yet. Scott says, Lady Elizabeth are looking mighty delicious. The warmongers in this chat, everyone. The warmongers. Black Vegetable says, please name a city to Delft. Assuming you won't settle 28 cities. Sure. I will rename Amsterdam to Delft. I assume Delft has some sort of personal connection to you, the Black Vegetable. So there we go. But yeah, so like, the Civ tournament would be interesting, and I would be interested to play one, but I think the time has sadly passed for Civ tournaments. We revealed Iron right next to Bratislava. Perfect. Wait, if this doesn't make any difference to settler production, which it doesn't, we should have been working that faith all along. We need to get this salt into our city. I think that's worth spending our gold on. We can improve it next turn and actually work it in this city. Because salt is so good, I'm quite keen to spend the gold on the salt. And then what do we need? We don't really need any more archers. We need writing so we can start on libraries when we need to. We can just chop down this forest in Delft. And there's Zurich. Hello. Well, continue, says he gets vertigo when he goes over 6 cities. I think you're safe, RE28. Oh dear, lol. Black Vegetable says, I live there. Nice, nice. Well, here is Delft. Hopefully, hopefully real life Delft is better than in Civ Delft. You can ask me to rename a different city if you want. I just chose this one because it was the number 1, or the next city after Bratislava. So I think next what we need is probably we need a trireme at some point. We also need a worker. I think we need a worker, or a couple of workers even. We'll build one, and then we'll see what we think about the workers. A cargo ship needs to come ASAP, because we're coastal. Cargo ships are so strong for coastal players that you want to get some built as soon as you possibly can. But I don't know if we need... I mean, I don't know if we've got the time to do them quite yet, because we're a bit low on production. Hopefully anything on this side of the river, the city-state should take a long time to expand to. So I'm hoping that these hills and this stone, well, specifically these hills, stay ours, but you can never guarantee it. That vegetable says, the disappointing thing about real-life Delft is that it has 0 world wonders. So Colossus City in Civ Delft would be fine. Nice. Sadly, Colossus has already been built by unknown player in unknown city. Otherwise, I would give it a go. I think a Civ tournament should be possible. I mean, it could be possible for all we know. I don't know enough about what appetite there would be. I mean, I know there are a lot of multiplayer players going around who could be interested. But I don't know. Maybe the logistics of the time have gone past. I mean, you could set one up if you really tried hard enough. But getting all of the top players around to play one game of Civ is quite difficult. I'm part of a server where they do try and play. We're going to die here. Hopefully not. Orders of Rotterdam have grown to this deer. That's perfect. We can grow to that. We are on production focus for the production focus trick. And we're not going to be short on happiness because we've got salt and dyes to improve. So what we can take is we can take tradition food right now and make sure the cap can continue growing. How many food to grow? 1.6 required. Yeah, it's not enough. That's fine then. There's Morocco. Hello. Hello, Morocco. Doesn't want anything yet. It's unfortunate. Kill this archer. There's nothing we can do here. It's just not got a lot of production, which means that Delft actually needs to start on a library just as soon as it can. So I'm glad we went for writing when we did. Rotterdam might be the city that produces us a cargo ship or a worker or both. Bucatini says, all good here, first of all. Artie was asking Bucatini how he's doing. But Bucatini says, Civ 5 is over 10 years old. I think the time has passed. Yeah, the support was never really there for multiplayer from the devs. You're probably correct. Like, and in fairness, the single player experience is the one that's played the most on Civ. So I would concur. I don't think the multiplayer was ever really there, which is okay. Like, the single player experience is really fun, and it's the way it's most commonly played because of how long a game of Civ takes. But yeah, it is a shame that there wasn't anything more to do with multiplayer because I personally very much enjoy it. And so it's always a shame when you don't get everything you could have possibly wanted for the game mode that you love. Writing is done. We could try for Oracle. That would be quite nice, but I'm pretty sure we don't have enough in our capital to do wonder production because we were so slow in terms of producing our early settlers because our production was not great. I don't know that we have enough time for wonders. I mean, we could try it. There seems to be no harm. A watermill would also be quite good, though. And optics is actually surprisingly not useful because there's not a lot of fish going around. I mean, it might be useful, but we need to go granary, then library, then optics, so optics can wait. Circuses might be handy. I wonder if we go for something like... Because we don't even need archers at this point. And the watermill will take a while, so maybe we can go... And we don't need a quarry. Mausoleum's already been built. Let's maybe take trapping and then go for philosophy. Or maybe philosophy and then take a detour to trapping if we need it. Also, we should be stealing workers from Colombo if we can. So I'm going to try my best to do that. That's the reason we left the war open. So hopefully we only have to build one more worker. Artie says, but maybe if we have contact on some big streamer who's playing Civ, maybe we should do it. But who is that big streamer? Yeah, there's not really one for Brave New World Vanilla. Obviously, there's a big community in Lek. But Brave New World Vanilla, there's not so much. Anyway, Big Boy joins the stream today. Says hello. Welcome to the stream, Big Boy. SJ says, I really do forget that Civ 5 is already a decade old. Yeah, it really is. I mean, it's doing really well for a game this old as well. It's astounding. Was it only last year when Civ 6 overtook Civ 5? It took so long before then. There's Marrakesh right here. Oh, sucks for him. Inland capital. Let's see if we can get a worker still in. What we want to do is we need to pillage the gold and then run away. And then hopefully the worker will come out to improve it. We probably want to work this. Or do we want to work this? Just want to work this for now. We need to keep growing a bit, but we don't have the capacity to grow a lot. Kind of still need workers, and a cargo ship at this point would be good. But we need to worry because barbarian triremes could spawn off a barbarian camp somewhere around here and come and get us, which would be pretty... It would suck hard if a barbarian camp were to spawn and do that. And yeah, production focus here. We don't, unfortunately, have a food tile to work, so we need to go for... I mean, we're going to need to go granary, then library. And production's okay. We'll fix that. We can maybe even try and give up the horse tile, but that makes this capital a lot worse. I don't know if we want to do that yet. Big Boy says, I'm going to be right back, but I beat Civ 5 on my first game through a domination victory. Nice job. Very well done, Big Boy. That's cool. Domination victory is cool. Nice job. Congrats on winning your first game of Civ 5. Bucatini says he's safe from Ship of the Lines, though. Yeah, Morocco. I guess that's true. Not safe from Longbowmen, though. Safe from sea beggars, says the Black Vegetable. Black Vegetable, you really want to see these sea beggars used, huh? I mean, I might relent and provide, but I don't know yet. Don't know yet. Bucatini says everyone's safe from sea beggars. Probably in reflection of the fact that I don't slam people with privateers very often. Let's take a bit more production before we go improve the food. Improve the sheep in Rotterdam as well. We're going to want to be working them by the time... we need to wait here. We need to get onto this tile, so let's heal for one turn. We're going to be wanting to work them by the time we've got it improved. That vegetable says, I've actually never tried it myself. I was wondering whether it was viable. No. You have logistics with only an armory. Oh, that's very true, because you start with Coastal Raider 2, then you take Coastal Raider 3 and then logistics. That's pretty cool. London is inland as well. So I guess we are safe from Ship of the Lions, but London is also safe from sea beggars. It's unfortunate. Interesting here in Marrakesh. Booker says, I just don't think they do enough damage and would take too much themselves. Repairing ships is a pain. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the thing. I mean, Coastal Raider means that they have extra combat strength when attacking cities. So there's quite a lot more combat strength than the 25. If you're attacking a city with anywhere near close to 25 combat strength itself, it would be a walkover. And perhaps something like 30 and around maybe 40 as well, because of the extra promotion for Coastal Raider. But yeah, the problem is that whenever I get around to attacking Deity capitals at navigation timing, they always have a castle up, and castles are pretty brutal against those kinds of units. But yeah. Yeah, slamming does a lot of damage, it's true, but the per beggar, yeah, black vegetable. But the only problem, of course, with that is that, and we experienced this when we tried to frigate Greece, you can struggle with just general damage, because AIs will almost certainly have a castle up, and if they don't for the first city, they will for the second and the third that you're trying to take. So they're good, and they're especially good on multiplayer as well. But on single player, Deity, again, they can sometimes be not as great as they otherwise could be. We really need some gold to buy up some hills in Delft. If we don't get some hills desperately, we will start to struggle in terms of production pretty quickly. It's why I was thinking about Oracle, because exploration hammers would be really quite good here. We need this horseman to move away. Ah, Spain, hello. And we are going to get another sugar, so we should trade that preemptively for the silk. Also, because we're the Netherlands, we actually maintain 2 happiness for that. Lavish says, yeah, Athens was 22 combat strength when we thought, let's go after them, but it was up to 50 by the time the Aztec fleet was up. Yeah, exactly. And that's just pretty classic Deity, unfortunately. It's why I don't do things like frigate rushes very often, because you do run into those situations, and it's unfortunate. We didn't even lose this cattle because of Delft can actually take it. We are going to need a stable in Delft. That's going to be quite important. Production focus trick everywhere. Good. We need to... We're going to border grow. That's okay. We need to go get this iron shop down. We need another worker. Quite badly. This is why we're trying to steal another one. Hopefully from Colombo. Let's take an embassy with England. London. No lands coveted, which is quite... Oh, wait. No, there is coveted lands. Morocco covets our lands. We need to go right here. Is this a hill? It is a hill, isn't it? What we need then is to occupy this tile, which I don't think we can do right now. So let's just heal and see if we can get back onto this tile the comp boson. Rotterdam grows. Want to work the sheep. Perfect. And border agree to a sheep in Amsterdam. Get this improved. Perfect. That's more production. Granary done. We need to build another cargo ship here in Rotterdam. We can't afford to build 2 in the capital. Let's keep scouting. There's another city-state up there. We never did meet this one down here. Good, and we've got the room to go on the tile we want now, which is perfect. How about this way? We need to go put the pasture on the cattle ASAP, because Delft is really short of production. We should even probably send this worker up. We'll improve this farm and then move straight up to Amsterdam to help get it going, because it's been a while now, and we haven't got enough workers. We can get this cargo in 1 turn if we find an extra production. Probably worth it. 1 turn early of cargo is more food. Black Vegetable says you can camp on the forest next to the horses, right? So I don't think so. And the reason I don't think so is because this is a hill. So I don't know how it works with a forest on top, but typically the city-states board, so you can see one tile away from your borders usually if you own a city. So Colombo will be able to see this one tile ring around the outside of their borders right now, but I'm pretty sure you can see a hill 2 tiles outside of your borders. If there's a flat tile, 1 tile outside of your borders are behind it. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. So we can only, so normally we'd only see these 2 tiles, but because this is a hill and there's a flat tile between us, then we can't actually see it. And he said the other forest, the one shielded by jungle, this one you mean? I'm not quite sure. I mean, so we need to go 2 tiles away from here. So we need to be there. Well, yeah, here, or here, but it's next to the city border right there. It's unfortunate because they own this tile right here. Yeah, thanks, Hor. I think so. Yeah. Yeah, so it's next to the city border. So they should be able to see out for that, right? Because you can see this, you can see a tile, 1 tile out from your borders, unless jungle does anything different. I'm happy to be corrected, but the way I understood it was that you always saw 1 tile out. Need another worker. So we're just waiting for the unit to go there. Oh, yeah, Black Vegetable says they expanded there. Didn't see that. Yeah, exactly. So they have this tile, unfortunately, which is going to make it difficult for us to do anything there. Let us finish this farm before moving on. And we can send this to, I guess, from Delft. And then we need to get a trireme actually straight away. We should get the trireme first while it's cheap, so that we can defend. We should even bring this archer down to station it out here. We need to come down and chop this deer. We can chop down the deer because it's on plains. That means that we don't actually lose any bonuses for chopping the forest down. Also gives us the benefit. Oh, England wants iron. I'm not sure I'm happy giving England iron because that could be ships of the line. I mean, not this early, but you know. They're not going to be using them on us anyway because for some reason they're inland. There goes Oracle turn 50. So much for trying for Oracle. We need to try and get some good early culture because exploration hammers will be quite valuable to us here. Not come to improve the gold yet. I'm pretty sure they can't see the tile. So we just need to stay patient and keep waiting. Trireme comes in 1 turn. I think we'll be fine because a barbarian can only go as far as about here next turn. And this cargo ship will move this way. So we can just send to Bratislava straight away now. And keep growing. Oh, a ruin down here. We can deal with that. We can buy this. Oh, no. We need to buy a tile here for sure. Let's take that one. The hill. Probably should have taken this, actually. Mogadishu's hating us, but they've not got a decent quest anyway. Colombo doesn't seem to have moved their worker out yet. We'll be aware of it. Finish this farm. Perfect. And we've got this trireme out now as well to go patrol our seas. Delft actually needs to work production quite desperately, so we'll do that. Rotterdam grew. We can chop this forest tile down. Yeah, just take this. That's fine. And Amsterdam's going to grow to a sheep. Once it finishes the granary, Amsterdam can grow more. We don't have to worry about it for now. Right, and we can't make it through Valetan territory, so we'll move around. It refused to grow to stagnation. That sucks. Probably should have paid attention to that. We can take tradition happiness now, though. Keep our happiness going. Nearly got that production for Delft. And there's the worker that we desire right there. Perfect. They've got a combo now, so we might die. We're going to piece them. But at least we got 2 workers from Colombo, which is perfect. We really needed that because we're quite short on workers. We probably still need at least 1 more as well. Could perhaps take trapping. Drop down for that cargo. Next turn. We probably need another trireme as well. 1 to explore the world. And 2 to defend down here. A map ruin. It's Hong Kong that's over there. We need to think about using our gold to purchase tiles. I don't know what we need to do with it yet, or which would be the best tile to purchase. I imagine this sugar for more trades, because that's the only way we acquire more luxuries and more trading is to go and buy out to the sugar. So in 5 turns, once we've expanded here, we'll buy the sugar after that. Sounds like a good choice. Black Vegetable says, Warrior would have survived on that hill. Yeah, it would have done, but I don't really want to tempt fate. There's no reason. There's no way for us to get another steal once they've got a composite bowman out. Because it's greeding in the prospect of trying to get a third steal that I'm not sure was necessary. I mean, we wouldn't have lost our worker. But I just didn't feel like it was worth taking the extra damage for no reason. What can we do here? We can maybe clear the marsh with the worker. Bring the warrior up this way. We've got this archer now to make sure that we've got visibility on all of these tiles. So we can actually maybe try and send this trireme around to meet the world. And what does this worker do? Try and meet Hong Kong? There's another city-state up there that we can meet. We chop down this hill for Amsterdam. And good, we got production on this tile now. So Delft is actually done with its library. We can maybe go... We don't have water mills yet. We will need a circus. So why not build that now while we've got the chance? Work some food in Bratislava. And we need... What do we... We need one more trireme. We can grab that. We need a library here. So we can grab that. This cargo can go to Bratislava again. Double cargo to the capital is pretty powerful. Come on, Hong Kong. Send a unit out. But Veteran says, make sure not to clear the marsh south of Mogadishu. Very good point. We are the Netherlands. It's almost like we should buy that tile. We should remember not to do that for sure. Right, we need watermills and lighthouses next. So we'll make sure to grab those techs. What do we do here? Got one turn into the farm and move around. Well, we can't clear a marsh because we don't have masonry. So I guess masonry into... Maybe masonry into lighthouses, into watermills. Feels good. I guess we come back here then. Improve this hill. I'm pretty sure we got to put a mine on this. We won't have enough production otherwise. And there's Geneva. 4 faith is nice. A religion in 3 turns. We might get the last religion. And what's quite nice is we're so far away from the AI. And both England and Morocco don't have a religion. That we will definitely be able to keep ours. Which I really like the prospect of. We need to put a farm up here. We still need a granary in Bratislava too. Need a lot of gold as well. Fortunately, we've got a golden age. Hopefully coming in 5 turns. And that golden age will hopefully do good things for us. So we've got 1 worker, 1 worker, 1, and then... Yeah, so we've got 5 workers right now. We do need a 6th, but we'll get the trireme first. Hey, we've blocked in this English scout for them. And we met Hong Kong, which is perfect. There's another city-state around there. Delft can't grow next turn. That's fine. We don't really want to anyway. I'm almost tempted to give up this horses to Amsterdam so it can grow more. Oh, Hor asks, what does Spain have in their religion? So Spain has faith, holy warriors, faith purchasing pre-industrial land units, tithe, garden happiness, and sacred sites. So kind of decent religion. I don't know what we're going to have left for ours. I think we want one either way, but I don't know what we're going to have left. A temple would accelerate our religion greatly. I wonder if we invest in one. It's a bit early for a temple. We also will need a circus and a granary. Maybe circus first. Happiness is already getting a little low. We're running a bit short on trades. When are we going to board a... Okay, 6 turns for that horse. That's fine. I think the idea with Amsterdam is to get it a watermill as soon as we can. Morocco covets our lands, but I don't know what they're going to do about it yet. I'm intrigued. Hopefully we've got good defensibility. Or says junk. Yeah, in case of strong religions, I even just plant my profit. Give the AI 1 open borders with and block the rest. Yeah, I mean, I would do that too. But they are a long, long way away, which is why I'm sort of ruling it out. Oh, It's Jay says, I've got to go. Good luck with your game. Thank you, It's Jay. Thank you for the luck. Hopefully you have a good time doing whatever it is that you need to go for. Delft grew. Oh, we didn't handle Delft's growth properly. Oh, well. So we need to put a mine on here, unfortunately, at least for a little while. We need to buy this, but we should also buy this. Do something like that. 5 turns until the library's done, so we need to go circus into library in the capital. And that means we've actually got... Do we have camp tech yet? We do. So we can put a camp down on the deer. We can't get through Moroccan territory now, will they? They don't have civil service yet. I guess we can just wait. There's no reason to do anything else. Black Vegetable says F. Oh, wait, F. What for? I didn't even notice what I was talking about that was F-worthy. Probably something not great. Pie Lover says hello. Welcome to the stream, Pie Lover. Badaxi joins chat. Says, I didn't even know AIs could take sacred sites with no religious building. Lol. Good point. Spain has no religious building and we lost a religion. Oh, that's what the F's for. Sad times. We lost our religion. Yeah, Spain doesn't even have a religious building. And what's so bad is there's no AI anywhere nearby to spread to us. I guess Babylon, who has mosques that we could take. And Faith from Quarries. At least we have one of those. That light looks like it's about to blind PC any minute, says Bucatini. Yeah, there's a sun that's pointing right into my face right now. It's not really a lot I can do about it. Does seem a bit blinding, doesn't it? Mount Kailash in Nottingham. Yeah, Black Vegetable clarified. The last religion has gone. Still, the faith from Desert Folklore would be good. Spain will spread, no fear. Yeah, I'm sure they will. We'll get spread. Then we'll Babylon. And for now, we can just use Desert Folklore faith to gain, or Desert Folklore to gain a reasonable amount of faith. Hopefully buy one of those faith buildings that we can get. Good, we can block barb camps from being able to pillage our cargo ships now here too. Which is good stuff.
He made an instrument to know if the moon shine at full or not.
We kind of need better tiles in the capital soon. But that is why we're sending our capital 2 cargo ships. Move around in here. So how do we get better tiles? A farm on this hill, for one. And then libraries. Yeah, all good. We might even actually finish... No, we can't finish this library in 2. But we'll do okay. And we have a golden age. Perfect. That's going to build up some gold. We need to do tile purchasing. So having that gold is super valuable for us. We really need some 3 food tiles in Amsterdam. So let's improve this one. We're going to grow here. That's fine. We can use that to get watermill production out. We've actually got 3 circus cities. It's almost worth founding a city in here. Or still down here. I'm not sure. We'll have to think about it. But we might be able to get a 5th. Because we actually have 3 circus cities. The capital, Amsterdam, and Delft. Means that we'll actually do okay. We can use the circuses to replace the luxury. Need a lighthouse and a watermill. But, I mean, lighthouse and watermill are kind of equal. But the lighthouse is less maintenance. So I guess we go for a lighthouse first. Oh, we have a bot. Yep, my bad. Got distracted. On with this bot. Okay, thanks for the heads up. But actually says, I see the big brain strategy would be to get Babylon's religion, build all the buildings, and then take Spain's religion for the building for a whole 8 tourism. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that does work, actually. That could be a really big brain play. Honestly, have no idea. But it really could be, couldn't it? I'm intrigued. I almost want to try it now. But I don't think we've got enough faith to try and gimmick all of that out. We need this cargo ship ASAP from engineering, so let's tech for that. We also need... We need 87 gold to buy this. We need to buy that at some point for polders. We're going to have to replace these with polders at some point too. We've only got 2, sadly. But, yeah. But it's kind of... But yeah, that might be really interesting. I just don't think we're going to have the faith, but we'll see. Anyway, FJS War joins the stream today. Welcome to the stream, FJS War. Says, Delft desperately needs to buy that marsh. Priority Ultra. Hashtag Polder Dream. Lol, yeah. I'm hoping the city-state takes a while to expand to it. We still need 87 gold, but that's what we have the Golden Age for. That we can see around here. Vilnius, nice. To be honest, we need to get back to make sure we don't get Barbarian triremed to go steal our trade routes. Grab a plantation there. And then we need to assess the production capacity of Delft. 2 hills. There's so much river. I'm pretty sure we can and should leave this as a lumber mill. Unless we can buy one of these contested tiles, like the grassland hill right there. I don't know. We should probably connect it to the capital via a road for more gold. That would be pretty valuable to us. Looks like Morocco and England are going to go to war. That's good for us. We want that to happen. Where's Kuala Lumpur's camp? It's right up there. We really could do with a cultural ally of some kind.
Hello again.
England's silver is available. We can trade it for sugar.
جيت وانا كل امل باش نوصلوا لشي اتفاق.
But Daxi suggests you could do some really gimmicky stuff if you play with a friend. Technically get 4 buildings per city and 8 tourism per city with sacred sites and then some gimmicky religion changes. Oh yeah, we could. 100%. If you have enough faith and you have enough time, you could totally do something weird like that. I would love to give it a go on Deity. Would love it, but I guess realistically, it's quite hard to make work. We get open borders now with Morocco. Sadly, no one wants to buy horses, which is hurting our income a bit. But it's okay. National College in 8 turns. So we're going to complete National College turn 72. Not bad at all. Might even be a bit quicker. It'll be turn 71. So that's not bad, especially with so many low production cities. Finishing National College in such a decent time frame is not the worst thing at all. We also border grew to some horse somewhere. Yeah, that was this one. When do we get this horse? In Amsterdam? Soon. I'm currently working full production in Amsterdam just because I don't want to work a 2 food tile, a 2-0. So we're going to work a 3 production tile until the time comes that we have a 3 food tile to work, and then I will swap it over. And we're going to do some pro roads here by doing it once for a pre-build, and then we'll come back and finish them all off. And that just saves us a little bit of gold. Need 1 food to grow. Here we go. Bratislava with handled. Can we do it in here? Yes, we need 2 food to grow here. Perfect. Actually take the fish tile. We can come up here. Have a bit of an explorer around here. We've border grown here now, so there's only 1 spot a barb camp could spawn. I really want Hong Kong to take this coast tile, or this one. Any one of these 3 coast tiles would make sure a barb camp can't spawn on that tile. Got some growth in Rotterdam. Perfect. Lighthouse next turn. That's going to make these fish better. It actually has 4 fish in range. I didn't even notice. It's got all of them. That city is going to be really good. I've actually got a little bit of gold here now. Lighthouse in 3, so we can work the gold until then. And just keep pro-roading. This is sadly not a river tile, is it? No, it's not. But we need a farm either way. Exploration hammers would be really nice, but I don't know if we can afford it. Bucatini says the curtains match perfectly with the what? The Monster's pants. Classic. What are you talking about? Oh, wait. Wait, what? I'm a bit curious what you mean by that. The curtains match perfectly with Monster's pants.
تحياتي.
Oh, wait, you're not talking about... I don't know what you're talking about. We'll figure it out. I'm being a bit confused right now. We really need Kuala Lumpur as an ally. It would be nice to get some gold. I'm stressing alliances quite a lot right now, but if we want exploration hammers, it's even more important. Get them as an ally. And we could be buying some fish right now to make this city very good. Oh, we almost could, you know, as well. Let's buy one fish like that. And then we'll let it border expand to the next one. Need to improve the horse. Yeah, it's his page. Yeah, I guess you can't see it. So where your camera is on the screen is the same place as his pants, and it just looks like they continue on, but it's your curtains. Lol. Nice. I kind of like it. I kind of see it, can't you? I could move my face over just a bit, and it would line up almost perfectly. It's right there. Nice. You can now work the food here, and the lumber mill, the water mill's next turn anyway. Here's Borobudur. Friendship with Spain seems fine. We need to start the friendship train going, so now is as good a time as any. Watermill done. What do we need? Probably a circus next. Because we've not started on any Colosseums, and this isn't our lowest production city. And then we need to put a road right up on this hill, and then we can fill the road back in. Let's get this horse improved. Not a lot else to see down there, I don't think. Amsterdam can at least grow now. Open borders with Spain, perfect. Come, bring the missionaries. But not too fast, because we need to collect some faith from our desert faith first. Colosseum next, because we will need the happiness. Or will we not? I mean, it's 12 turns. We can maybe go temple first. No, because we need to build the cargo ship somewhere. So let's just not be greedy. Let's go Colosseum where we can. Pretty sure I need to be here with this trireme, actually. Bratislava's about to grow. I mean, it's not really even worth giving it any extra food. Let's just grow to more production. We're at pop 10, though, turn 70, which is not the worst. We should trade for the citrus. Doesn't want horses yet. We won't ever get any extra of these, but let's do salt just in case we do choose to settle city number 5, which I think we should actually do. I think our happiness is more than good enough to settle city number 5. The golden age is finally done. More desert faith here. We can spend a little bit of time upgrading this iron for Amsterdam to get it off on the right foot. And now we can take for workshops. Although civil service would be quite nice. I don't know what we need yet. We need to figure something out. I feel like we should settle the city though. Because we've got sugar, we've got gems, we've got dyes, and we've got salt. So that's 4 cities, 4 luxuries. But we also have 3 circus cities. And we'll get another duplicate salt to trade. And this city is not the worst thing in the world. It's not great, but it's not bad. And if we can get exploration hammers, that makes it a lot better. Morocco kind of needs to just war England at this point to make sure that he doesn't war us. I don't know if he will. We need someone to start desiring horses, and then we might be able to do something about it. Oh, Big Boy says, hello, I'm back. What era are you in now? We're in the classical era right now. Just kind of chilling, making our way through the eras. Not in too much of a rush. Need to build this cargo ship. Stay there. I'm pretty sure we should settle the 5th city right here. And we probably can't afford a 6th. It's going to make our culture really bad. But having another city to send a cargo ship to the capital is more than worth it. Do this for now until we complete the pasture. Is this road done? So now we can do some more roads. Rotterdam grew. Yeah, work that. And we should build our settler. 3 turns. In the capital. Before we go on, Big Boy says thanks for the info. No worries. Oh, Hastings has been founded. Well, we delete this anyway. No. We've got open... Do we have open borders? No, we don't. Can we?
تحياتي. زيد.
No, we can't do them. What did he say?
تحياتي.
I'm sure he said something about the positioning of our military earlier. I guess not. Delete the scout. That's at least goal per turn saved. And another cargo ship. This cargo will need to go to the new city, so we'll pop it in Delft and wait. We also need to get a worker out to the new city straight away. That's what this worker in Delft will do once it's done building it a farm. There's a road here, right? Yeah, there is. Good. Horses and gold per turn with Nebuchadnezzar. Oh, some stuff ended here. So we need to trade our silk, or trade for silk. Sugar. There's not a lot else we can do right now. Do this. Nice, not bad, these tiles right now in Amsterdam. We've got some water mills out, which I'm pretty pleased with. And now Rotterdam also becomes a circus city. That's perfect. We can go circus here too. We definitely have enough for our 5. The only thing we need now is culture. We won't be able to take exploration hammers now. That's something for us to note. Will not be possible in our current setup because we're not going to have enough culture to do it. Sadly. There's not a lot we can do better about these tiles now. We should have done better here though. We never worked that fish. Damn. Hopefully it hasn't been too long. Watermill there soon. Rotterdam has grown its borders for some more fish. Perfect. And yeah, Delft grew. We handled that. Bratislava's done with the settler. Let's get a watermill first because the granary is worse because we don't actually have any granary tiles. And this settler can move out. We just need to finish this road. And then we can move all the way up here. Big Boy says, how do you get that bar at the side that shows all the leaders? So this is the enhanced user interface mod. I don't know if I've got actually a command for that. Have a look. I should have a command. I should have made a command for the mods. Oh, it says. Oh, I think the mods command is broken. I'm not sure. Oh, there we go. So, yeah, so it's the enhanced user interface mod that we're using. Also says Barb Camp right from Rotterdam. Be careful. Oh, where? Where? Barb Camp right from Rotterdam. I know what you're talking about, but I'm going to try and be careful. But those are all the mods that I'm using, and it's the enhanced user interface mod. Right from Amsterdam. Oh, right in here. Yeah, oh yeah, that's really annoying, actually. Thanks for the call out. I didn't notice that. We really should be careful of it. Circus is done. Let's take a... We need a worker, actually. Let's grab one of these here. And then I think we want to work this iron full-time in Amsterdam. And 75 or 76. Oh, wow, we've got a spy recruited already for AI Renaissance era. That must go into Kuala Lumpur. There are no two doubts about that because our culture's not going to be good on 5 cities. Kuala Lumpur's even neutral with the culture, so that's not bad. And we might even be able to coup it if we get really desperate. Let's work this iron there. Perfect. That even means it's a forge city, which is pretty good. We can put a road here as well. Let's move this out. When we get into the water, it's probably a quicker way round. And then this worker moves over. And we should go up here to do the road to Amsterdam for more gold. We're only at +1 right now. We need more. Oh, Bucatini redeems. Take a sip of your drink. Bucatini, thanks for keeping me hydrated. I actually needed that as well. We need a granary in Bratislava now as well. After this. Oh, we can even get workshops. Let's get a workshop first so that we can work the slot. Which will mean that we can engineer down a Renaissance era wonder. Should be pretty good. All of our deals are ending and we can't get them back. That really sucks. We're going to need Colosseums ASAP. Move this way. Road. Farm. Do we want to go for the farm? No, it's only one turn. Christine says, I know, lots of talking. I don't know how you do it, lol. Yeah. I mean, it does take a toll on my voice, in fairness. Sometimes I struggle for a little bit after the end of a stream. Yeah, Notre Dame's gone, so we can't have that. Probably stables will be needed. And then we need to send the trade route from Delft to the new city. Can't get these happiness buildings fast enough. Also says, you'll be unhappy when you drop city from the growth of others. Yeah, I know we will. That's why we're spamming happiness buildings right now. Machu Picchu's gone. Don't worry. Don't underestimate the importance of these happiness buildings at all. They are really important. I'm pretty sure we want to go right there because it gives us the optimal placement. Mogadishu took up our polder dream. Oh well. We're growing here. Bratislava's growing. We've got a tile to grow to. And we can keep moving towards civil service. I don't know where our gold has gone. It's not doing well. We'll drop this here. And maybe chop down a jungle. We'll need to... we don't need to chop down the jungle yet. Wait one turn here. But yeah, Rhodes is... Rhodes is making us negative gold. But we've already connected one road up, which is what's kind of most surprising about it. And now we'll have two in a minute. And then a worker for the capital. We need to get a road down to Rotterdam as well. So that'll be next on our list. So Bratislava grew and Delft grew. Good. We want to work that Delft. And we want to work the hill in Bratislava. And choose production here. We don't need another worker. It's definitely Colosseums now. Because we're about to go unhappy. We can't grow next turn. Why is our gold so bad? We're working every ounce of gold as well that we can. I guess the road will come next turn and fix everything. We can put a turn into it. We can maybe just build the road to Delft. Let's get the road to Rotterdam too. And wait one more turn on the cargo ship. Oh, okay. We didn't have to wait both. Keep going to Bratislava. Bookertine says, surprised the governor of the CS valued that tile. I think it's because it ran out of other tiles to take. I think that's probably what was going on.
What?
Alright, we've got a tiny bit of happiness. So we can found the city. Got a salt that we can work. And we want to go and get the salt improved straight away. Utrecht can start work on a monument. And we can send this cargo ship to Utrecht. Workshop done here. We need the Colosseum next, otherwise we go unhappy. Already got a circus here too. And we need to work the workshop slot. That can go in exchange for a hill. So that we can get ourselves an engineer in 23 turns. So that's going to be turn 102. It's pretty late. But we'll make it work, I think. Get the road up there. Amsterdam is about to grow. We can make that work. Babylon's already come with their missionaries. Just get a farm down, I think. So we've got actually 8 happiness incoming with all these Colosseums, which is perfect. Ahmad Al-Mansur, apparently he wants to come war us. I agree with that. I think he probably will, and we can get our first mosque now in Amsterdam. Perfect. And that's actually going to make us equals in happiness. And as Babylon converts, we'll just get mosques everywhere. That was nice and fast. Delft needs to grow again. Improve the salt in Utrecht. We're trading away our salt. Yeah, we want to work a lot of production while we can. I mean, we are already max productioning everywhere, so I'm not concerned. We definitely are doing it properly. Growing in the capital as well. And once we get these Colosseums out, we'll be okay. Okay, let's be friends with Morocco. Fine. Maybe that'll mean that he goes to war with England. He does seem to have lost that coveting status all of a sudden, so I don't know what changed his mind. Unhappy again, but we'll go happy next turn. Not too worried about going unhappy for the odd turn here or there right now. We don't have rationalism opened yet, which makes the impact of going unhappy far less bad. We did a rigging in Kuala Lumpur. They want us to find a natural wonder. I wonder if we can now get open borders with Morocco and try and scout. Yeah, cool. See if we can find another one. Salt nearly improved. That'll help with the happiness too. So we've got 3 Colosseums finishing in 2 turns. That gives us more than enough room to grow. And another mosque in the cap. As we replace Desert Folklore with mosques. We definitely want the mosques. That's culture. That might even help us take exploration hammers if we need it. I'm not entirely sure we should be taking expo hammers in this situation. We'd benefit greatly from it. Granary, I guess. We need a temple if we have any... If we want to make use of all of these mosques, which we do. There and there. And then... this is a lumber mill as well. We need to make the capital better. No need to work any more tiles in Amsterdam until we get to civil service, which is next turn. Oh, and we've got some iron to sell to Babylon. We need to take advantage of that. I'm surprised about how bad our gold per turn is, because it's not usually too bad. But we usually get quite a lot of trades, and now we haven't had any, really. I wonder if Babylon's added to their religion while we've been not looking. Jesuit education. Once again, we have taken on Jesuit. That's kind of ridiculous. I love and loathe AI's religion spreading. You always get lucky with Jesuit. Kind of crazy. We should build some shrines then, because that's going to be the most important thing to do. Get shrines and temples up so we can actually use Jesuit education. Need some civil service farms. We have civil service now, which means that we need to make sure we're working them all. Happiness there. Working them all in the cap. Working. We now need to work them all in Amsterdam. This is ridiculous. Okay, we are working them all here. And we've got none in Rotterdam. Okay. And we can push towards education. Do we need open? Don't we have open borders with England? I guess we didn't. Maybe we did it with Spain. England doesn't want anything, so we're gonna have to wait again. So we got 7 happiness to use. That goes up to 9 with this Colosseum. We need to get some civil service farms up for Utrecht. So why don't we do that? Monument nearly done. More growth in Rotterdam. City connection established. So now we're up to 10 gold per turn. That's perfect. Need to get a shrine if we want to make use of Jesuit and mosques. There's a lot to make use of here. Loads of food in Delft, which is good. And we got decent food in the cap too. And have even more decent food there as well. England's already got longbowmen up.
I beg your pardon?
Wants 3 gold per turn for the open borders. Try it, see if we can find the natural wonder. It'll be worth it if we found the natural wonder. So I'm not too worried about giving that up. We've got this road done now. We actually need to get the sheep. Are any borders going to expand to it soon? Apparently not. We don't need any more worker help in Rotterdam. So I guess we stay around the cap and get a little bit more food. Utrecht's going to grow. Perfect. This archer doesn't really need to be in Utrecht. We should take this archer so that we can spy on this tile right there. And we need another mosque soon. While we're building all these shrines and temples. Let's take this archer away and move it. So that it can do useful things. Amsterdam grew. Yeah, want to work that iron for sure. Delft grew. Want to work the hill. And Bratislava grew. Yes, want to work the hill for sure. Monument done here. What would be good? A lighthouse would be quite nice. A granary would be quite nice to send food to the cap. A watermill would be better here. So maybe we go watermill. And the cap has just built the temple. Do we build a market now? Or do we go for... A forge is only... a forge is only 1 tile, so not worth it. A stable is also only worth 1 tile, so probably not worth it yet. I would say a writers guild could be quite valuable for the early culture. Or maybe a trireme to go find that natural wonder. We can take workshops because we're now on the path towards universities in some of these cities. You go workshop after temple, workshop after shrine. If we can find this natural wonder anywhere. Need a road to Utrecht at some point. It would already pay itself back if we built it. We get it done. Bosses might go market if you need to fix gold. Faith buildings will drain you up. Yeah, I think they will. They really will. But hopefully as Babylon continues to demand iron, we can try and equalize the gold per turn a little bit. It's okay, but it's not good. And we've got another trireme to go explore the world. And then a garden would be really good, actually. Or would a writer's guild be nice, because we're going to need to go into it soon. Probably. A garden would also be handy to get that engineer out faster. Let's maybe take the garden, because we're going to want to work university slots soon. We need another worker near Utrecht. It's a little bit behind in terms of working tiles. And that's probably the one thing you want to avoid doing, is being behind in terms of working all improved tiles in your late expansions like this. It's something that can really slow down the progress of a late city like that. Delft grew. We didn't watch that, but I guess that's the tile we want to work anyway. Bit of production. Amsterdam grew to... Oh, nice, a cattle. I didn't even notice we had that. Can we grow in one? No. Okay. Some of these cities get better and better the more they grow. Nice. You don't want them to get worse. We can grow next turn here. If we can find any food. Which we can. That's really bad, but I guess it is what it is. Archer keep moving over. More tiles improved here. Almost working all improved tiles in Rotterdam, which is perfect. We actually almost don't have anywhere to grow. Let's see if we can find that natural wonder for Kuala Lumpur. This needs to continue being to Bratislava. Garden in 2, and then maybe we can try and squeeze out that Writers Guild right before the university. So Utrecht, yeah man, we're on to working bad tiles now. There's that tile right there that we can work though that's better. Bratislava, yeah, perfect. I don't really want to work that tile at all. We'll work that production instead. And Rotterdam needs that final fish tile. Garden, then the Writers Guild. We just about got enough time to finish the garden. Then we can come back for the guild later. Need to go improve this pasture tile out there. Oh no, we're going to struggle unless we send the archer as garrison. So we do that. Making Utrecht a little bit better, one tile at a time over there. Oh, let's not war Morocco. Natural wonder still needs to be found. Hopefully it won't be too difficult to find. How are we doing so far in terms of population? We're on 50 pop on turn 88 across 5 cities. So well on track to meet my 55 population by turn 100 benchmark for a 5-city empire. Although we'll hope to try and get to 60 population if we can. But we're growing really nicely right now. The capital's not ridiculously good, but the expansions are doing nice. Oh, we can Jesuit a uni, but I'm pretty sure we want to actually buy a mosque. We can just build the uni in the capital. That's not... It's only 3 turns. And we lost a deal with sugar and silver with Elizabeth, and that's why we're unhappy.
Go ahead.
And we should probably try and enter the Renaissance... 3 turns. We can't enter the Renaissance era in 3 turns, sadly. But our engineer comes in 10, so let's try for acoustics. But we can maybe go... We can go polders with guilds. And then we can go for... Or do we want compass? We can maybe go... I mean, we don't need to rush into... We can go guilds for polders and then go acoustics. And if the university turns out to be very good, I guess we can do something else. We grow next turn here. Really? No? Okay. Well, we'll take the extra food for now. That barb camp got cleared. That's good news. Amsterdam's about to grow. Don't know if the Moroccan units are actually coming now. We should try and get them to war with England. Lots and lots and lots needed to war England.
Hello.
Will England not war Morocco?
I beg your
No.
pardon.
Spain? No. Babylon?
I beg
No.
your
I guess we got to hope that Morocco's not coming to war us then. Need to improve more tiles. Hopefully it's just Moroccan units running around because they're going all the way through our lands. How are we doing with Kuala Lumpur? Got 7 influence, so not great. Through to the iron. Workshop done soon. Finish this road. We want to get a road here. We can post the archer up there. Keep an eye on these Moroccan units. I'm a bit unnerved by them. Not a lot we can do about it if they want to. I mean, we can pay for them to war. It would cost us literally everything we own and send us mega unhappy. But it's something that we could do. If they look like they're going to do it. And I don't know that they are yet. Ah, Indonesia, hello. What can we trade? Okay, we can trade for just luxuries, I guess. Because we are... Oh, wait. We can trade for iron or horses. Let's do 5 horses for the lux, because it is more happiness total. And then we need to meet these guys. They've got cotton. Does Arabia... Yeah, Arabia wants iron and horses. We can do this. And then we've met Poland as well, who we can now trade ivory away for, say, salt. And then we can trade the horses to Harun al-Rashid, who desires them. Perfect. Well, that's going to solve our happiness problem for a while. We were worried that we might have had to start building Colosseum in Utrecht, which is it's not the worst thing in the world. But with the late expansion, you want it to be building things other than happiness buildings for as long as possible. We propose World's Fair to make the AI like us. A road and a road there. Workshop done here, so onto university and university. The watermill is done here. More food, so we can go for maybe an aqueduct first and foremost. Got plus 12 food, so I think an aqueduct will be quite nice. Rotterdam doesn't need to work a workshop slot. We actually do have open borders with Spain. Let's scout through their territory, see if Spain got a natural wonder. Get a mine up there before we move down to the cattle. Utrecht's going to grow. Okay. Okay. No to selling open borders. We got 10 happiness right now. Oh, we're growing here and we weren't prepared. It's not great. It's like 1 food, but I guess we can take it. Wait there. And we've got 1 social policy. Do we want exploration hammers? No, our culture's not good enough, so we should take something else instead. We've got piety for building shrines and temples, but we've already built a lot of them, so I don't think that's worth it. Patronage for the city-state allies could be quite good. Forbidden Palace is already gone, though. It's quite hard to ever give up commerce, because commerce allows you to actually have gold. So I think we'll pop a point in there. It will allow us to get Big Ben if we really need it as well. The university's done here. We should work the university slots. And Utrecht did indeed grow. Perfect. Do nothing here. It needs orders. Yeah, road, please. Get another farm. Rotterdam's got nowhere to grow to. Guess it can. And then maybe we get it to work the workshop slot. Higher. Okay. Still don't see any natural wonders. I would love to get one. That will solve our culture problem big time. Acoustics. Sistine Chapel's not gone yet. We've got 2 turns to spare if we want to try Compass. But we should make sure to do our best not to lose the wonder. And Amsterdam can work another food tile for a bit. So Rotterdam grew. Yeah, let's actually work this workshop slot now that we're here. Then go back to working that. And Delft grew, which we weren't watching for. We need the workshop to be built here, and then we can go university. This is done. There's not a lot of good tiles here. Unless we get ready to build polders on these floodplains. Which I guess is fine. Get a lumber mill. Finish the road connection. Still see no natural wonders yet. Already up to 56 population, turn 93. That's really, really good. And borders with Spain is fine. The guy's leaning with Nebuchadnezzar and Tsar. Writers Guild done. And we need to get it worked. Artist Guild would also be good. Getting gold from a market would not be bad. A national epic would be nice. Maybe we go something like national epic into Artist Guild. Because we don't have the capability to work all of these slots right now. We just don't have enough food in our capital. Bogota, hello. Ah, and there's the Old Faithful. Perfect. So that should hopefully be friendship with our city-state, which is exactly what we're looking for. Poland's got some gold available. Let's just trade it for gems. Make use of our Netherlands bonus, where we only lose 2 happiness from trading a Lux away. Or the last copy of a Lux anyway. Where are our specialists? This is building the uni, that's fine. 1 turn for the workshop up there. Get a farm there and a lumber mill in here for Delft. Delft really is desperate for that farm. Okay, so we can go for Polder Dream, can we? So, yeah, Polder gives us 5 food, so that's 1 extra food to a civil service farm. Perfect. Set itself back rather fast. And if we look at our Kuala Lumpur, we won't be allies, but we will be friends that will turn into allies just as soon as we rig one more time. So, perfect. Our capital's a bit small right now. Top 16 on turn 95. But we'll solve that with Compass. We don't actually need to go in for acoustics yet because we started finishing 697. So 1 AI is in acoustics, but we don't need to go into acoustics yet. We can go for Compass and then back to acoustics because it's still 4 turns for our engineer. Citrus Insult with the Nebuchadnezzar ended. We need that back again. Bratislava grew. Nice. Yeah, we want to work the food, sadly. I would love to work that hill, but we need the food right now. Especially while we're setting up the Polder Dream. Utrecht is going to grow. Needs a lighthouse after the aqueduct and a granary. Granary first to feed the capital, though. Looks like Morocco didn't come to war us in the end. Is there no way round here? I guess not. Research agreement with Morocco. I would rather it with Babylon. Let's try and get one with Babylon. Spain. 4 cities. I would rather Babylon. Yeah, so the research agreement with Babylon is what we wanted. Did we not sign that? I thought we signed it. Good, we've signed it now. And we've got some sheep that we've grown to in Rotterdam. That's perfect. It kind of wants to be Rotterdam's as well. Rotterdam's big enough that it can, and growing well enough it can actually work university slots straight away. That we do that. Polder Dream nearly completed. What's the hotkey for a polder? It's E, apparently. Okay, that was unexpected. And now, yes, we're up to friends with Kuala Lumpur, but we only need 16 influence, which is 1 riggings away from actually being allies. Apparently, we've got friends with Colombo too, but we can't really handle that. So the uni's done here. Do we want a stable? Yes, because we've got at least 3 stable resources. So we take that. But it actually wants to build the trade route in a couple of turns. There's marble available from Harun al-Rashid. Just trade for it. Make use of our Netherlands bonus. Delft has grown into its workshop slot. That's good. We wanted that. Lumber mill completed as well, which is more production. And we can purchase with faith. I would love to get more mosques, but I don't think it's worth getting more mosques right now. We're doing Okay, and I'd rather save faith for Jesuit. Let's get a temple. Yeah, I'd rather save faith for Jesuit in the 3 cities we've got and hope that basically that Babylon comes back to convert more. We probably just got his leftovers from the... What was it? Oh, no, he didn't build Borobudur. Well, let's hope some missionaries come back. Would be nice. We can't grow in one here. Can't grow in one in Amsterdam. We should organise that. Oh, yeah, we need to work that. Amsterdam cannot yet afford to work the university, so we won't. It's just not big enough. It's not even pop 10, which is the usual accepted kind of standard. I mean, if we buy a missionary, we can convert both Delft and the Cap. It's a bit too expensive now. We've just gone up to the Renaissance era. If we wanted to do it, we should have done it last turn. Otherwise, we just waste 70 faith now. So let's not. We'll just save for Jesuit. Fine. Oh, we just met Manila. Cool. Where is Manila? Oh, they're over there. Okay. And we need some research. We'll go for astronomy for an observatory. And then we can go for banking for the trade route. 1 turn to our engineer. Let's hope we get it. Need to improve tiles around Amsterdam. We're growing one here. Grow straight onto the sheep. Perfect. Utrecht needs more tiles improved. Can't see to move around here, so we have to wait. Not bad though. Turn 98 so far. 61 population. And man, we lost Sistine Chapel. Ouch. Well, I don't know what else we'll do with this engineer. Because Leaning Tower, I believe, is also gone. I guess we save it for ideology. That sucks though. Would have liked that. That could have helped with our cultural problems. Rotterdam grew. Yeah, we want to work this stable sheep for sure. Wow, that's really good. And let's get the cargo ship here, because apparently the production is a bit better than the capital. Cap's got a lot to do anyway. I'm glad that we're not building the cargo ships in the capital. Need the civil service farm first in Amsterdam before we do anything else. Delft is about to grow. Utrecht is about to grow. Nothing we can do in Utrecht, actually. Apart from buy a Polder Dream tile. There we go. It doesn't really matter what we do there. Sleep. Henry Bessemer, sadly. Are there any wonders around? No. And borders with Poland. I'm not sure that I should have accepted that, but we just did. There goes Globe as well, so no chance of that. May purchase with faith, but we don't want to. So Utrecht grew. Yeah, take that tile. Delft grew. Take that tile. We need some more gold still. Bratislava grew. Means it's time for a market after this Artist Guild. We're working hard to make our culture good right now, which is nice. I like that. And we've got the Polder Dream going in the capital now too, which is excellent. So we've got an extra couple of tiles. Floodplains. Needs more food. I don't think any of these cities need more trade routes except the capital. Thinking about it. Rotterdam doesn't need one because it's already working all the tiles it needs to. Delft has got way too much food for its own good. Amsterdam we can't send a cargo ship to. And Utrecht doesn't have that many tiles to work, so it doesn't need to be that great. We can send this back to... So this is a new one. This needs to go from Utrecht to the capital. And then cargo ship is done here. Let's get a market so that we can work on our gold per turn. And an observatory in this city of Amsterdam. Where do we border expand to next? We've got all of our tiles improved here in Rotterdam, actually. Rotterdam needs this fish. Let's gradually buy out towards it. Otherwise, we're never going to get it. We are at 65 population on turn 101, so nicely cruising straight through our benchmark, which is perfect. Get a pasture, please. And then we'll have the artist guild up right in time for us to send another cargo ship to Bratislava. Capital's a little bit small, but this is okay right now. Nothing wrong with the capital of size 17. It's a bit small, but perfectly fine. But we can grow it now. And we need to get this artist guild worked. Because we just sent a cargo ship, let's take up some of these random, not very many food tiles. There's just the plains farms. We've got a writer born. Orders of Utrecht grew to some fish. Perfect. Means we can make use of the production focus trick here. Just a tiny bit. Barely. Getting a lighthouse soon. More production. University's done over here. This has to be a temple next. And we actually need to work the university slots. So let's do something like this. And keep growing. Build the temple. And then this worker's got not a lot to do. Not that we can do anything, really. Maybe move around towards the cap. And here, move up to the horse, and then get this civil service farm improved. Need to grow to the iron. So we work the civil service farm tile. Bringing both our triremes home because we'll need to upgrade them. And we just rigged in Kuala Lumpur. Unfortunately, Indonesia's allies there now, but it's only 5 away. But we're getting more than enough culture right now. We can open rationalism in 3 turns. Turn 105. It's not the worst in the world. Science is not bad, 194. Need more production in Utrecht. It's almost like we should send... First of all, let's get the Polder Dream going in Utrecht. It's almost like we should send a production cargo to Utrecht as our last cargo. Which I think is a good idea. Need to maybe take some more food in the capital. No point improving any of these flat desert tiles, really. Not unless we... I mean, we go improve one of these hills. Pasture, civil service farm, perfect. Now this city can grow into the university, Amsterdam. Although its food still isn't great, I have to admit. Keep the writer in Amsterdam. Bucatini says, I feel like this Polder Dream is a welfare terrace farm dream. It's like a welfare terrace farm dream. Yeah, it's not the best Polder Dream in the world we've got going, is it? But it is some polders, just not very many. Sadly. Market done. We should get to work on some culture. I don't know that a musician is a good idea. Maybe but amphitheaters would be good. They're not the best thing in the world to build early on, but building an amphitheater is helping get us along the way. We'll need it at some point. You know what though? Rotterdam really does need food. Let's build it a couple of workboats while we're here. And we can actually afford to buy this fish. Make it a better city. I like it more already now. And so we are working all 4 of the fish, and we need those 4 workboats to get 4 more food. Cap doesn't even need a lighthouse. What does the cap need? Do we do a musicians guild here in the capital? We probably get a workboat to send over to some of our low production cities. Let's take a couple of workboats before we do banking. Yeah, the Polder Dream is not great. I mean, this is the problem with the Netherlands. This is why everybody loves the Netherlands. Like, Netherlands on paper looks like an excellent civilization because you're like, man, that Polder Dream extra food's so great. And then reality is that you get like 3 polders a game or something when you play the Netherlands, and it's not really that much. So they're one of these civs which always looks better than they actually are. Sadly, they're a nice civilization, but they're just not inconsistent enough with their ability. Bucatini says, legit, only just realized the headphones have changed. Yes, the headphones have changed. So I was hunting around after I bought this microphone, and I was like, basically I was talking to my girlfriend, and I was saying about how I couldn't figure out what to upgrade for the stream first with the generous subscription money. And I was like, I would love to get a microphone to make the sound better, but I would also like to get a pair of headphones so that chat just doesn't have to sit there and be like, and see the random annoying flashing stuff anymore. Also because those headphones were falling apart. But then I got to the point where I was delayed late twice to streams by a total of about an hour or an hour and 15 minutes. sorting out mic issues because the old mic isn't very good. So I just was like, you know, screw that. I'm upgrading the microphone. And then I was like, well, what do I do with the headphones? And I was hunting around and I found, so I had this old pair of headphones for a long, long time. From back when I used to do some very amateur DJing when I was at university. And I had these headphones from back when I did that. They're a nice pair of headphones. But they always had a 6.35 millimeter headphone jack. And of course that doesn't fit in the laptop. And I had a 6.35 millimeter to 3.5 millimeter converter. Like, you know, one of these adapter jacks. But basically, when I put that on the end of the 6.35 millimeter jack, it wouldn't work in the socket properly because it was too long. There was too much lever action happening. So it wouldn't actually fit. But then while I was sticking around, I pulled these out and just looked at them as like, man, if only I could use these. And then I noticed that the cable for these becomes detachable, the cable. So I could just replace it with one that doesn't have a 6.35 millimeter jack at the end and put a 3.5 millimeter on. So I went ahead and I bought a replacement cable. It's like £12.50. And so now I was able to use these instead. So I got what I wanted. Quality pair of headphones that don't flash for chat and a microphone so that I can talk when there's no music and you won't get absolutely irritated. That's what happened there. A Black Vegetable says, better on Sandstorm, I suppose, with the Netherlands. Yeah, absolutely. Of course, with the Inca, you don't always get many terrace farms. Yeah, it's very true. Like, it's not like the Inca is any better, but terrace farms, because they just like, I know. Holders put food on tiles that you already are going to get a lot of food on. Terrace farms can stack loads of food on tiles that you're not going to get much food on, and perhaps that's why terrace farms are better. Everyone's reacting with PCJ swags and pogs right now because I talked about DJ PCJ lore. Rave stream when? Well, I will tell you now that I never ever did a rave back when I DJ'd. So when I used to do the amateur DJing, it was just a college party, so I really wasn't that much of a pro DJ at all. But I did have like a little DJ controller and these headphones, which were really nice, and I very much enjoyed it. But I used to DJ what I would like to call, I don't know, noughties and tens cheese was my forte. So, I mean, you can imagine all sorts of things like, you know, What Is Love? Rick Astley could make appearances, like Pitbull, all of the quote-unquote cheese music that you can imagine, like all of the tunes that you remember from your childhood, that is what I would be playing. And that's what I used to do when I was doing that. You know, not particularly high-level DJing, but I used to volunteer for the college parties, and it used to go quite well. I mean, I used to get as many people in the room as the people who actually got paid to DJ in clubs, so I'll take that as a win. Bucatini says, bro, some people do like rave stream stuff on Twitch and then they have loads of followers. Yes, but I don't do rave streams. You realise that if I were to do a stream, I would play Rick Astley and not in a joking manner. That is what would happen if you joined my stream and I was doing DJing. Definitely need to send a production cargo to Utrecht. Bucatini says, sounds like an untapped market to me, lol. Yeah, the only problem with that as well is that you're I mean, it doesn't really matter because if you're doing a DJ stream, it's supposed to be live, I guess. But you're not actually allowed to play someone else's music on your streams on Twitch. Open rationalism turn 105, perfect. And we need to get a cargo. Let's maybe build it here. So you're not actually allowed to play someone else's music live. Your streams will get muted. So it's not something I would be particularly keen on. I mean, I don't know if it's against the rules, and I don't know if Twitch would ban you for it, but you're not technically allowed to do it, and you get all your VODs muted for it. Economics yet to improve polders. But it could, I mean, I used to think it could be an untapped market. But hey, see, look, here's the thing why terrace farms are so much better than polders, actually. So right now, we're putting a polder on this marsh tile, and it's going to give us a 4-food tile. But if we were just to improve this with a farm, it would be a 3-food tile. So there's only 1 food. And I mean, I do make a big deal about how 1 food is actually quite a large amount in terms of growth per turn. Yeah, that's fair. But it's just that, like, terrace farms have so much more food stackability, and granted, when you get to economics, Green, tell me how to pronounce your name. Green Idix. Just subscribe for 1 month. Thank you very much, Green Idix. That's incredibly generous of you. Thank you very much for the subscription with Prime. And welcome to the stream. I don't think I've seen you before. Let me know how to pronounce your name properly. Welcome. Thanks for the Prime subscription. Green Idix says, hey, first message. Just a lurker enjoying an informative stream. Well, thank you very much, Green Idix, for the Prime subscription. Hey, do what you want. There's absolutely no requirement to chat or to join chat on the stream. Do whatever you enjoy, and if lurking is what you want to do on the stream, then just lurk. But hey, it's nice to have you here. Welcome. I'm glad you're enjoying the content enough to be generous enough with your Prime to use it on us. And hey, thanks for the kind words on the informative stream. Thank you. It's one of the goals of this channel I want to do, to make it informative, to help teach people how to play Civilization, just as much as it's all about playing for Civilization, or playing Civilization. So I am glad you enjoy and that you find it informative. Bookstein says, clearly here for the 1990s rave stream. maybe. If anyone is here for the 1990s rave stream, you can make yourself known. We need to build the Colosseum next in this city. We've delayed it long enough. So this is going to Bratislava. Carry on. Bratislava's about to grow. We can finally work these mines. I've been dreaming of these mines for a while. we just won't tell Twitch. It'll be fine. Lol. Yeah, imagine if I do the 1990s rave stream on your behalf and then you report me to Twitch and I get banned. Imagine that. Please no. I mean, we won't be doing a 90s rave stream, but, you know, on the off chance that does actually occur. Good. We've got a lighthouse that makes this city infinitely better. It needs a workshop badly. Yeah, we grew. We know about that. Bratislava grew. Perfect. Work the production. Workboats. Should we get more workboats? I think we should get one more workboat in the cap, and then we'll think about a bank. I would love to upgrade to a caravel with a couple of these triremes. We also need happiness. Wales is unique to us in Kuala Lumpur, but sadly the AI are getting further and further ahead of us in our quest to become their allies. No more free population points either. Booker says, right up there next to Yu-Gi-Oh! Live stream chances. I've never seen or played Total War though, so looking forward to that. Oh, well, great. Glad to hear that you are looking forward to Total War. So I used to... Speaking of tournaments, I used to join unofficial tournaments for all of the top multiplayer players of Total War Rome 2. And I actually won a couple back in my heyday. I won 2 in a row. The last 2 that I ever participated in. I absolutely loved playing Rome 2. And in general, the Total War series of games is one that the battles I find incredibly enjoyable. I'm looking forward to bringing it to the stream too. And as I said, I remember when we first made the Discord, I was saying to everyone... Warhammer 3 is a game that I definitely want to play and stream when it comes out in November. So it makes sense to start doing Warhammer content for the channel now, because then it's kind of a natural roll-on from the Warhammer 2 viewership to Warhammer 3. But I also would quite like to do another game on this channel. Don't know what it's going to be yet. I am tempted to make it Kerbal Space Program because I love playing that game as well, but that might be a bit much for me yet. What do we need? We're not going to grow next turn, so we don't have to worry about this stuff, but we need to think about and worry about growth soon. We are going to need to pay for Babylon's gems. We have gems. Let's see how this goes. So 0 happiness right now. Let's see if we get up to 4 or 2. I'm intrigued. Mike Like 98 just subscribed for 1 month. Mike Like 98, thank you very much for the generous subscription. Thank you very much indeed. Don't remember if I've seen you in chat before, but thank you very much. Thank you very much for the sub. Mike gives heart a heart. Thank you. Thank you. That's very generous of you. Well, welcome to the chat. I like 98. Oh, actually, wait. You say that. I haven't seen you in chat, right? But you're the one who messaged me earlier today. Yeah, you are. Oh, Mike. There we go. Yeah, I was having a Mike private message me on Twitch a little while back. Said, hey man, my friend and I have really been enjoying your videos. We beat Deity for the first time recently, so congrats Mike Like and Mike's friend. And we're having fun doing Cult versus Deity team games. Just wanted to say your explanations are phenomenal and keep up the good work. So thank you very much for Mike. I hope you didn't mean... I hope you didn't mind me airing your private message, but it was very nice to read. So thank you very much. Yeah, Mike said, nope, you seen my whisper though about your videos. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it took me a moment to sort of switch focus from talking about the game to remembering that we chatted in whisper just earlier today. Booker says, is Warhammer anything like Civ? I guess I could go and find for myself. Don't want to hijack the game, lol. We'll get to it, Mike, in a minute if you've just joined us. Oh, no. Okay, everyone's asking about the rave stream. Let me answer Booker Tini's question about Warhammer, and then we'll get back to what this rave stream is, because it's becoming a bit of a meme. There is a map element to Total War Warhammer. So it's on the basis, there's kind of two sides to Warhammer. There's turn-based strategy game, which is kind of like it's an empire builder, basically. So like Civ is an empire builder. It's an empire builder, not a city builder. And there are cities on a map that you go around and capture by building armies and having agents and things. But it also has a second element of real-time battles. So when you actually get into a battle, everything's turn-based, and then when you battle someone, you can go into a real-time battle where your armies face up against each other, and you deploy your armies and act like a general to play out the war. So really fun. I love that kind of setting. I love the multiplayer battles. I enjoy the campaign map, so I'm looking forward to doing it. Anyway, so Bucatini asked, Mike, please confirm you're subbing for the potential 90s rave. And Mike says, no, you're good. I'm not sure what that is, Bucatini. So the DPN asks, there's a 90s rave. Green Ilex, by the way, do tell me how to pronounce your name properly, Green Ilex. I really want to make sure everyone's name is pronounced correctly. I have a habit of doing it wrong. Says, we want 90s rave now. Yeah, so the point is, I was just explaining to chat a moment ago. So when I was at university... Oh, you said, no, you're good about reading the message. Oh, okay, fair. I know you're good is the sort of thing that I would have said to someone asking me about something I didn't know. That's why I thought. That's kind of funny, though. But yeah, so while I was at university, I said to everyone that I did a bit of amateur DJing. So I used to, for about a year and a bit, I volunteered to do some of the college parties. And Bucatini brought up the subject of trying to have a PCJ rave stream. After which I had to tell him no, because I didn't do rave music. When I DJ'd, I did 90s, noughties, and 10s cheese, which is stuff like, you know, it's like Rick Astley, What Is Love, Bon Jovi, like Pitbull, like, you know, Spice Girls, all of that kind of stuff. Not cool music like David Guetta. As I said, it was like amateur. It was just volunteering. It wasn't like it wasn't anything serious. It was volunteering, and there weren't that many volunteers. So if you volunteered, you got it. But I used to get people, as many people on the dance floor as the people who actually DJ'd for money. So I was pretty pleased by that. The EPN says, "Wow, sign me up." Green Ilex says, "Green Ilex is fine." Great, cool. Thanks for letting me know. Are you going to reveal to me in like 3 weeks' time that it's actually pronounced differently, and you've been misleading me the whole time? I'm kind of worried about that. We only got 2 happiness from trading for that gems. That's unfortunate. But I guess 2 is better than 0. No need threaten borders with Morocco now. Let's boot him out. We probably should have kept it, actually. Morocco's doing badly, you know. Well, actually, they're not. Actually, yeah, they are. They're not, because 3 cities, 55 pop is actually really good. That's benchmark. England's doing well, 6 cities, 67 pop. That's about benchmark as well. Spain is 4 cities, 52 pop, so they're falling behind benchmark, probably just about. We've got an observatory in here now too, so we're up to 234 science, pretty good. And in one turn, we get the cattle here as well. We need a garden ASAP, and the workboat done in the cap. Let's think about the bank now. I mean, I say think about it, we're going to build a bank. Temple done here, garden required. So, oh, okay. We got blocked by this Indonesian caravel. And we got blocked by this trireme. And we can send this workboat out as well. What's this worker going to do? Expanding to any more tiles? Not now, but there's... I mean, the only tiles we're going to want to improve... Or, no, we don't actually need to improve any more of these tiles. So, we can bring this worker over. Mike Clark says, oh, in that case, I'm subbing for the 90s rave. Oh, dear. I feel the peer pressure coming. Does anyone else feel the peer pressure coming? We need a stables, I think, here in Amsterdam. I think you've just made Booker's day. Oh, fine, we'll do open borders Morocco. And we need this workshop. We need a university up ASAP in Utrecht. Got an artist ready for when we're building factories or public schools. We were trading iron to porcelain tower goes turn 198. Kinda ridiculous.
أكيد.
And we've border grown to that cattle, which is perfect. I want to get a trading post up in this jungle. We've got more than enough food in Delft, so we don't need to maintain it as a civil service farm. We can just turn it straight into a trading post. Choose host. I guess Babylon is host with their 12 votes already. Mike Like says, did you manage to grab Petra in the cap, or did Deity grab it? Yeah, so unfortunately Deity grabbed it. Built by Ahmedan Mansour in Rabat. I don't even know when it went. It just wasn't ever there when I got round to building it, sadly. Then these fishing boats around. We've got this cargo that we want to send from Bratislava, probably. We need to improve some more tiles. Let's get this trading post up. Amsterdam is ready to grow. And then we need to work our university slots to make sure we... Really, Coventry? Great. They're going to get our regional as well, because we can't buy it. But yeah, the Deity AI grabbed it. I've only ever got Petra once in a Deity game, and that's because it was still sitting around on about turn 55 or 50. I mean, the game's up on the YouTube channel, actually. It's the Zulu game. It was kind of ridiculous. Or, no, it wasn't the Zulu game. It was a... Who was it? Who do we play now? I forget who we were playing on that game, actually. I don't remember. We spawned next to Shaka, and Petra was still there on about turn 55. So I was like, YOLO, let's build it. I clicked it, and then a couple of turns later, Shaka declared war on me, and I was like, well, the game's over anyway, so might as well just continue building Petra. But Shaka never once moved a unit into my land, and so we were able to just peace, and somehow I got Petra on about turn 65 or something. It's the only time I've ever got Petra on Deity. Utrecht for food, yes please. We still need more gold. We've got a couple more tiles that we need. We should probably think about a musician's guild if we need culture. We have a scientist as well now. Let's move these workboats out. We want to get another workboat as well in Rotterdam. Let's grab one more. There's our scientist. Amsterdam grew. Utrecht grew. Utrecht really needs that workshop. We'll get there. Slowly but surely, and sleep this scientist in Rotterdam. We need to work these scientists, the university slots in here now. Garden in 2 turns, and then we should get a stable. And we need to work that cattle. We don't want to work it yet anyway, but soon we can work it. Actually, we do want to work it like that. Trading posts everywhere. Delft is going to grow. I mean, it doesn't have a single tile better to work apart from that. I guess the sea tile, so we work that. Bratislava's got something to grow too. Here's a nice point, by the way. So our next population point in Bratislava is going to be free. That is because of our aristocracy and tradition, +1 happiness for every 10 citizens in a city. And yes, so that applies on the 10th citizen every time your city grows. Unfortunately, the growth in Delft is going to send us unhappy. We've got rationalism open now, so we don't actually want to do that. Really, I just got in the water by mistake. We really need to get allies with Kuala Lumpur. We're 78 behind Babylon now, though. So I don't think we're ever doing that. And this is production to Utrecht. Colosseum in 1 turn, perfect. Let's see. So Green Idix now says, quick, someone tell me what Civ to play in my own Deity game whilst watching. Oh, nice. Bukatini says Egypt or Persia. Let's see. Yeah, so I kind of like the I like Egypt or Persia actually. Never done Persia. TY says Green Knight. It's okay. Yeah. Have fun playing the Persia game. Persia's a really nice civ. I had a really fun Deity game on stream playing as Persia. I mean the unique bank replacement is super good because it's happiness on a building that already gives you gold. So really nice. Their golden ages give you extra movement, which is perfect. So Persia's a really nice civilization. But yeah, so anyway, Mike, when talking about the Petra dream on Deity, was saying, Lamau, the same thing happened to me literally yesterday. I assume that was actually spawning next to Shaka, but he invaded me and killed me. Yeah, Shaka does that. He most often does that. I really never got why he didn't come in and invade us, but he did. But he didn't, so that was that really. Suggested Germany with barbs turned off. Yeah, that's a bit mad. Yeah, Booker says, Persia amazing. Try to get Chichen Itza. On Deity, it's very hard to get Chichen Itza, but if you manage it, kudos to you. We need Circus Maximus. That's 5 turns. We should build it in Rotterdam, because Rotterdam's got plenty of production. We don't really want to be building a lot of national wonders in the capital if we can help it. The Circus Maximus is always a good candidate to not build in the capital if you can find a city with enough production time, which we do. And now we can grow 2 cities and then use up the rest of our happiness. I don't know what we do about Kuala Lumpur at all. We need another ally, but there's no way of getting another one. Vilnius could be that ally when we connect sugar. But we need to give them a gift of gold, which is going to be quite tough. There's not a lot of room for alliances. Hong Kong could give us happiness for getting our own salt back. Bogota's here if we had gold, which we don't. But hey, we're building a bank in the capital, so that might work. Be friends with Poland, that's fine.
Would you be interested in...
No need for open borders with England. They're trying to get us to pay them earlier. Yeah, really need the workshop here. We'll get one soon. After the library, we'll go workshop into university. Delft grew. Yeah, perfect. Delft doesn't need to grow for a little while now. And we are right on the borders of happiness. So, and every odd point in the capital is free as well with tradition. That's how you should think about it. And we've got Rotterdam's going to grow and make us unhappy. So we unfortunately need to avoid growth here. We need to build zoos. And the zoos will actually be worth it for us, so why not? Let's build a zoo. Because we've got no other way of getting the happiness. Actually, we kind of do, because we apparently can buy sugar off Babylon. I didn't realise Babylon was able to settle our regional luxury. How bad is that? Oh, yes, we can buy the sugar. He's got 2. What? Okay. That's sad times for us, but oh well. More gold and food there. And because we've got enough room, we can now grow here. Perfect. We didn't really want to slow growth down just yet. Delft we should probably actually let grow a couple of times because the 20th point will be free in Delft. Green Idox says, what's the average turn you have for science wins on Deity? Oh, we're sorry, Rabbit. So the vast majority of the science wins that I do are below turn 200 on quick game pace. So below turn 300 on standard speed. But you'll often find that you can get into the turn 190s, and if you have a decent 4-city game, you can usually get into the turn 180s as well. Usually. So I would say I'm pretty much always under turn 200 nowadays, unless a game is particularly bad. With good games going below turn 190. And into the 180s or 170s. We've got some turn 160 wins as well on the channel, but that's when you get a lot of good land. Are the zoos needed, or do we need to go for amphitheatres for Hermitage? We definitely need Hermitage. You can't ever start on Hermitage too soon, because buildings will come thick and fast soon. If we can get amphitheatre and opera houses out of the way before schools in our low production cities, that is a big win for us. But I mean, when you're just starting out on Deity or you're not as hardcore as me, to be honest, anything. So I usually say if you can win close to turn 200, like either side, like between turn 205 and less, most of the time you will win the game on Deity. If you're between turn 215 to turn 205, you'll win on Deity a reasonable amount of the time, but be aware that in a decent number of games, there will be a runaway Deity AI that will beat you. And then anything after turn 215, you're starting to run a real danger of getting beaten. Unless you can go around and actually kill the Deity AIs that are trying to win. Mike Like says, is turn 160 to 190 quick game pace? Yeah, so, I mean, I wouldn't put the window like that. I think turn 160 is about the fastest you'll ever go. Someone who follows the channel is someone called Firefly. Likes to try some super fast wins. They've been into the turn 150s on just really rubbish civs. So you can get down into the 150s, and we've done a turn 140 something on this channel with a ridiculous Spain start. But I would say normally your science wins are going to be between about turn 170 when you have good or strong lands, and about turn 195 if you end up being unfortunately given 3 cities on not very good lands. Usually the way it goes. That's kind of what you can aim for. And then depending on how experienced you are on Deity and on Civ and on growing cities and things like that, then it might take you a bit longer because, you know, you just don't have as much experience playing Civ as someone. I mean, I've got 1,850 hours now nearly. So I've experimented with a lot of that. But yeah, so like 160 is way too fast for most people that play. But yeah, I would say that my range is probably between 170 and 195 with the odd game going below and above, depending on how bad things are or whether or not we get dealt a good situation. But for most people, I would say that what you should be realistically aiming for, and like any win, we have to say actually, any win on Deity means you're already a very good Civ player. Let's just put that one there straight out. Any win on Deity means you're already playing Civ really well. So not to worry. Green Alex says, I've got 700 hours on Civ, but recently got into Deity from your YouTube channel. All right, well, nice. Yeah, well, hopefully the YouTube channel is painting a nice picture of Deity difficulty. It's tough, but I quite like the challenge. But yeah, if you've only just started playing Deity, there's no way that you should be expecting to get the sorts of turn times that I've just been talking about. If you can get below turn 200 when you've only just started playing Deity, that's a really good performance. We've got the happiness to grow, and World's Fair is going to pass next turn. So we need to be ready to build the World's Fair, which we are. How's our production? We're 5th right now, quite a long way behind. We should perhaps try and pay for a war. Yeah, we should perhaps try and pay for a war between some of the AI civs, if the World's Fair has passed, which it did. Okay, noted. We need to sell some horses. That's done. And then, so Poland is strong. Are they already at war with Arabia? That's why Arabia is at the bottom, I guess. And we're all the way down here on 80. We've got 80 population on turn 114. That is superb. We probably don't need to pay for a war. The chances of us actually winning the World's Fair are really slim. But I mean, let's start it. We grew here in Utrecht. That's fine. Bratislava grew. We handled that. I mean, we'll see if we can get it won. When's our next artist? 6 turns. And did we build our national epic? We did. So we can actually afford to golden age for the World's Fair and try and win it. We can give it a shot. I don't think we will. The Green Idol says, I only won Deity and Diplomatic. So I only won Deity on Diplomatic and Domination game victory so far. That's actually really good, you know. Diplomatic's a tough victory condition to do, except if you're Venice on Deity difficulty. And Domination actually requires you to play well. So that's a nice job. Science is just as difficult as Domination in my mind. So Squeak is a bully boy. Welcome to the stream. Squeak is a bully boy. Says, what text do you go for after education? Oh, Green Idox says I was Venice. Fair. Right, well, it's still actually impressive as Venice because you still have to have the tech, which is not a foregone conclusion. Actually, as Venice on Deity. But anyway, so Squeak is a bully boy. First of all, welcome to the channel. Says, what text do you go for after education? I'll actually summarize because we're doing it right now. I wonder actually if we do go for factories or whether or not we go for public schools here. It might be nice to go for the science greed route, actually. So maybe let's switch to scientific theory. So first of all, I'll actually explain my tech path before, and then we'll go for after, and then we'll get to Mike's question there in the chat. So my initial tech path, I take pottery if I want to build either a shrine or a granary. Shrine if you've got a faith pantheon. Granary if you've got any granary resources. Otherwise, I usually go animal husbandry first, and then I'll go for pottery, then mining, then all of my luxury techs. Then pick up sailing for the trade route, followed by going towards philosophy for National College. After you go for philosophy for National College, I would usually actually go for engineering, because engineering's got a trade route on it. That's quite nice. And then in a normal game, I actually go metal casting before civil service. And the reason is because everyone tells you to go civil service for the science greed, or for the food greed, because you get food from farms right here. The problem is that by the time you get civil service, if you're growing your cities correctly, you often actually don't have very many, if any, civil service farms actually improved, which basically makes going civil service a waste. However, you can go for workshops instead on metal casting, and workshops are really important because they're a massive boost to your production. Going workshops before civil service and education gets you ahead of your building queue in all of your cities, which is actually a big bonus for making your cities actually good and able to respond and be flexible to the game. And then after I've gone for metal casting, then I go back for civil service because now I'll have had the chance to get the farms built, and then on to education for universities. And so typically I'll almost always go education after workshops, and that's just because on the Brave New World standard maps, typically you're really short on production, and if you go universities before workshops, oftentimes you'll spend so long building a university, you'll end up building your workshops on like turn 100, and your cities will all be miles behind on their production queues. It's really hard. So workshops first for that reason. And then after you get to education, usually what I look at is when is going to be my Renaissance era entry, because you want to make sure to get your Renaissance, you want to make sure that you open rationalism as soon as possible, because adopting it grants plus 10% science, and then secularism is super strong. So once I've done all of that, I look and I say, do I need to enter the Renaissance right now so that my next social policy is rationalism? If yes, then I will go in on acoustics. If not, I will take compass for the trade route sometimes, or I'll try and enter on banking again for the trade route. And that's my typical path. After that, you have the choice of going for public schools or for going for factories. The choice I usually make is, if I've not entered Renaissance via acoustics, I will almost certainly go for industrialization. If I have entered the Renaissance before acoustics, I will make the choice. Have we got enough production to build public schools in a reasonable amount of time? If yes, I'll go schools first. If no, I'll go factories first. Because again, factories works the same way as workshops. They allow you to get ahead of your building queue as opposed to getting miles behind. That's my tech path. After that, it's pretty much just going straight for research labs. And then after research labs, you're just looking to try and get the technologies that you need to meet your win condition. So after research labs, if you're going for diplomatic, your win condition is globalization. If you're going for tourism, your win condition is the internet. If you're going for domination, your win condition is stealth bombers. And if you're going for science, your win condition is all of the parts. And so that's what I do after research labs. That's for a typical Deity game. I must really stress though that not all games end up like that, and you should stay rather flexible. I don't like being prescriptive about one specific path. But that is my standard path, and then I deviate from that based on the game situation and state. So, going on to Mike's... So, what should we do? So, Mike, I'll hold on to your question because Bucatini's mentioned a follow-up comment that I want to do right now. Squeaky's Bully Boy says, okay, thanks. No worries, Squeak. If you have any more questions, do feel free to ask them to me, like ask away. Well, we also have a Discord where you can ask... We've got a channel called Ask PCJ Law. You can post any of your questions in there as well. If you have Discord, you can join the Discord and pop any of your questions in Ask BCJ Law. Discord's coming up in just a minute. Nightbot's going to give the link. But Bucatini says, it's interesting. I'm pretty sure you're talking about tradition, but the pathing you're speaking about with casting over education is my Liberty plays. I usually go unis before workshops on tradition because I want that science earlier and I don't find my building queues too bad. I feel unis earlier are more important on multiplayer too. That's actually all. Big Boy on Crack asks, are you in the medieval era yet? We're actually in the Renaissance era. It's an interesting assessment, Bucatini, but the general thinking in the multiplayer world is actually a little bit different. So first and foremost, you're correct that metal casting before civil service and education is also a Liberty play. It's Liberty doesn't need civil service as badly as tradition does, because if you've got more cities, you benefit from the growth, but from the fact that the less population you have on your city, it's easier to grow population. So Liberty doesn't desperately need the growth that much. Also, because Liberty tends to be really struggling for happiness and always on the brink, that extra food is barely worth it, because all it means is you go unhappy faster and you would have got to those population points anyway. So yeah, I totally agree. Casting over education for Liberty, but you say unis before workshops on tradition because you want that science earlier and you don't mind, and you don't find your building queues being too bad. So it's not that they're too bad, it's that they maintain flexibility often. So if you go unis before workshops, then it's a perfectly fine thing to do. But one, you can end up with a city like Delft. If Delft goes unis before workshops, its hopes of building amphitheaters like, you know, a zoo and an opera house, or a zoo or an opera house before schools goes completely out the window. And you just sort of, you're not like behind in your queues, but you don't get all of those nice to haves. So you end up having to give up quite a lot of temples, markets, amphitheaters, zoos, stables, gardens, all of those nice to have buildings that really do improve your empire. You end up giving them up a lot. And the gain that you get is by building a university, which is plus 33% science, which is actually quite strong. But building them that early, you often don't work the scientist slots either. And you don't actually, here's the trick, you don't actually need to work your scientist slots so early to get the maximum number of great scientists, or more than enough great scientists that you need on a tradition style empire. Usually, if you can start working your scientist slots by turn 100, you're fine, even if you don't have gardens. So that is usually what I say. Make sure to get my universities built in around about the turn 90 to turn 95 mark, ready for me to get my slots in by around about turn 100. And you can usually then actually get the correct number of, or as many scientists as you need in the end game to win anyway. But you know, you get everything that you need by about turn 170. And the exchange is to maintain the strengths of getting ahead of your building queue. Because if you go unis first, you don't build workshops until about turn 100 or turn 110. Because so much other important stuff comes up as well, and it gets you further and further behind. Whereas if you go workshops fast, you get them built turn 80, and you get like 25 to 30 turns more of that boosted production. And your unis don't actually end up being that much later, maybe like 5 turns or something. So it's kind of that's why I prefer workshops first. And actually on multiplayer, workshops first is even more important, because that gives you the flexibility to go on the offense or to be on the defense in terms of war. If you go unis first and you get a ward, your game is done. And if you go unis first and you decide you need war, your game is done, because you're going to be so far behind your production queues. You might win the war, but you'll find that you won't get any guilds. You'll end up spending 25 turns producing units, and your cities will have no buildings at the end of it, and it means you won't be able to turn around and sim afterwards. So workshops is not about being able to get what you need, it's about having the flexibility then to get all of the frills on top. That's where going workshops first is really valuable. And it also allows you to generate an engineer to go grab one of the highly valuable Renaissance world wonders. Whereas if you don't go workshops first, you'll never get one. So that's why I like it. But yeah, Bucatini says, I mean, I hardly ever get amphitheaters, opera houses, or zoos, not with any urgency at least. Exactly. But especially in some of your low production cities, having a workshop can be the difference between getting your zoo when you need the happiness, or getting an opera house soon enough that you don't end up getting your hermitage completed on turn 170. And instead you can get it completed on turn 130. So they can make big differences. That's why I like it. Anyway, after that, we'll go back to Mike Like 98's question. Says, I know this is off topic, but I have a question about great person saving. It's never on topic. It's never off topic. We're always doing it. Says, is it ever worth it to stockpile great scientists and then pop them at the end of the game when they're worth like 7,000 science? Or do they not scale like that? I'm not sure how the math works out. Having plus 10 science on a tile for 300 turns, standard speed, plus science modifiers versus the raw science pop at the end of the game. Yeah, so the mathematics of this is actually quite simple. If you generate a really early one by getting a really early university in your capital and working the slots, the plant is often a good choice. And it's a good choice because you need to think about how much the plant is worth of your total science. So if you say we're on benchmark on turn 100 and we've got 50 population on a 4-city empire, the academy gives you 6. What does it do? Yeah, the academy gives you... Does it give you 6 or does it give you 8 science? I don't even know how much it gives you anymore. Yeah, so it gives you like 6 or 8 science. And so if you compare that to your 50 population, you got libraries, I guess, which means that you're acting like 75. And then... Oh, it's 10, I think, says Mike. Interesting. Maybe does it scale with era? I remember exactly what it is. If anyone knows, say... Maybe it's 10 on... No, it's going to be the same yield on quick or standard speed. I forget. If it's 10, it's even more compelling, actually. If anyone knows, do let me know. I'm going to quickly cycle it and see. It's plus 8 right now, so we're going to take it as plus 8. So we look at the plus 8, and the plus 8 is worth about... it's worth about 5 population points worth of science. Yes, 8 says Bucatini. So plus 5 population points worth of science, and it's actually worth a little bit more than 5. That's actually 10% of your science output at that point in time. Mike says, I've definitely hovered 10 yield academies, but I'm not sure what modifier to hit them. Yeah, it's 8 then to 10. Thanks, it's abstinence. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you gain yield. Yeah, plus 2 from an academy at Atomic Theory. Yeah, so at turn 100, if you're on benchmark on 4 cities, it's plus 10% science. That's totally worth it. Plant it, take plus 10% science. It'll pay itself back. So typically, if it's about... and turn 100 is right on the borderline. It depends how fast you expect to win. It's not worth planting at turn 100 if you're going to win on turn 170. But if your science games tend to last till about turn 195 or longer on quick speed, so longer than about turn 270 on standard, then planting would certainly be worth it on, say, turn 150 standard speed and below, or turn 100 quick speed and below, because it's plus 10% boost to your science. It's like opening rationalism. And you do get to carry that through the game. And so if you get it on turn like 90, that is prime time for plant. After that, though, it is no longer worth planting. 100% sure. It's worth holding on to. And that is just because it doesn't pay itself back fast enough. It's not a big enough proportion of your overall science research speed to be worth planting, to pay itself back in time over just saving it for a late game bulb. Because, yeah, wait, the plant itself gives plus 10% boost to science. No, it doesn't, Mike. No. But it's worth 8 science, and that is worth about 5 population points in terms of... So population equals science. You get one... With a library, you get 1.5 science per population. So I'm comparing it to the amount that you would get from population. So if you're on benchmark, and I have some benchmarks on the YouTube channel on our food guide video, that would be about 50 population by turn 100 on quick speed. And so 50 population, if you plant a academy that's worth 5 populations worth of science, then 5 out of 50 is 10%. So there we go. Plus 2 with scientific theory and plus 2 with atomic theory. Nice. So it can go up to 12 actually. So that is the mathematics. So it's plus 10% science, which is just about enough to plant it. I would typically recommend only planting if it's before turn 100 on quick or turn 150 on standard. But that plant can be strong if you've generated an early scientist like that. If you're not within that window, don't plant. Not worth it. And it's actually not worth bulbing it immediately as well. After that, and there's some interesting mathematics on this as well. The question now is, when is it worth it to bulb the scientists? And the general rule of thumb is you bulb them once you've been 8 turns after research labs. So you bulb it after 8 turns after research labs, and this applies to both standard and quick game pace. On standard game pace, your scientist bulb is worth the last 8 turns of science? Something like that, on average. And on quick game pace, your scientist bulb is worth the last 8 turns worth of science average multiplied by 5/8 or something stupid like that. So on both quick and standard, it is most efficient to bulb your scientists the moment you have reached 8 turns after completing the last research lab that to be built in your empire. That's important. And so that is kind of, those are the two scales. So you either plant if it's before turn 100 quick or turn 150 standard, or you hold until 8 turns after research labs and just basically ignore doing anything with them in between. There's no benefit. There is, however, a caveat, and it's interesting to note now. So someone's done the mathematics, and it actually turns out that as long as you bulb your great person, once you've got secularism and once you've got free thought, as long as bulbing your scientist gets you a whole scientist's bulb towards the next science technology, it's actually worth it to bulb a scientist before you finished your research labs. So, for example, right now, if we were to bulb our scientist, it would get us a full scientist bulb faster to scientific theory. And that means that right now, bulbing the scientist would actually be worth it. And it's worth it because basically the 5 turns, the 6 or 5 turns faster or sooner of having the tech, and therefore getting the building built that much faster, actually pays back the science that you lose from the bulb. Plus, you get to work the specialist slots 5 or 6 turns sooner. And so that is how it pays itself back. But it only pays itself back if you do it once you have both secularism and free thought. Because you're going to have both of those by the time you're 8 turns after research labs. It does not pay itself back if you don't have both of secularism and free thought. So, just an interesting note. So typically, yeah, plant if you generate it before turn 100 quick or turn 150 standard. Plant is okay. Of course, the earlier the better. However, once you're outside of that window, it's best just to save them until 8 turns after research labs. Until 8 turns after research labs, and that's when you get the maximum value. But you can bulb in the in-between period as long as you have both free thought and secularism, and it gets you a whole scientist's bulb faster to your science buildings, and then you immediately switch to building those science buildings in every city. Thank you. That's when it's better. Mike says, "Lol, sorry for derailing the game. Thank you for the help. I'll post long questions to the Discord." Lol. No, that's perfectly fine. Yeah. You can always ask on stream. Like, that's what we're here for. We like to... This is interesting stuff for everyone else who's watching as well, so I don't mind asking that question at all. So, yeah, not good. Very good question. It's a good in-detail chat. And, yeah, a caviar pog. It's Green Idix. Yeah, that's quite a strong pog, isn't it? Caviar pog. Nice. But, yeah, love how the game has taken a backseat to this theory lesson. There's a quiz at the end. There won't be a quiz, but it's actually really interesting stuff for you to know in terms of bulbing. But yeah, did we miss anything else? No, so it was just everyone else dealing out the advice. So nice. Okay, yeah, so +2 is scientific theory, +2 atomic theory. And yeah, Booker says there's other modifiers too. New Deal gives +4 and Korea gets a +2. Yeah, exactly, so that happens too. Yeah, PCJ Lord Pog, nice. Alright, time to get back to the game then. Look, we didn't even put a turn into the World's Fair yet. Let's do it. How are we doing then? 18% complete, 148. We've actually got a shot at this.
Hello.
We actually do have a shot. We birthed another writer. This is the strength of we built a really early garden and national epic, and we're seeing the strength of that right now because that's allowing us to generate loads of extra writers. It's something that I've gotten away from a bit in my games, and something I wanted to return to is going for those super early gardens and national epics, because they make a huge difference in terms of your cultural great person generation particularly. And it doesn't sound important, but having those extra great artists to spawn for golden ages, and having those extra writers to get you extra social policies is a really big deal in super fast science victories. But in general, it opens more strategies up to you in multiplayer as well, because it makes your culture actually decent and good, and you don't have to have a game-long cultural ally, which is what we're doing right now. And it's especially valuable when you're 5 cities like we are, because 5 cities is tough for culture. Like Vegetable says, early World's Fair is often easy. Only late game stuff is harder when the AI is expanded to 20 cities. Yeah, very true. Very true. Up to 42% now. We might just get it. Depends. If we get 2 turns of production, we might get it. So we're going to try for it. We can't really afford to work the iron. I think we need to work this food here. That's fine. Not too worried about it. But yeah, thanks, Veg. Black Vegetable knows a lot about these intricacies. Stuff I have yet to master. And Big Boy says, which civs can use, or asks, which civs can use religion? Every civilization is allowed to found a religion. Only Byzantium gives you bonuses for actually having a religion. But Byzantium, weirdly, is... Actually, yeah, I mean, Black Vegetable was right. I could probably max production for these 2 turns. I mean, why not? We could do that. Something like this, maybe. Let's give it a go. Let's see how it works. Bucatini says, take a sip of your beverage. Thank you very much, Bucatini. Thanks for keeping me hydrated. My girlfriend is also complicit in that. But so every civ can use a religion. The only difference is that there is a limit to how many civilizations can have a religion in a game of Civilization 5 because this is team effort, lol. Yeah, it is. My girlfriend's loving it right now. She's got a big smile on her face. Only about 2/3 of the civilizations in the game will be allowed to found a religion. A religion is not for everybody. It's only allowed for the first 4 civs on a quick game pace game. And is it 5 or is it 6 on a standard game pace game? I don't remember, but not everybody is allowed to found one. Once a certain number of religions being founded, no more religions are allowed to be founded. Everyone's allowed, but once a certain amount are gone, you can't found anymore. But yeah, I guess we'll max production for a couple of turns. Research agreement with Morocco. No, we want a research agreement with Poland. Cool. Byzantium is not a very good civilization, though. As Byzantium, if you're going to use it, I recommend continuing to roll until you get a really high faith start. Just redoing the map over and over again until it works.
Saludos.
We can trade cotton for horses still. And we can trade cocoa for iron and a horse. No, doesn't it want any more? Oh, because he only wants iron. So, 4 iron and 1 GPT. 3 iron and 3 GPT maybe, or like 4, something like that. Okay. And then we need to go get this from Poland. It's 3, it's 1, and then it's 2. The ivory. Perfect. So that's everything again. We're up to 3 happiness. Delft is good. How are we doing? We might just sneak it. We'll have to see. We're pretty much max productioning everywhere. We can do this for a turn. Keep waiting with some of these workers. Lots of gold, which is perfect. I almost want to work this tile now. Let's see if we get it. We need to make sure we got something queued up behind every city, which we do. Oh, we did win it. Nice. Wow, that's going to be really quite revolutionary for the game. So immediate secularism, and then immediate humanism, which is perfect. Turn 118 humanism. Nice stuff. And we'll be able to enter a golden age almost straight away afterwards as well, which is going to be great. And we need a university next. Greenardo says, Byzantium is my favourite civ, but doesn't feel competitive enough. Every civilization is competitive, first and foremost. If you're once you're experienced in terms of deity, you can win deity with any civilization. That's the first thing that I will say. You don't need anything with special bonuses. The problem with Byzantium is that they have a ability which benefits them for having a religion, but they have absolutely no way to help them to get a religion. And so Byzantium, first of all, their abilities don't really synergize. They're unique. Dromon and the unique Horseman, while they're nice units, they're pretty difficult to use effectively on both deity and multiplayer. And so it just tends to be that nothing about Byzantium synergizes. And the worst thing about it is that, one, not only can you lose a religion, and two, if you want to go hard for a religion when you don't have a religious start, that can be pretty game breaking. That can ruin your game just for trying to do that by trying to build something like Stonehenge. But also, they don't even have a start bias except for the fact that they have to be coastal. And that's actually a problem because civilizations with no start bias, they'll get assigned the land last. And what that means basically is that everyone with a start bias gets assigned a bit of land first because they need to meet their start bias. And then everyone without a start bias goes last. And what that tends to mean is that you get left with what's left, which means that on average your starts tend to be worse because you get the what's left land as opposed to priority on certain good land. So Byzantium tends to struggle. It's not a good civilization really. There's no synergy and they don't even have a start bias. So they tend to get really, really terrible starts. It's a bit of a meme in the multiplayer community how bad playing Byzantium is. Not only because of the fact that nothing about them synergizes, but the fact that they tend to get terrible starts every time you play them. So yeah, it's one to remember when you're thinking about a no start bias civ. Yeah, Byzantium, and because Byzantium's got a coastal bias, coastal cities tend to be quite flat anyway. And so Byzantium is like the last to choose coastal civilization, which means that Byzantium always gets that flat garbage coastal start. Yeah, it's got a coastal bias. Yes, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's got a coastal bias, but nothing else. And so it just tends to always get that flat garbage coastal start because it's kind of last in the pecking order. And it's the same with other civilizations that just have a flat coast bias. They have the same problem. But those other civilizations have more synergistic abilities to help them out, whereas Byzantium really gives you nothing. But yeah, so anyway, Squeak is a bully boy asked, is it worth taking an extra turn to get on the coast at the start? Yes, absolutely. Typically, moving one turn for an improved start is always better. And the interesting thing about coast, and we can actually demonstrate it with our game here. Our capital, we actually spawned on this desert tile with our cap right now. And we moved to the coast, even though we didn't see any sea resources. And we moved to the coast because on the Brave New World base maps, the map generator tends to produce a lot of squiggly and snaky continents, a lot of thin continents, and a lot of land which doesn't contain much river. And the combination between all of these things means that if you spawn and you see coast on turn 0 after moving your warrior, yes, you should always move your warrior first before settling. If you spawn and you see coast after moving your warrior, you should almost always move to it. Because what it means is that 1, you're going to get a capital that's like 2 turns off the coast, and 2, there is a high probability that at least 1, but probably 2 expansions are both going to be naturally on the coast. That's going to be their best position for them. And it's just so much more synergistic to have your capital on the coast as well, when your expansions are already going to be on the coast. Because your capital is usually the city that builds 2 of the first 3 or 4 trade routes that you're going to be building. And so when you're on the coast, you want those to be cargo ships. But if your capital is inland and all of your expansions on the coast, that's a big problem because it means that you can't build cargo ships in the capital. Not only that, but cargo ships are so incredible that whenever you get the chance to have them, you want to have them. So if you spawn, you move your warrior on turn 0, you see the coast, you need to look at what you're going to give up to move to the coast. But if it barely costs you anything to move the coast, you basically have to do it because your expansions will probably be naturally want to be on the coast. Getting your capital on the coast with coastal expansions is super, super powerful and often necessary. If your capital is inland and some of your expansions are on the coast and you're playing multiplayer, that makes your expansions prime candidates for getting burnt down if you look to be game leader. So yes, it takes a bit of judgment, but in general, you should move to the coast more often than you think you should if you see coast on turn 0. Just make sure you're not giving up anything big. Usually I like to make sure I keep at least one of my luxuries when I'm moving to the coast, and at least have a growth tile, and that's what we had here. We actually didn't see any growth tiles anyway, but moving to this coast gave us these 2 food tiles right here to make it worthwhile. And you don't even need a coastal luxury to move to the coast, just as long as you're going to have decent land even though you do move. Zoo done here, that was useful. Windmill's not really worth it. A stable because it's a turn. an amphitheatre because a musicians guild. We need the slots. Circus Maximus done. We should start building amphitheatres and opera houses. Stables done here. We don't need the zoo yet. We should build... Oh, we're starving. I didn't notice that. Let's go back to doing this then. This seems good. Stables done here. We need to start work on amphitheatres and opera houses. So we'll get to work on those in every city. Utrecht's going to be a bit behind, but we can probably justify doing it after the university, perhaps. But yeah, that's the explanation of whether or not you should move to the coast. The answer is more often than you think you should. Because of how strong cargo ships are when used for internal food or internal production. Bratislava is certainly way better for it. We also made room for Amsterdam. If we hadn't moved to the coast, we wouldn't have had room for Amsterdam. And I mean, how do we fit an inland empire with land like this? Rotterdam is only worthwhile because, well, actually, I mean, Rotterdam's worthwhile whatever the weather. But for example, something like Utrecht is only worthwhile because we have other coastal cities, and Delft is made better by the fact that we can send cargo ships to the capital. Otherwise, we might just struggle a bit if this was all an inland empire and it works so much better as a coastal one. So this is really a good case in point. We could do with that jungle 8 turns to border growth, so let's sit in it and wait. We should go back to working food now. Now that we're done with World's Fair. Oh man, this tile is so bad. Just flat nothing, it's just faith. But we don't have any more tiles to work, so I guess we carry on. Here we're fine. We're actually going to grow in one, so use the production focus trick. Here we got some time, here we got some time. Perfect. We almost actually want production. Let's take that out. Not work faith. We can use Jesuit education for public schools, by the way. That's another reason that we're greeding schools right now, because the AI of Byzantium Babylon spread us Jesuit education, so we can use Jesuit to buy public schools. And that gets round the issue of the reason you wouldn't go for schools before factories is if you don't have much production. Being able to buy public schools gets you around that issue. We've got secularism now. And because we've got secularism, we should go to every city. And everywhere we're working a hill, we should work a workshop slot. And you want to do that because you get science and production, as opposed to just production. And the science is worth more. Amphitheatre done, onto opera houses. You'll see that we can put 2 turns into an opera house now before going to scientific theory. Something like this would not be possible if we'd gone for unis before workshop in this city. We would have barely even got an amphitheatre half built if we'd gone unis before workshops. But because we went workshops before unis, Delft is now able to put 2 turns into an opera house before we get to schools. Make sure we're doing everything we can in terms of slots, which we are. I just want to make sure we're working max science, because sometimes I forget for a couple of turns. Our golden age is nearly done, but we should be able to get another golden age from the World's Fair 500 golden age points in a minute. Let's go put this worker out there in the jungle and keep waiting. The longbow in Coventry. How far away? We're still 59 influence from that city-state ally. Ideology adopted. Babylon's already gone freedom on turn 119. Wow. Gold from Casimir ended. We need to do that again. England's got gold. We don't want England's gold, though. We want to take the gold from Gajamada, if possible. Wow, Babylonian freedom already. Babylon's going to be challenging us for statue, which means I'm not sure. Yeah, so we got a golden age triggered in -2 turns because of those excess golden age points from winning the World's Fair. So we'll have that golden age triggered. We can put 1 turn into an opera house here, a turn into an opera house here before we go for public schools. And in fact, we can Jesuit out, probably 2. Maybe even all 3 in Amsterdam, Bratislava and Rotterdam. So we can probably actually continue to build those opera houses and get ahead of the building queue. We need amphitheatres and opera houses in the capital anyway. So here is our World's Fair Golden Age. Perfect. And Jesuit education is 260. We actually save more turns if we Jesuit in our expansions. is it's only 3 turns in the capital. So let's just build a 3-turn one in the cap and Jesuit in our 2 expands that have got it. Like that. And then we can work the school slot. That's fine. Oh man, it's hard to get the school slot worked here. We'll have to give up a workshop. Yeah, this city just desperately needs to work all of these tiles. We can't afford to work the workshop as well. That's fine though. It's okay. Citrus from Nebuchadnezzar Nazar ended. Citrus for salt was the trade. We got a new spy recruited. We should put that in a city-state. 77 away from Vilnius. 73 away from Hong Kong. But Vilnius is friendly, so we get more for our money. So drop this in Vilnius. What's Babylon's science like? 57. Did they enter the modern era? Babylon did enter the modern era, and they've got freedom too already. Man, we're going to be challenged for Statue of Liberty. We need to work our Musicians Guild for even more culture now. Utrecht grew. Yeah, just a couple of turns and we'll have that uni done. Use research. We probably do want to enter through radio. Or no, if we're going for statue, we really shouldn't. We should just go for industrialization here and get factories built. Let's sleep all of these workers that have got nothing to do. So at the end of this golden age, we can bulb our writers. We pretty much know at this point 136 is the best that we're going to get. Spain. Now that we've got gold, it's probably worth it to take. Oh, Guren says, hello, how's it going? Welcome to the stream, Guren. Says, what do we have today? We're currently going 5 City Netherlands on... It's on continents map. They're kind of interesting. We actually have coal. We've won the RNG battle. We have a node of coal. Perfect. That's for the capital. We've been spread Jesuit education by Babylon, and we actually have reasonable faith per turn. So we're making a little bit of use of that, which is quite nice. Trade away sugar here. And we can get started on factories. So we'll do that for sure. Where are we building opera houses? Here we should be building a school and a factory. Almost factory before school. Here we can go factory. In the cap, we want to build a factory after the school. And over here, we can build a school and then a factory because we're ahead of our building queue. And we can go pop those 2 specialists into university slots. But yes, welcome to the stream, Gurren. So it's currently 5 City Netherlands game. Not doing too bad. We've got 2 spare coal that we can sell to some AI. We should probably sell it to Babylon. 2 for 74. And then if we wait about 3 turns, we'll be able to get a research agreement again with them. And now we should tech towards... Probably should try and tech towards statue, just in case we want it. Because we need to beat Babylon there. If we want to go freedom. We might go autocracy. And again, if we're going autocracy, we don't want to be going for radio first either. In fact, we want to be skipping electricity for Prora. If we want to go autocracy. But order could be good here. Factory science would be quite nice. 5 cities, it means that order is actually okay for us right now. And actually, in that circumstance, maybe we do consider order. That could be quite good. Because we are 5 cities, and we can use it to build the factory in Delft. And we can just take it in 8 turns. Yeah, let's do that, actually. We can use it to build the factories in Delft and Utrecht. So let's aim for order this game. It's quite nice, and factory science will help. Squeaky's the Bully Boy asks, which ideology has the best building? 100% freedom. So you'll often see on this channel, our ideologies in order of which ones we take are freedom. Probably maybe like 70% of the time or 60% of the time. Then autocracy, the remaining about 30% of the time. And then order, that last 10%. And the reason is because freedom is so good. Freedom is incredibly good because of a couple of policies in it. First of all, it's strong because you get the great person generation. Avant-garde. But its real synergy lies in 3 things. Civil society. +1 food from each specialist. Universal suffrage. +1 happiness for each specialist, I think. No, is it for every 2 specialists you get +1 happiness or something like that? And Statue of Liberty, +1 production for every specialist. Those 3 combined are so synergistic, and each of them on their own are incredible. And you get all 3 as freedom. So freedom is incredibly powerful. Statue of Liberty is one of the very best wonders in the game, let alone the best ideology wonder. Then the next best ideology wonder is Prora, because Prora gives you happiness for every 2 social policies that you have. So Prora is good for happiness. And then finally, the worst ideology wonder by a long way is the Order ideology wonder, Kremlin. And that's because it does nothing. I mean, it gets a free social policy, so it's okay. But plus 50% production when building armor units is rubbish. The problem is that autocracy is best for doing war with armor units, but Order gives you the production bonus towards armor units. So Kremlin is very meh indeed. You build it because the free social policy is worth it. And I guess you get the armor unit building, but yeah, it's not. Kremlin is not good. Prora is a strong wonder. Statue of Liberty might be the best wonder in the game, behind Hubble Space Telescope and Temple of Artemis and Notre Dame. And then, yeah, Autocracy. And then, yeah, no, it's not great. But yeah, Bucatini says, interesting. Order definitely seems less taken, so let's see how it goes. Indeed, that's what I'm feeling like today. We don't do Order often, so we can do Order now. Bucatini says, unhappiness from Specialist is halved. And I think it's longer Golden Ages for universal suffrage. Yes, yeah. So unhappiness from Specialist is halved, so it's basically plus. You get half a happiness back per Specialist, and you get 50% longer Golden Ages. Very good. Very good. Is freedom. It's not even really worth doing a lot here. So that's why you find us going freedom 60% of the time on the channel. Then autocracy 30% of the time when you fancy doing war, because autocracy is incredible for war. And then order the last 10% when we don't fancy war, but that freedom just wouldn't be quite as good. I am actually a bit torn right now. If we're going order, then we should probably go for fertilizer. But honestly, we don't need fertilizer. We're already at 86 population. We'll be at benchmark without the help of fertilizer. So I'm pretty sure fertilizer is the wrong choice here, and that we should run straight for labs. At which point, if we're running straight for labs, we should take electricity to find aluminium and maybe to build a couple of hydro plants. There goes Indonesian order. That's fine. I don't know if that stops us from going for order or not. In fact, because we don't know, we'll click metallurgy, because we might now be going autocracy. Our culture's good though, so we can afford to go for order here. It will actually almost time with when we're doing our Golden Age stuff. So Utrecht grew, yeah, just about the food. And Delft grew, yeah, so it's doing what it can. We need 1 food to grow here. So we should just actually go and work the science for a turn. We need 0.2. We need 3. We can't get 3. That's okay then. Trading post. Don't know what these Moroccan units are doing. There's a hill here to improve. No, that lumber mill's not being expanded to, and we actually desperately need it. Oh, damn it. I wanted a research agreement with Babylon. Let's actually just get a gold advance. 3 for 63. Because it's going to be, and then 1 for another 25, 1 for another 21 even. Let's get a gold advance. Oh, we need another 1 for 21. I want to make sure we get this as soon as possible. We still need 8, okay. Because the research agreement's going to be important, and that's worth a lot of science to us. But Bucatini says, I've been messing with autocracy commerce games as of late. It's been fun to be able to get your whole bomber stack in a single turn. Yeah, it's really cool. Grin says, nice. The mountain's giving you comfy area to settle in the beginning. Yeah, it is actually. So we haven't had really any AI desires of our land. Morocco has desired them a bit, but that appears to have gone away after we got friends with them. They would declare war on England if we wanted it. Not sure we want to do that right now. Growing the cap, that's fine. Oh, we need to work the public school slot. I think we just finished building that in fairness. And 6 turns for factories. So we should probably look to bulb our writers in 6 turns, and that way we can actually still salvage order if we do it like that. I don't know what this is. Like, is it a war deck? I know. Probably not. They're just chilling because they want to move through for some reason. Yeah, then we can make order work if we bulb all of our writers the moment we get ideology. Which seems to synergize quite well with this 5 here. Because we'll be choosing our ideology in 5 turns as well. So I think we can afford to go order as long as we bulb all of our writers then. Which is fine, we want to do that. We should consider whether or not we want to keep the Golden Age going. We don't have any opera houses yet. We probably do want to keep the Golden Age going. If we're not going for freedom, then... yeah, if we're not going for freedom, then we actually can afford to bulb our artists now because we don't lose any Golden Age time. There's no other tree gives you extension to Golden Ages. And since we've got this synergy and we can bulb 2 writers, I think we will then still go for order because factory science is going to be pretty big for us. You can take these furs back off Poland. Get the lumber mill built for Delft. Any more slots to be worked? Yeah, we go. We can work this now. We're getting through things rather fast. Oh. Just being asked. I was looking for a mic stand to get because let me show you right now. My microphone is mounted on a pile of books to get it high enough to get good audio quality for the stream because it needs to be close to your mouth to actually have decent audio quality. Otherwise, you pick up a lot of noise. And so that's what I've done with the mic right now. It's mounted on a lot of books. And I was going to get a microphone stand, but there's an offer right now. If you're in the UK and you have an American Express card, there's an offer that allows you to get £5 free if you spend £20 on Amazon. So the mic stand I wanted to mount this on a mic stand was £18. We needed to find £2 worth of stuff on Amazon. My girlfriend's just found something. That's good. And Bucatini says, which mic did you go for? So this is a Blue Snowball Ice. So I was able to afford it out of all of the generous bits and subscriber and Prime sub money that you've all very kindly given to the channel. So this is what I bought with it to upgrade the audio quality for everybody. And hopefully you can really notice the difference. I certainly can. I'm no longer afraid to talk when there's no music. I used to have to use the music to hide the noise from the old mic, and now I don't have to. Bucatini says, I'm pretty sure she could find more than £2 worth. My girlfriend is actually she's very frugal. She's really good at doing that. She doesn't like buying stuff that you don't need. I mean, she does have a bit of a weak spot for a deal, but it's better to have a weak spot for a deal than to have a weak spot over just buying things. So we actually didn't have anything we wanted to buy up until now, but she's just texted me saying that we do. So we're getting the mic stand in time for the next stream. Happy us. If we can find another natural wonder, we can get these allies. And you know what? I was so lazy. I upgraded this to go explore the world, and I never bothered to explore the world. How stupid, how silly is that? We should also get a scout or a horseman out to do that. Maybe in Rotterdam, if it's got a little bit of time, build another caravel. But yeah, my girlfriend's very good at finding deals and stuff. She actually contemplated starting her own YouTube channel around kind of tricks and tips of just how to make use of like free stuff and like all that sort of stuff, but she never got around to it. We've finally been spread our religion in Delft. We can't afford to Jesuit it now, but that's fine. We'll save the Jesuit education for research labs. And we need to actually work the science in Amsterdam because we have an observatory there. Amsterdam really needs... It doesn't even need fertilizer. It just desperately needs food, like a caravan. Girl says she probably shouldn't. The CIA capitalist agents will go for her. Lol. Yeah, I mean, it might be the case, wouldn't it? I don't know. It's kind of funny. But yeah, like capitalism runs on being able to charge consumers a little bit more than they want to pay for certain things. It's funny in America, I mean, a few of you in the chat will be American, I guess, but in America, different to England, in England, when you see a price quoted, it always has to be the all-in price plus VAT or sales tax. In America, you don't have to put the sales tax on all of your prices. And it's actually a really interesting thing. Basically, if you show people a lower price and then you add something onto it at checkout, like a fee, people will usually still buy it anyway. So you can get people to pay more than they would have done if they wouldn't have paid £15 for the item, but you show them 13 and then take it up to 15 at checkout, they will buy it. However, if they'd seen £15 normally, they wouldn't buy it. And so America does actually generate additional sales from allowing companies to not add VAT when they show you the price of an item. And it makes people spend more money. Because says the value you get from being able to start a stream when you want is great too. No issues with the quality. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Like that's another thing as well. Is like this mic. I had to spend, so I wasted about an hour, 15 minutes, hour, 20 minutes before being late for 2 streams. Fixing my old mic where all the settings went a bit wrong. Whereas this is almost like plug and play. The quality is so much better. So yeah, it's been a very, very nice upgrade. And as I said, I'm no longer afraid to talk without music, which means that we can do that too now. I think we want to carry this golden age on. As long as we're going to get another one, in 10 turns we will. And that's about as long as it's going to take for us to get to labs. So I want to carry this golden age on right now. It's an important period of the game. And I want to make sure we get these factories down. Otherwise, Amsterdam will probably go to 5 turns and we won't get the synergy with our next social policy. It's better to put our next social... Now that we've got free thought, it's best to put our next social policy into our ideology. And so we don't want to be 1 turn too soon. If Jess Wall says, does the mic do ASMR like Ruff Mercies? No, it doesn't. Ruff has bought... It's like Ruff's microphone is something like... It's about £120 or something. List price in the UK. It's the Blue Yeti. I've got this Blue Snowball Ice, which is listed at £55. So Ruff has gone right out there for a really, really high quality mic. Whereas this microphone is... It's a good microphone. Like, it's nice. But it just doesn't allow you to ASMR like Ruff's microphone does. I mean, I could try my best for you, but no, I'm not going to do that. We're going to grow again here. I guess we can gain a production. We don't even gain a production. We don't even gain a food. It's not worth it. But it's a good microphone. I'm really, really pleased with it. Burger says, I think I can live with the lack of ASMR. I can live with the lack of ASMR. And actually, we're 4th to ideology right now. That is really unusual. But hey, I guess that means there's no prejudice. We can go for whichever ideology we choose. So I think we do go order now 100%. Because we wouldn't have gotten 2 free policies in autocracy either way. We could have done this, by the way, if we'd Oxforded into radio. But I didn't really want to do that. It slows us down in terms of acquiring statue if we wanted to get there. Or Prora. I mean, in the end, we probably could have gotten away with doing it as order, but... Goran says, the AI must be killing it. Damn, yeah, the AI are doing really well. I mean, it's not... Turn 130 schools is not a bad timing, and we're ahead of that right now. And the AI is just kind of wrecking us. Yeah, well, I mean, no, Poland's not the first to ideology. Poland is 3rd to ideology right now. Behind Babylon and someone else. Behind Babylon and Indonesia, I think. We can actually have a look. Yeah, so Poland was 3rd to ideology behind Indonesia and Babylon. Also, Babylon's got like 67 happiness. Like, what? So what we're doing is we're just going to time up to take order and we can use it to build factories. Let's actually save the production bonus and go for a garden maybe in here. We can do that now without really costing us production time on the factories. The factory done in the cap, that's perfect. Big Ben might be nice to get, but I don't think we need it because we're not going to be purchasing any parts. And I don't know that we're going to be doing much purchasing for war. The Ironworks is... No, Amphitheatre and Opera House. Probably our best bet right now. And I don't know why I built this garden. Amphitheatre should totally have been the play. Any opera houses complete? Not yet. Soon. Sign delegates. Don't really want to vote for any of these. We'll repeal, ban, nutmeg. Carry some more favor with Babylon. And keep exploring with this. See what we can find. A lumber mill. Perfect. Great for this city. I mean, what are we going to do? Like, we can't do the production focus trick here at all. It's fine. Don't need it, really. 3 Polish scouts lined up in a row. 2 lancers and then another Polish scout. What? When do we want to? We want to bulb our writers next turn to make sure we get factory science as soon as we open order.
Would you be interested?
No to open borders. So who does order make friends with? Indonesia, wasn't it? So we can choose the ideology. It's going to be order. Make mates with Indonesia. We'll take... probably... I mean, we're going to bulb our writers anyway, so it's okay. We want to take Hero of the People. And we want to take Monument Happiness. And then we want to bulb some writers. 730, and then the second one. And then that gets us to factory science. And we're bulbing the writers now because 139 is almost certainly the highest culture per turn we're ever going to do. So let's take factory science and factory production. So now we can go back to building a factory over there in Utrecht. And the reason we're almost near maximum culture is because we've got the World's Fair bonus right now. That's going to end in 6 turns, and that's long before we're going to get the Hermitage built. So the Hermitage and perhaps one cultural ally will bring us back up to something like 139. So bulbing it sooner is better. If the max is already going to be at 139 or below, then it's not a problem at all for us to bulb our writers now, which is what we've just done. We should actually get to working not a factory slot, but maybe like, I mean, hills are fine, but we should think about working bank slots soon. They're not as valuable if you're not freedom though. Delft almost kind of needs this jungle tile. I don't know why I'm moving around with this. I realized long ago that wasn't viable. Just sleep and wait. Sleep and wait. Another caravel. Perfect. Let's go the other way. See if we can find that natural wonder to finally get that city-state ally. And we've met Kabul. Nice. Where are they? Over there. We got lots of happiness now from our monument happiness. I wonder what ideology Morocco is going to go. Poland doesn't like us. Booker says, I love a good old Golden Age plus World's Fair plus 8 turns equals writer bulb. Yep, exactly. 100%. 100%. It's great timing. So we need to go opera. Yeah, okay. We're gonna be fine for Hermitage. We're gonna get a decent timing in the end. Let's take a bank here because we're actually producing. Oh, we just got stung by public opinion happiness, which sucks. Let's maybe trade up in borders with Indonesia, which means unfortunately we still need to build zoos, even though there's a reasonable amount of happiness in order. And we want to push for research labs now. So we can take electricity and move for replaceable parts. And we're up to 637 science. Having just completed all of our public schools, we need to work the slots. Which is not a bad number at all. And we're not even at kind of, not max, but like our highest number. Let's delete one trireme, don't need both. Just enough to make sure that we don't get any barb spawn. And keep growing Bratislava for a bit. We're up to 94 population now. So and here's another rule. So my benchmark for population by turn 160 is 85 population on 4 cities. Well, 75 population on 3 cities, and then add 10 for each additional city you have. And you know you're having a really strong game if you meet the benchmark by turn 140 instead of turn 160. So my benchmark for 5 cities is 95 population. Right now we're about to make 95 population on turn 133. So we know we're having an excellent game there. We can even push to about 105 pop probably before we stop. But we should really think about stagnating for maximum science and production soon-ish. Any more research agreements coming in? 19, 15,
جيت وأنا كل أمل
10 for Poland.
باش نوصلوا لشي اتفاق.
Don't want open borders with Morocco now for a while. I mean, maybe we should because it can help him go through our land. We need to remember this because we might want to try and accelerate our acquisition of plastics by either Oxfording or finishing rationalism or bulbing a scientist. Because we've got a free thought, so a scientist bulb is going to be worth it. Utrecht grows. Got no tiles, that's fine. Freedom would have been really nice here, but order's okay. 5-year plan. We're going to get 5-year plan. 5-year plan would be fine. And what do we need here in the capital now? Ironworks, probably. Or do we pre-build Oxford in case we want to Oxford our way into labs? So in 10 turns, we'll get... No, I mean, in 10 turns, we'll get the research agreement. So I guess that's fine. What do we build in here? A windmill might be okay, but we don't really need it. A zoo's actually kind of necessary. So let's build a zoo now that we finished the opera houses. And I don't know that we're going to want to Oxford in. So let's just take Ironworks and we'll try and time everything up with our research agreement with Poland. FJS War asks, why didn't you go freedom? Didn't feel like freedom, really. So, I mean, we've done freedom a bit too much recently. I didn't want to have another freedom game. And this game has opened us up a bit more to playing order because we do have some faith per turn. The faith by an engineer. We didn't get to use our Renaissance era engineer on anything so that we can use that engineer for probably for the ideology wonder. And then we're going to be able to faith by an engineer and we'll be able to use the order policy engineer to be able to engineer down 2 spaceship parts in the end game if that's the way we want to go. Factory science is going to be quite strong for us because, of course, we've got 5 cities. And in general, we could use it to speed up production of factories in our most lagging behind cities. And it's extra science, so I figured we'd try it, especially because we've done a lot of freedom games recently. I didn't want to go freedom again, even though freedom would clearly have been a great choice here. Also, tech leader is Babylon. Babylon went freedom. We're at a real risk of losing Statue of Liberty to Babylon. In fact, Babylon is already at replaceable parts. So the combination between the really, really big risk of potentially losing Statue to Babylon, plus the fact that order would actually be decent here, and that we can make use of factory science and the production bonus, I decided that, like, you know, this is the perfect time to mix it up for order if we're going to do order. But also, this is an empire that could actually stomach it because we've even got the food to go for order. Yeah, FJS Will says, nice reasoning. Thanks for explaining. No worries. Yeah, we've even got the food to go order because we've already hit population benchmark on turn 133. So we even have the food to do order. The stars aligned. And so this is one of those occasions where it's okay. I mean, because we could stop growing now and we would be fine. We're going to try and squeeze out another 5 to 10 population. But we could stop growing now and we'd be fine. And that's probably the most important reason why I chose order over freedom here. Especially because I didn't want to lose that statue race to Babylon, which is probably going to happen. We should keep tabs. So we would have been able to get statue actually next turn. So let's see if Babylon builds it. Not that I regret going order in any way here, because they clearly could have built it over these last few turns. Fine. Have open borders. Not gone yet. So probably 2 more turns until when we would have built it. I mean, we could have really rushed it, and we could have built it already by now. So I guess we could have got it if we wanted it. We can actually bulb another writer now here. Makes sense. Again, because we know we're never going to get up higher in terms of culture. And we can take another happiness policy. We'll take happiness from workshops, factories, and nuclear plants. In order. Make sure we stay happy. That's brought us up to 10. We found Genoa. And we've got some iron deals that ended. We can maybe do those again. I'm just glad that we're not going a different ideology to all the AIs for a while. Garen says, I just realised Bratislava is your capital. It must have been rough with all that desert. I mean, it wasn't bad because I mean, desert's fine, right? As long as you have hills instead of flat desert. Desert is fine, and that's what we got in our case. We have more than enough reasonable tiles to work in the capital. It's not a good capital at all. There's nothing of worth here apart from one iron node, a horse, and a gems, and we felt that. We really felt that in the early game. But it's turned into a strong capital now because we made sure to send it early cargo ships. Another reason why early cargo ships are so good. We actually need to give this coal over to this city potentially in the end game. Amsterdam, it really needs it. Amsterdam wouldn't even really benefit from fertilizer, would it? Or would it? Actually, it would benefit from fertilizer. I don't think we can afford the 5 turns though. It's not really worth it. Yeah, it was tough. I'm not going to say it was easy, but more than manageable. And so we're going to add more science now with Utrecht. And that's actually something to remember. We're not at max science yet before labs. So it's not worth bulbing that. Bulbing our scientists does lose us a bit. Zoo done. Harbour. Harbour for instant railroad connection would be nice. But I'm pretty sure we can go bank, then lab, then harbour. And we have no more tiles to improve, do we? Oh, we got this food tile in range. Perfect. Let's just sleep this now. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Straprada has been found. Perfect. And whatever this city-state is, it has coal as well. So that is Straprada, and that will get us allies finally with Kuala Lumpur on turn 135. We've had that spy in there since about turn 80. And we've been so close so many times, but AI's kept completing quests. So I think now we'll finally get them. We also had it desired by Geneva, which is interesting. Autocracy for Spain. We actually probably don't want to Jesuit out a lab here in Bratislava to ensure that we can get both a scientist purchase and an engineer purchase, because that's actually important as order if we're going for the Spaceship Victory. And I'm pretty sure Spaceship Victory is a reasonably good choice here. We're isolated, we've got strong science, and we've just taken factory science. If we wanted to go to war, we really should have chosen autocracy, because there's nothing that order gives us for war that autocracy doesn't. We can save this artist for when we're building research labs. We should probably, if we're not going for freedom, we should enter via the modern era via... Oh no, it doesn't matter anymore. So we need to think about this now. Utrecht is going to grow again. We can work factory slots in Utrecht. We can do that because we spent so long not working workshop slots that now we're never going to generate the engineer before a scientist, so we can just plop in these workshop slots. And the benefit of that is, one, we're not working a random 2 food tile that's garbage, but 2, we get extra production and extra science from secularism. So that is a perfect time to go work factory slots. In this city as well, we could do that, but we only want to work these factory slots, when we're ready to stagnate for maximum production and maximum science, which might actually be when we grow to pop 20. The reason we might let it go to pop 20 as opposed to stopping at pop 19 is because the 20th population point is free thanks to Tradition's aristocracy. But something like Delft could stop growing now if we wanted to. The difference is that Delft has got so much food, there's no reason to stagnate it, and stagnating it gives us nothing because we don't have anything. We don't have any production or science to work over and above what Delft is already working. We are now allies with Kuala Lumpur, finally. Apparently some of our iron trades ended. So Rotterdam grew. Go there. 10 turns until we grow. So in 10 turns, we will stagnate Rotterdam for science and production. Amsterdam grew. We want to work this food tile when we get it in 2 turns. I'm just going to do that to remember to do it now. Amsterdam really needs a caravan. We can't afford to give it a caravan, though, so it's going to have to stagnate at pop 16. That's fine. It'll do that. But it's going to be what it is. In here, we've done our zoo. We probably want a market now. If we're going for science victory, market's better than barracks. Opera house after the garden. And that's almost perfect timing. These workers are doing really random things. That's okay. There's Catawis in there. Not 11 pop. Explo hammers, I guess. Settled on snow. Not great. England desires... Oh, were we buying sugar from someone? We were, weren't we, for happiness? We don't need to buy sugar off anyone anymore.
Hello again.
So we can just sell strategic resources of iron to people. Let's do that. We've actually got negative GPT. That's something we need to fix. Stock exchange in the capital will help. After labs, though, we should definitely go for fertilizer. We need it in the worst way. And this cargo was going to Utrecht. Utrecht doesn't need to grow anymore at all. It's got more than enough pop because we can work the lab slots and we still have two of these random tiles left over. Maybe. And especially once we get fertilizer, we'll find a couple more food as well. So this can just go straight to being production to Utrecht. No need to grow any more there. And yeah, we can start stagnating for maximum science and production already, especially in cities where it doesn't make sense to grow them anymore. Maybe it was worth growing Utrecht because it could have got to pop 20. But it's kind of done. We'll just let it burn through its production queue now. There's lots of nice stuff that we want to build in here, like a shrine. And a temple that could be influential to the end of our game. So we can carry on. Scientist born in Amsterdam, perfect. Bank done here. Stock exchange for sure. Keep working on that gold. We almost should be working the factory slots in this city as well. In fact, we 100% should be working them. Production and science over just random food, absolutely. It doesn't need to grow anymore, as we said. How many scientists do we have already? We have 4 scientists. We're going to get 1 from order finisher, probably 1 from faith purchasing. And then let's see how many more we can generate. Definitely generating 1 more, 2 more. Probably getting at least 3 more from cities. Speaker's Bully Boy says, can you name any city Stevenage? Absolutely, we can rename a city Stevenage. Let's go for Rotterdam. Could be the new Stevenage. Stevenage, there we go. I'm guessing you're from Stevenage, Speaker's Bully Boy. Never been to Stevenage, it's up north. Sadly, I'm a southeasterner. We can actually grow next turn in the cap if we do the production focus trick, I guess. We've had our city of Delft converted. Oh, hey, we got production from specialist, culture from jungle. Not really that good, actually. I'd have preferred Babylon's religion. Booker says they should replace the existing Stevenage. Someone angling for war, eh?
Nothing is particularly hard if you divide.
Mr. X has been born. We should put Mr. X inside Geneva. Keep them maybe as friends. Where's Geneva? Oh, Jesus, Bully Boy says, not from Stevenage, I just like the name. Well, fair enough. Fair enough, indeed. Go back to working that mine now. Those 2 food tiles are not worth a thing. We should almost... I would work the factory slots. Maybe we can justify 1. But we probably can't justify 2 quite yet. Opera House done here. What do we need? A windmill would be good, actually, right now. It's not often I say that windmills would be good. The market would be quite nice as well. A windmill would be handy here, because this city is going to be really short on tiles. If we built a market, we don't need one anymore. Oh, Squeaks is more north in Scotland. Interesting. I've got some more Scottish people on the channel. Apparently, we get found by a lot of Scots. Big Boy says, cool, you just entered the modern era. What's your best military right now? Or do you not have one? I do not have a military right now. My best military unit right now is the Caravel. It's chilling over here next to Bandung. The reason we don't really have a military is because you don't actually need much military, and it's really bad for your gold per turn if you hold much military. You need to assess the diplomatic situation. Doesn't AI want to attack you? If no, having military is virtually useless. And right now, we feel set up for quite a decent science victory timing. So I'm feeling that not having military is probably a reasonable choice for us. Amsterdam can actually grow a bit now. If we want to go for a military timing, we're still good for one, actually. We're just not doing it right now. And if we lost Jesuit in the capital again, but as I said, not concerned. We probably didn't want to do any more Jesuiting. I mean, maybe one city is fine, but we want to make sure that we can actually buy that scientist and that engineer with faith. 30 faith per turn means that in 40 turns, or no, it means that in 30 turns we'll get 900. 900 is just enough, so we can afford to Jesuit one lab, and that's it. And we can just Jesuit the lab in Stevenage. Or Amsterdam, doesn't matter where. Opera House done here, into shrines and temples. We can build the Hermitage in the capital. Need to keep our culture going. Our culture's not been that good, so we need to make sure to build the Hermitage to make it worth our while. I actually want to block this profit coming to Stevenage. Just for a moment. We don't need to do blocking for too long, but I would love to get the lab in Stevenage as opposed to in Amsterdam, because Stevenage has got more population. Although I don't think it matters because Amsterdam's working in 2 jungle. Actually, maybe it doesn't matter at all. We don't care, but we'll at least let this thing do its thing. And yeah, we'll send more hammers to Utrecht for sure. Maybe it doesn't matter, actually. Anyway, Bocatini says the demand for sea beggars is not high. No. It's not really, is it? We've only got +1 GPT right now. This city state actually desires horses. So we'll let ourselves keep our horses for 1 turn and then sell it. Mike Like says sea beggars time to throw. PogChamp, yeah, exactly. Yeah, spam sea beggars right now to throw the game. Could do that. That would be a really easy throw to go and build sea beggars. Not only do we not have any coastal cities to actually go and take, because only Madrid is coastal on our own continent, but...
Hello again.
Silver, it's got to be silver and horse. And then 2 gold to Elizabeth. Shrine done, go for a temple. Here, a market is done. Work the market slot. And then let's get a windmill. If our production's really bad, the windmill would be much appreciated. The building labs. I don't normally do it, but it feels like as good a time as any to actually build it. When's this research agreement come? Yeah, this comes in 1 turn, which will accelerate us towards plastics. Green Eyed says, can we get 1 sea beggar mascot in the game, please? Sure, yeah, we'll get 1 sea beggar. We don't actually have the tech right now, but we'll build one when we get the chance. Yeah, as a mascot, I like that. I like it as a mascot. Squeak is a bully boy says, how do you know if an AI wants to take you out? So typically there's a couple of ways that you can learn that an AI wants to take you out. First of all, if you open the diplomacy screen and hover over this diplomatic symbol, you can see whether or not they're neutral, guarded, afraid, friendly, etc. If they're guarded about you, or they just generally hate you, that would say that they will be quite highly likely to try and take you out just because they dislike you. Then if you hover over, you can see we don't see it for any of the AIs right now, but you can also get a diplomatic status that says they covet your lands. That is one of the most important things to say, is that they covet their lands. Mike Clark says, is that gold? Oh yeah, we'll get to that. So this is one of the most important things to know if they want to come and war you. If they say they covet your lands, that means they want to come and war you and take your lands, and so you should be worried about that. And finally, if the AI is suspiciously friendly for no reason whatsoever, say you look at this and it says they covet your lands, but then they're friendly for no reason, or you've got loads of red diplomatic modifiers, and then it says they're friendly, that usually means that they're acting like they're friendly. But actually they want to war you. And then similarly, if they won't give you a good deal, so if you try and trade one of their duplicates for one of your luxuries and they don't give you a good deal, that can also be a symbol that they want to war you. Typically, if you've got enhanced user interface, it's really, really easy to know if an AI wants to war you, because enhanced user interface tells you when they're willing to trade with you. If you then click on them and see that they've got a duplicate available, but they're not offering that duplicate up for trade, that means they want to war you, and so it's one to pay attention to as well. But Mike Clark says, what are the yellow numbers next to the AI icons in the upper right? Yes, I believe it's gold. It's total gold. And then what have we got? Booker asks, have you ever seen Afraid on Deity? Yes, but only when I have built nukes. Green Eyed says, my neighbouring Civ covets my lands and wanted to be friends with me. Was I a fool to accept it? No, not at all. Accepting the friendship can stop them from wanting to war you. So you're not at all a fool for doing it, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they won't war you. Also, in general, if they dislike you, you might have to pay them to war someone else. And if you pay them to war someone else, you'll get a negative diplomatic modifier with that someone else because you are allies with the person that declared war on them. So it's not bad. It's not at all. And it can sometimes stop them from warring. But, you know, it's you have to make a decision in the moment about that. Anyway, FJS War says, take a sip of your beverage. FJS War, thank you for keeping me hydrated. I actually needed that as well. But then what do we got? So yeah, so Gurn says, yes, each time I build nuclear missiles, all AIs go afraid of me. Exactly, everyone's afraid of getting nuked. Yeah, Squeaker's Bully Boy says, very helpful. I'm always surprised when a friend wars me. Yeah, exactly. So that's something you have to take into account. That's a specific one, when a friend wars you. If they've got no reason to be your friend, it's because they're trying to deceive you to war, and they do that. Mike says, Poland's saving up for a GPU or something, lol. Yeah, they're saving up for a 3080 RTX. They probably are, actually. We had a game on Sunday where an AI had like 17k gold by like 20 turns ago. Big Boy says, when I played, every Civ hated me. That's because you did war. War is an easy way to get every Civ to hate you. Everyone hates warmongers for some reason. Even the warmongers hate warmongers. It's the most ridiculous thing. And Genghis hates you for capturing city-states, despite the fact that Genghis kills a city-state on about turn 20 in every game that you play. So we're up to 32 faith per turn. 30 turns, that's 900. So yeah, one lab we can Jesuit and nothing else. Otherwise, we won't get both our scientist and our engineer purchase, and we need both. Green says, my ally is plotting against me after 5 turns of friendship. Yeah, that is exactly the point. Research agreement completed, 3 turns to labs, perfect. Let's try and get another research agreement with Poland right before our friendship runs out. We need 50 gold, so we're going to need to sell 3 for 63. And that's perfect. One more research agreement. And then a temple done. Stoneworks for the happiness. We're really getting through that building backlog quite now. I'm very pleased. I sent a production trade route over another food one to Utrecht, because our production is great here. We're really getting through our building queues. Yeah, let's keep this still going for sure. We still need the happiness, kind of. We're going to need the room to grow into. Friends with Morocco. No one hates them yet, so we'll take it. And we're up to 99 population right now, so we're going to squeeze just past 100, which is perfect. That's what we're aiming for. And fertilizer will get us another 2, so we might even make it to 105. Which goes from being benchmark to 10 above benchmark, which is a really good place to be. Another great person born, this time in Delft. We're going to bold this artist for when we do labs. Hermitage is done in the cap. We should probably build some useful production stuff. We don't need a we do need a windmill because we're going to have to hard build Hubble. So let's go for a windmill there. And then we can take a market for the gold because we need gold. Apparently there's all these Poland and Arabia are still fighting. They've been fighting for the whole game. Are we in tech? We are still 11% behind Babylon. That's miles behind. But I'm pretty sure we can beat them to a science victory. We've got 5 cities. There's no reason for us to lose this. As long as we can get the parts built. And we've got 5 scientists already. If we look at our scientist counter, 14 turns, 17 turns, 30, 19, 25. Yeah, we'll get at least 2 more. And then we'll get 2 from Hubble, so that's 4 more. We'll get 1 from Order and 1 from Scientist Purchasing, so that's 6 more. We've got 5 right now. We'll have like 11 at the end of the game. That's way more than enough, especially because we haven't used Oxford or Rationalism Finisher yet. So we're going to be fine. Apparently, we were trading with Poland and now are not. So let's do this, and then we'll trade 5 horse for cotton. And then we've got no other deals to do, so let's just sell horse for GPT. And Morocco doesn't want any more deals. Let's sell our iron maybe to Gajamada. And then the horse as well. And I've just noticed we don't have any aluminium. I wonder if any of our allies are going to get aluminium. Geneva might. Kuala Lumpur's got nothing. And Geneva we said might. And Vilnius Doesn't. So we're going to need to buy aluminium from the AI, but that's fine. We can buy aluminium from the AI. In fact, you know, I don't even want to risk it. I want to lock it in now. Maybe. So we can like do this. It's a waste of 5 gold per turn, but it's really... I feel it would really benefit us to lock in that aluminium. Make sure it's ours. But anyway, so Big Boy says, when I went to Montezuma, I had nukes and giant death robots, and his best unit was a musketman, and he didn't want to start a friendship or join a defensive pact. Yeah, they, it's sort of... I don't know how it works with AI like that. There are some AIs that just don't ever want to be friendly with you unless you have the modifier for basically being the same ideology and going to war against the same leaders. There are some AIs that just don't do that. And when your army's big enough, why would you want to be friends? Just take his capital and win domination victory. That's what I would say about that. Booker says, man, I don't think anyone's ever been afraid of my nukes. Well, build more nukes. I don't really know what the solution is. Every AI begs me for, like, mercy every time I build a nuke. Send them a warning nuke, says Green Idex. A warning nuke is a definite way to make sure they won't be friends with you. Mike says, go full Kim Jong-un and blow a nuke in the ocean to demonstrate. Oh, dear. I mean, that's very Kim Jong-un, but the AI don't listen to that. In fact, if you blow a nuke in the ocean against the AI, 1, you'll stop having a nuke, so they won't be afraid of you anymore. And 2, if you accidentally nuke an AI civilian unit, that will put you to war with them. Don't do that. 2 turns until labs is perfect for these windmills. Yeah. So I once lost on stream, I lost a tourism game because I nuked a Shoshone missionary. Lost tourism because I did that. All I had to do was not nuke that missionary and I would have won tourism. Nuked a Shoshone missionary and lost. So I no longer... We actually need to work this production. So I no longer just randomly nuke into the fog of war. Anyone who was here when that happened will know. We no longer nuke blind. We'll build a harbour for instant railroad connections. And in here, we can maybe drop 1 turn into a harbour before plastics. Nuking a civilian unit sounds totally amateur, says Bucatini. Well, I've done it. I will never do it again, but I have done it. Very amateur. Amateur mistakes. Perfect. So the only thing that doesn't finish a windmill before the labs is this city, and I will let it finish a windmill before the lab anyway. Anyway, I'm going to take a quick toilet break and get a refill of the water, and then we'll be back to get this game finished off. So I'll be 2 minutes. See you in just a moment. Okay, we are back, and we're about to go through the guilty list, apparently, of everyone who has accidentally misclicked and nuked their own city. Green-Eyed X has done it, and Mike Like has done it. Bucatini says, not a misclick, but I've done it once when it was surrounded by enemy XCOM. Yep, that's a 5-head strategy right there. But like... yeah, misclicks. I have an IRL friend. He actually pops into the chat every now and again. Andrew B. Boyd. He nuked his own city once in a multiplayer game that we were playing. So we sort of forever coined it the Andrew B. Boyd maneuver of happiness and population control. That's what we call it. Kind of funny. I've never done it myself, but everyone, this is why you use the N hotkey for nukes. Don't try and click the nuke button to toggle nukes on and off. Use the N hotkey, because otherwise you will accidentally click your own city at some point and nuke yourself, for sure. Kenny said, so first of all, so Big Boy says, nuking a civilian sounds hilarious. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. What did Booker say somewhere? Nuking a civilian unit sounds totally amateur. I mean, not if there's an enemy worker that has been provocatively improving tiles right at your border for 2,000 years. You have to retaliate somehow. Yeah, that's true. Actually, you could use the nuke to nuke someone's roads. Say they've been pre-building nukes to pre-building roads to build an army and run it towards you. You can nuke the roads. Mike says, I once misclicked nukes my friend in a team game a turn before victory. Yeah, misclick. Love it. Green Eyed says, my friends aren't that good at Civ, so I hope they can nuke me so I can retaliate with multiple nukes because I'm far ahead. Nice. Nice. So yeah, looking for any excuse to nuke them and impose your will upon your friends, right? I remember back in the day when me and my IRL friends, we used to play Civ and we all weren't as good as we are now. All of our games used to end in science victories and we were all pretty much rushed to atomic bombs, and whoever got their atomic bomb off first won. But we still are incredibly equal in terms of skill. All of my IRL friends are incredibly good Civ players. To be honest, I'm not even entirely sure if I'm the best of us anymore. So yeah, I think we're ready to go on to the next turn. So, Lab Tech turn 145. That's a decent number. It's not like exceptional, but it is good. Can we afford 400 faith? So we lost our friendship with Geneva. Are we going to rig it back soon? 5 turns. So let's say our average is about 28 faith per turn. I'm going to open the calculator now because this kind of matters. We need to make sure we get our scientist. Let's say we want to end the game by turn 175. Then we need about, let's say 26 times 30 turns. 780 faith. So 780 plus 741 is 1521. We won't actually have enough faith to purchase something if we don't find another way to get faith. Be able to purchase another scientist. This will leave us about 200 faith short. So I don't think we can afford to Jesuit that lab because we need to guarantee the ability to buy both a scientist and an engineer. That's important as order. And now that we're building labs, we can bulb our great artist. Seems reasonable. And that's going to help with culture again. So probably something a bit educational for everybody now is what I've been doing with great artists and great writers. So what you do, great artists are really good for... Well, actually, let's explain what they both do. So great writers can either build a great work of writing or they can be bold for culture. And it's an average of the last 5 and a bit turns worth of culture that you get for bulbing a great writer. If you bowl, first and foremost, if you're not going for tourism victory, tourism literally doesn't matter. A small amount of tourism can be nice if you can get exotic over some AIs. We can discuss why that's a little bit useful at the end of the game. But the +2 culture that you get from a great work, we should consider. On quick speed, the game is going to be over, especially for us, in less than 200 turns. So our great work, we're not going to make our first one until about turn 90, so there'll only be 110 turns left in the game. That means you get 220 total culture from that great work. Now, let's say it gets buffed by Golden Ages and by Hermitage, and let's say it ends up being worth about 280 culture. Stop there. Let's have a look now at the average of our last 5 turns. 600 culture. So, turning a great writer into a great work does not pay itself back in terms of culture. In fact, it loses you culture by turning it into a great work. So, great writers, we always save to bulb for culture at the end of the game, because much like scientists, it's an average of the last 5 turns. It's not locked when it spawns, unlike musicians. The writer's culture bulb goes up as your overall last 5 turns average culture goes up. Which means that writers should always be bulbed in the end game when you're at maximum culture per turn, because that gets you the most culture. And in order to get all the social policies you need a flat amount of culture. Therefore, you want whatever gives you the most overall by the end of the game, which is bulbing a great writer. The great artist, again, you can build a great work of art, or you can use it to spawn a golden age. The great work of art, again, let's say the maximum you ever get from a great work of art is 280 culture total. Spawn a golden age with a great artist, you get 6 turns worth of culture. Well, you get 6 turns worth of a golden age, which is plus 20% culture. It's like plus 20% production, like some really, really great bonuses. Big boost to gold. In fact, we've gone up from having no gold per turn to plus 41 right now in our golden age. That's a big boost to gold. It's a big boost to production. It's a big boost to culture. First of all, does the culture pay itself back? We're going to net about 120 culture from this golden age. Doesn't pay itself back, but it only leaves 40 behind. But we can gain the culture back by bulbing great writers at the end of golden ages. And the boost to the great writers that we get from the golden ages means that it pays itself back, or just about gets to break even in terms of culture. But even if it's less, it's negligible. Secondly, the boost to production is really good. It guarantees that you get that if you golden age, and you use that golden age tactically when you're building public schools, factories, or research labs, it guarantees that you bring the build time down by 1 to 2 turns. And that 1 to 2 turns worth of build time is valuable. Plus, typically in a normal game, all of your gold is going to come from when you're in golden ages, and you're basically going to gain no gold when you're not in a golden age. So you give up a large amount of gold by not using them for golden ages as well. So in general, great artists and great writers, both much better, saved to be used tactically at a moment when their ability is most powerful. For artists, that's used for when you're building factories, schools, or research labs. And for writers, that's used at the point when the last 5 turns worth of culture is at the maximum you'll have for your game. Great musicians are virtually worthless when you're not doing a tourism victory. You can turn them into great works of music because their bulb thing is only good when you're doing tourism victory. And so that's what we've been doing here. That's why we built the Writers and the Artists Guild, even though we're not doing tourism victory. 1, for the culture, we can work them for culture. And 2, so that we can get these great people that make sure that we can get all of our social policies and get our buildings built a couple of turns sooner. Really good. Big Boy asks, how do you get a great profit? So Firefly did a troll answer, says sell things for more than it costs to produce them. Lol. Or not. Oh, you mean a profit for the religion? So Big Boy, to spawn a great profit, you need to be, so before the industrial era, to spawn a great profit, 1, a religion has to be available. You can find that out by hovering over your faith per turn. It will tell you how many religions can still be founded. If a religion can still be founded, then you can get a great profit. Then you need to accumulate faith over the threshold of faith required to generate a great profit. On quick game pace, it's 134 for the first profit, and it is 201 for the second great profit. Then you get basically a random chance of spawning a profit every turn once you've passed the threshold. And so after enough turns, you'll get lucky, you'll roll the dice correctly, and you'll get yourself spawned a great profit. And that's how you get a profit. Once you're in the industrial era or after, you will no longer naturally spawn a great profit. You can instead choose to purchase them with faith if you have a religion of your own. But you won't be able to purchase them with faith if you don't have a religion of your own. Apparently, as I just found out. Anyway, so then Squeaky's a Bully Boy asks, what is the minimum that a city's population has to be to become a useful late game city? I usually say, to be honest, 15 or 16 population is more than enough. In general, you need a combination between cities being individually big enough and your empire overall having enough population. In terms of empire-wide population, and by the end of the game, I usually say 75 population on a 3-city empire and add 10 for each additional city. But once you get up to like 8 or 9 cities, you don't need to have quite as many as that mathematics adds up to. By turn 100 quick speed or turn 150 standard speed, you're looking for 45 population on a 3-city empire and to add 5 for each additional city. And then in terms of individual city size, generally cities population 14 or less tend to be a bit weak. They can be fine if they're just there for science, but if they need to do anything else other than just being there for population's sake, then you really want them to be 15 plus. And that's because it gives you enough room to work your 4 scientist specialists, plus then at least have just some production to be useful. But usually a good city, a good late game city is around about 20. And a perfectly fine late game city is around about 17. And then, 15 is about the minimum, but it's starting to get a bit weak at that point. So, that's kind of what you're looking for, really. But you don't need every city to be close to 20. Between 17 to 22 is usually the absolute sweet spot for a city. You don't need to go much further more than that. You don't need to, and you should generally try and not go any lower than 17 to 22. So that's generally the sweet spot. And for your capital, you want to be 25 plus usually. Big Boy asks, how do you name cities? You click on the city, and then up here there's an edit button that allows you to name cities. So you can go up there. There's edit right there that allows you to change the name. You don't get many characters to work with though, so just bear that in mind. Green Idix asks, which wonders do you usually look to get in Deity science runs? Hubble Space Telescope. That's pretty much it. I maintain, and have always said this, you do not need a single world wonder to win a Deity game of Civilization 5. You don't need them. And in fact, we can prove it, right? We haven't built one now. We haven't built a world wonder right now. You do not need a single world wonder to win a game of Deity Civilization 5. However, there are two world wonders which tend to be the most influential on your victory. The first is Hubble Space Telescope. That is because Hubble Space Telescope gives you 2 free great scientists when you build it. Typically, it doesn't actually give you 2 extra great scientists because it pushes back the counter of those scientists that you would have spawned. Typically, Hubble Space Telescope, unless you time it properly correctly, it will only really get you about 1 extra great scientist. It's still 1 extra great scientist, which is great. And then it actually gives you plus 25% production when building spaceship parts. And that's across every city, plus a free spaceship victory in the city that builds it. Hubble Space Telescope is a crazy good wonder for doing science victory. It doesn't give you that much extra in terms of science. It only saves you about 5 turns in terms of your research, or 8 turns if you're on standard speed. But it's that production when building spaceship parts and the free spaceship factory in your capital that's really revolutionary. And the second wonder that's kind of useful for a science run, or really any game on Deity difficulty, is your ideology wonder. So Statue, Prora, or Kremlin. That's just because that extra social policy you get from building it, first of all, is strong. That's why I'm going to build Order regardless, because I'm going to need the social policy. Secondly, Prora and Statue of Liberty. Statue of Liberty is probably it might be like the 3rd or 4th best wonder in the game. When you're talking Hubble, Temple of Artemis, Notre Dame, and Statue of Liberty, they're all up there. They're all ludicrously good. I mean, I guess there's Petra, Colossus, all of the other wonders as well. But Statue is so incredible. So Statue is a great one. So typically your Ideology Wonder and Hubble Space Telescope are the ones that I build every game. And then if I get any other wonders, then fair enough. But you don't need any of them. You don't need a single world wonder to win any victory condition on Deity. Except for tourism. Tourism, you do need world wonders. And that's just a fact. That's why tourism is the hardest Deity victory. Because there are so many must world wonders doing tourism. Then Green Idix says, I was thinking about Porcelain Tower for spamming research agreements. Yes, Porcelain Tower is nice for research agreements, but it's not critical. First and foremost, it's debatable whether or not Porcelain Tower actually gives you an extra great scientist. It does. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't, because it only gives you 1 free. Sometimes it doesn't even net you an extra because of just the way that your points might net out. Sometimes it doesn't actually give you an extra scientist at all. Porcelain Towers here. But yes, it's a big boost towards your research agreement science. And so if you can get it, you absolutely should. But it's not necessary. And in fact, Babylon built it on like turn 108 or something in this game, so we never had a chance. Booker says you forgot Pentagon. Yeah, I left out Pentagon for a reason. Pentagon's one of the worst. It's basically the worst wonder in the game at this point. So Firefly says, so Pentagon is only decent if you have a military. Firefly says, big boy, it's trash even if you do have a military. And it's trash, and Firefly's right, it's trash even if you do have a military. And it's because it costs you 837 production to reduce the gold cost of upgrading military units by 33%. Just build new units. And like by the time you're at combined arms and contemplating actually building the Pentagon's benefit is just not like it's just not it's not useful. It doesn't make anything useful unless you have like 20 land ships and you want to upgrade them into tanks or something. But yeah, it's terrible. And then so yeah, I never build Pentagon ever. There's only one specific situation, and it's if you have 20 land ships and a great engineer standing around and you want to be able to upgrade to tanks. Like the only time it's ever good. But the tank upgrade is super cheap anyway, so it's really not even useful for that. It's like 40 gold. And FJS Wall asks, what does Nuke Immune mean under Pentagon? Surely every wonder is Nuke Immune. No, yeah, it is. And every world wonder has Nuke Immune on it. So like if you hover over everything, every wonder says like Nuke Immune. That's just what it means. You can't lose the building when it gets nuked. I assume if you get your city nuked, you can actually lose some buildings. I think that's what it means. And yeah, Kenny joins the chat, says, yeah, it's not totally 100% useless. Pentagon is great. Maybe not on Deity, but if you do tanks, it's excellent. Yeah, so that's what I was saying. It's pretty much useless for if you have a massive army that you've already got that you want to get upgraded and you're short on gold, then yeah, Pentagon can be really, really useful. But it comes at a point in game that is a bit hard to make work. Because again, as Kenny says, the upgrade from cavalry to land ships is very expensive. And that is what the Pentagon's good for. It's true. But you're talking about not being able to upgrade your cavalry to land ships until you have combined arms. And the age for tanks is kind of gone by that point. I mean, you can use them as support units once you get to combined arms. But like, I don't know. Like, you usually want to be able to at least be doing something with land ships in the interim. Because combustion comes so much sooner than combined arms does. I would say that like it's good if you want to get that upgrade done. But the situation is so specific. You have to be really, really careful about when you want it. And Firefly says, what's the upgrade cost to stealth bombers? Isn't it like 80? Yeah. So stealth bombers is really cheap. Stealth bombers is 75 gold. XCOM squads is 40 gold. Tanks is 40 gold. So there's not many units that you're going to be wanting to... And also, mechanized infantry is 10 gold. There's barely a unit that Pentagon is going to make a difference about upgrading to. Like, if you're that short on gold, you know, is it really going to make much of a difference? I mean, you get double, I guess, but not great. But yeah, similar story. Not really worth it. That's why Pentagon tends not to be useful. But yeah, Book asks, who uses land ships? Bombers rule at that stage. Well, the thing about land ships is that here's what you need to get land ships. Land ships, specifically, you need combustion. You do not need flight. You do not need replaceable parts. You do not need radio. You do not need electricity. That's why land ships can be good. You can have a 60 combat strength tank unit with 4 movement that can move after attacking without needing to have electricity, flight, replaceable parts, radio, or plastics. You do need biology, but biology is a lot cheaper to get to than radio, replaceable parts, plastics, and flight are. I mean, you do need to go and get railroad and go up to combustion. But basically, if someone chooses to go the labs route, they are taking 1, 2, 3, 4 techs that you don't need. In response, you take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 6, let's say. You take like 7 or 8 techs, right? So it is more technologies for you to get to combustion. But the point is that if you're going for land ships, you can abuse the fact that your opponent has gone for plastics. The fact that they spend all of that time building research labs and doing sim stuff, and you can spend that same amount of time building up your army to upgrade into land ships, which comes super soon. And basically, you go land ships, and your opponent who's gone plastics has nothing at all that can defend against a land ship, except for infantry. But if you get the right promotions, land ships can even smash their way through infantry. What you need to do is get to Great Wall bombers to be able to defend against land ships. And so then that means that they have to get biology anyway. They have to get flight anyway. They'll be later to improving oil than you, and you can sort of expand. They won't have been able to build as many units because they built research labs as opposed to units. And that's what the land ship rush exploits, the ability to be able to have land ships. And so Booker says, if you've gone that far into the tree before radio, etc., you're irrelevant to the larger game. Well, no, you're not. That's the point. It's very situational, as Kenny says. If you're game leader and 3 or less players left, it can be very good. Basically, the last tech you need to win, and that's exactly right. It's about the situation. Sure, if you've got 7 players left to kill, land ships is not good. You need to go labs. But the question is, can you kill left everyone who's relevant to the game with your land ships? And if the answer is yes, then land ships is the best thing to do. And typically, you can expose anyone. If you're tech leader, particularly, you could kill like 2 people or 3 people with land ships. Booker asks, "Show me a land ship rush that's worked ever." PC. Kenny's done a couple against me. I deleted. Kenny's done one against me. I deleted the save, but Kenny's done a few. I've seen them work. They work better if you're game leader. They obviously don't work if you're behind. They work a lot better if you're game leader. And I'll tell you what as well, it exploits the fact that because you can take charge on land ships, that gives you 33% attack bonus when attacking damaged units. You can take promotions that allow you to work against units. And if someone is on multiplayer and following the lab route, their cities will often have like 60 combat strength. And so you can use land ships just to slam the cities down. It's like using impies to attack cities. Impies to attack cities is a perfectly fine play. Land ships to attack cities when you do a lab skip play when everyone else goes labs is the same thing. And yeah, Kenny says, I didn't believe it either until I died to it and could do nothing about it. Exactly. And if they actually make it to tanks, not even great war bombers work. If they've got to tanks, you need anti-tank guns or basically real bombers to be able to stop that stuff. It is insane. So that's just the thing. Like, if you're equal to or ahead of someone in tech, land ships and tanks are virtually unstoppable as long as they can't purchase a stack of Great War Bombers with autocracy. And usually, if you're doing tanks and land ships, you're the person with autocracy and they're the person with something else. So it's really, really interesting. Situational, but strong situationally. Big Boy asked, does anyone here like the bonuses from Stonehenge? Yeah, you did suggest Stonehenge. Stonehenge is a nice wonder, but it's one of those wonders where early in the game, the world wonders that you build, they slow you down. They slow down your cities. That's one of the best things about Deity difficulty, which often elevates people's play, is the fact that all the wonders get built before you get a chance to start building them yourself. In the early game, building any wonder slows you down. You need that wonder to speed you up enough to make up for that difference. Stonehenge is one of those wonders that doesn't speed you up enough that it slows you down, because religion is just not as good as building things like caravans and stuff. Stonehenge is only good if you build it late, and on something like Deity difficulty, it's never there when you build it late, so I never go for it. It's a good wonder, but only if you build it late. It's a good wonder only if you built it after you've got your cities out and after you've got a couple of workers in a caravan. That's when Stonehenge is good, but only incredibly situational before. But yes, Drip of Rain joins the stream. Welcome to the stream, Drip of Rain. Says good morning. Yep, Drip of Rain is from Indonesia. Have I got that right? So, yeah, really early in the morning for Drip of Rain. Welcome to the stream. Big Boy says it's 11 p.m. for me. Yeah, it's nearly 11 p.m. for me as well, because I'm in London. Booker says she'll be happy to hear no liberty today. Yeah. No liberty. But yeah, so like it's one of these it's one of these things, land ships. This is why I love multiplayer, and why multiplayer is actually not the tradition, rationalism, research labs, science victory, stealth bomber meta that everybody thinks it is. It's because of precisely stuff like this. Whereas on Deity AI, there's always like 6 relevant AI, and you have to kill all of them. On multiplayer, some players will be doing well, some players will be doing badly, and maybe against all of them, you're currently the runaway tech leader. And you can exploit the fact that you can be producing units while your opponent is producing labs, and you can be teching military techs while your opponent is doing radio, plastics, replaceable parts, and electricity. Like, you don't have to. So it exploits that, and it's very situational. Clearly, it works best if you're game leader, but it can often work if you're equal in tech too. And it's generally about how many people do I have to kill. If it's only 2, Land ships is better than labs. If it's, say, 3 or 4, suddenly you're getting into grey territory. Because there's alright, PC. Feel free to show me a land ship rush one day and I'll be convinced. I wish I recorded footage of Kenny killing me with a land ship rush. That has happened to me. It works. I will try and do it on stream. If we play enough multiplayer games, we'll get a good situation for it. I promise you, if the opportunity presents itself, I'm going to do it. It just doesn't come that often. Situational. Ripper Rain says England. Yeah, I'm in England. Big Boy asks, do you have a PS4? No, I've got an Xbox One. Not a PS4. We're lab building. Booker says, did Kenny win the entire game? Yes, because Kenny only had to kill 2 relevant players. I was the most relevant player, and he had to kill 1 guy next to him. So he killed the 1 guy next to him and then came to me with land ships and killed me. Because there were only 2 relevant... It's about how many relevant players you've got to kill.
Wherever we look, the work of the chemist.
Clearly, if you've got 3 or more relevant players to kill, bombers make sense. But generally, skipping labs can work. Even if you do have to kill 3 relevant players, it all depends on your game position. But the whole point is, the safest way to win the game is to kill your opponents as soon as possible. And simply put, there are ways to end the game without going to labs. Which means that those should be the ones you choose to guarantee your win. The safest way to win the game is to win it as soon as possible. And there are ways to win the game without going for research labs, even if you have to kill 3 players. So that's all I really say there. Let's take 5-year plan now, because that's extra production per city. So yeah, he did win the entire game. I was the last person to kill, and he killed me. Green Eyed X says, good night, PC and chat. Work in the morning. Fair enough. See you later, Green Eyed X. Thanks for joining the stream today. Thank you for the generous Prime sub. Hope to see you around soon. See you later. The big boy says, my friend said he found someone with your username on PS4, so I was just curious. Really? Yeah, oh, no. I've definitely never owned a PlayStation, but it's potentially possible that my brother, who did own a PlayStation, took the name of PCJ Law. It's not me, though. I have Xbox One. I've never owned a PS4, don't ever intend to own a PlayStation. Booker says, kill your enemies as soon as possible. Oh, yes, the old Brazil warrior rush strategies. Yeah, I mean, it's not that simple. Like, here's the thing, and I'll stop coughing and I'll explain. Basically, the reason why killing your enemies as soon as possible works is because it's about getting teamed. In multiplayer, players can team you. And... oh, yeah, referring to the Liberty attempt 2 loss, lol. Oh, yeah, man, that Brazil rush. He did do that, in fairness, so fair play to Brazil with their warrior rush. It did kill us. But basically, in multiplayer, the reason kill your enemies as soon as possible is the strategy. Is because of your propensity to get teamed. If you go for a stealth bomber rush to kill the world, what can happen is it gives your opponents the opportunity for one of them to go stealth bombers, one of them to go nuclear missiles. The one nukes you while the other stealth bombers you, and you die. And that can work even if you're the first to stealth. Whereas, if you're, say, all the way back here, and you've just got universities, and you realise that there's only 2 relevant players left to the game, well, you can actually... The most effective thing for anyone to do is to go for artillery once you've got universities built. And so if you can go to artillery as game leader, there's not a lot that your opponents can do to team you at that point, because you have the best units, you've gone the best way. So you've killed them as soon as possible. It prevents the teaming by killing them at the earliest opportunity. And obviously, if you go all in for a military rush, you have to be able to kill every relevant player. Artillery, everything that doesn't involve going for stealth bombers is only really like a 2-player kill. If you need to kill more than 2, you're going to have to go for something else. But that's the whole point. So, but if artillery is not viable, then maybe you skip labs instead. So artillery is the skip schools play. You exploit the fact that your opponents are building schools infrastructure while you build military. Or you can do the skip labs play, and you can go for battleships, bombers, tanks, like, yeah, any of the 3 that you want, and do it that way. And if you realise, oh, I'm still going to have too much to kill if I skip labs, then you go for labs and go for stealth. But the point is avoiding that situation where 2 enemies team you with artillery while you're on the way to labs. and avoiding the situation where your enemies can eventually team you, where one goes nukes and one goes stealth when you're on the way to... when you're trying to do stealth yourself. And I've lost a variety of games doing it like that as well. That's just an important thing to know. Kill your enemies as the earliest viable win condition. And just know that any win condition before stealth is only really a 2-player kill. So if you have to kill 3 players, you know you have to go to stealth. But the point is then that is the safest way. You just have to accept that. But that's really the reasoning then, is like why something like Landships works, because it's absolutely unstoppable if you don't have real bombers. It's really, really frustrating, but it's true. If your opponent goes labs and you've got Landships, it's just unstoppable before you've got real bombers. Yeah, Booker says, Drip, you missed out the fact that PCJ is an old school Moonlight DJ. I'm not a DJ. I used to volunteer DJ for some college parties that we had when I was back when I was in university. I won't say that I was like too bad at it. I did used to volunteer and do it. I wasn't like, obviously I wasn't great, but I did do that at some point in time. I didn't DJ cool things though. Straight cheese. That's what we used to call it. Things like Rick Astley, but seriously. Fertilizer next turn is good. Arabian Freedom, that's fine. We don't mind that. For instance, if it involves me playing my iPod, I could be a DJ. No, I had a DJ controller with the spinning decks and headphones, and actually did mixing and stuff, and made sure that songs sounded good one after the other. Citrus and Salt from Babylon. It wasn't just playing iPhones, because that's bad. I mean, that is really rubbish DJing at that point. I didn't do that. I actually did it properly to some extent. Basically, the white lava flav lol. DJ is DJ, yeah. Mike says for the DJ stream, you should run a great person. You should run a great person Civ, get Leaning Tower of Pisa, and pump out as many musicians as possible, and hit every Civ with concert tours, and then concert tours Pogman, and then start DJing. Yeah, of course, start mixing. I don't actually know where my DJ controller is right now. I think he's at my parents'. 1 million channel points for a DJ stream, lol. If anyone gets 1 million channel points and asks me for a DJ stream, I would do it. Work a factory slot here. We're done growing in Stevenage now. No need to grow anymore. Save happiness. No more good tiles. And we've got our fertilizer. We should now go for our ideology wonder. Let's ensure that we get it. And in tech, we are now only 9% behind Babylon, and we're third, so perfect. And we got 328 production, which is great. I was worried we wouldn't have enough production going order, but because we've got 5-year plan, because we've got chemistry, we've actually done okay in terms of overall production. We're still going labs. We haven't got any finished yet. Utrecht's about to grow. Not really a lot that we can do here in Utrecht, to be honest, just to grow. Stevenage could grow, I guess. I mean, it would actually make use of the growth, but I don't want to. As soon as it becomes time to stagnate, I don't want to give up production for no reason. Booker says, I'm 18k of the way there, lol. If we watch every stream for a year, then we pull. The DPN says, can I donate some points to the cause? Wish me luck, lol. I don't know. I honestly don't know what I would do, or whether or not I would ever decide that a DJ stream would be a good idea. Maybe I would at some point decide it. I don't want to promise and not deliver. We actually do need to stop growing now. We can keep growing here because the 20th population point is free. But there's no point in growing Stevenage anymore. It can work everything that it needs to in the end game. And our happiness is getting a bit in short supply. We can try and trade Arabia, marble for sugar, maybe with a coal or two to sweeten the deal. But our happiness is getting really, really short. We don't want to go unhappy for no reason in the end game and not be able to fix it for 2 or 3 turns right at the point where we want to start bulbing. That's not going to be a good look. We're going to get railroads soon. We need to be ready to build our railroads. Let's get ready for an instant railroad connection to Stevenage. Sleep. And then we need to get ready to start building the railroads from Bratislava out to our other expansions. You should do bets. But yeah, you can do bets with channel points to try and pull all of your points together. I'd make it cheaper than 1 million. If I was willing to volunteer to do it, I'd make it way cheaper than 1 million channel points. I'd make it like, I don't know, 30,000 or something. If I was actually interested in volunteering to do it. If it's something that people actually genuinely wanted to see, then maybe I'd consider it. But I feel like right now it's sort of semi a meme and semi not. Also, I'm not experienced it anymore, so I wouldn't be very good. Right, the capital is done growing. I'm pretty sure we're agreed with that. It's so tough to give up these hills. But we can work the research lab and a factory slot. No, this engineer's way too soon. We can't afford to work that. Work food. We're going to have to starve at some point in the capital, so this is fine. We're working more than enough specialists. This is why freedom is so good, because you can work all of your specialists without starving. But we're working enough. We don't need Big Ben. East India Company would be good for gold. Hydro plant would be important for production. We're going to actually need to hard build stuff. So why don't we see if we can buy some more aluminium off Indonesia now? And get a hydro plant or two. Let's build a 2-turn hydro plant. International games. We don't really need the international games. We actually could do with the happiness, you know. We're building labs right now. Where's our happiness gone? 20 from public opinion now. We need to buy England's gold.
Go ahead.
That's up to 6. But we are a little bit short of supply of happiness. Do we want... Ban cotton doesn't sound like something we want. I really don't want to have to work the international games right now. I guess if we have to, we have to. Mike says, sorry for pressuring you, Mr. Streamer. No worries. You're not really pressuring me. Yeah, Bocatini says, what's the ideological pressure like on your happiness? -20. Kinda sucks. 1 million for the hot tub stream. Lol. I think I would put 1 million on a hot tub stream. On a giant floating unicorn. Yeah. We laugh, but that is what happens on hot tub streams, isn't it? I bet people actually do them on unicorns. Here we are. That's why our capital's not growing, because we lost a food trade route. That's fine. Production. Perfect. We probably will need to send one food trade route to the capital in the end game, because I'm not entirely sure we can find all the food to work the good tiles. But we definitely won't need to do 2. Yeah, because the cap's +5 right now. We can fix +5. We can turn over 1 more to production and then leave the rest as food, and we can fix it. Build a hospital. Research agreement with Indonesia, yes. 26 turns, good. Okay, the game's going to be done in 26 turns, I reckon. That research agreement with Indonesia is going to be all we need. Can we get allies with Vilnius? We've had the spy there for quite a while now. 115 sounds like a no. It's fine, we can find another way to get happiness. It's a shame we didn't take happiness from science buildings. We chose 5-year plan. So we might have outgrown ourselves just a touch. Which means we might have to backfill with some zoos. It's okay. I don't mind doing that. So a 3-turn zoo, I guess. Just to make sure we've got the happiness. Oh, international games. And cotton just got banned. Really? Yeah, 34 public opinion now. Okay, so we actually have to work international games. Fine, we can do that. -8 happiness. Ouch. And then build zoos. Okay, so hopefully international games doesn't take too long. Brain says, it's like when you're a DJ and have insane beat coming up, but no one exited on it. What do you mean? Like no one was there to hear it or something? Or like no one moshed on it? What's the ideology pressure like? Yeah, like no one moshing on it. Yeah, ideology pressure is really bad now, actually. It's fine. We'll get international games. We'll make use of it. It's because cotton got banned. We were getting at least 4 happiness from cotton, and then the ideological pressure goes up as well. Rig some elections, but we're still nowhere close. Got another research agreement come through. We don't need to sign another one. And now we can take towards biology. Oh, we can build our ideological wonder. I don't really want to build Kremlin right now. But I think it should be okay because the way that it works is if we put no production into it, we can actually put all 710 into it, and then all of the production will overflow to our international games anyway. Let's see if we can do well. We might even win the international games for all we know, and that would help with happiness. Mike says, the chat has chosen the ideology, DJ stream. Your citizens are now in rebellion. -20 unhappiness from chat tourism influence, lol. Yeah. Sounds about right. Do you have any markets or banks in your cities? Asks Big Boy on Crack. I've got markets almost everywhere. Some have got stock exchanges, some have banks. 10 unhappiness now. Better win this international games quick. Or do we need to take a happiness policy? I don't know that we'll probably get 2 more. I don't want to take the happiness policy though. That feels like a bad idea. Oh look, no, we can redo this deal with Poland. We don't need to take a happiness policy. We'll just build the international games up to 1 medals. Take sovereignty. The gold. And then we'll just be unhappy for a couple more turns while we resolve this. I do like building markets and banks. They're really good. Hong Kong wants us to get jewelry. It's unfortunate. Yeah, we've been wrecked a little bit by the happiness over the last couple of turns. It should be okay.
Load.
We can try and even win the international games. We might win it. It's the only reason why I'm still doing it now. We're delaying labs a couple of turns to do it, but the culture might be useful. Different Brain says, should take sacred water for the happiness. That's happiness from rivers, right? We'd actually have 4 river cities, so it's actually not stupid in this game, but AI getting serious as Booker, yeah. It's crunch time for the AIs now. Our tech's nearly equalised to Byzantium as well. We've contributed 100 towards international games. We surely only need 1 more turn. We spend a bit long building it, but it helps ease the happiness issue. At least we've already got labs in 2 cities. We're up to 806 already. There we go. So we won. Wow, we won the international games by the skin of our teeth. So we got all of the happiness. We're happy again. And we can actually take a policy. What do we want to take? We'll still get 2 before the end of the game. So I'm not eager to take anything substantial yet. We need to work towards Hubble Space Telescope. We can either take wagon trains for more gold, or we don't want Spaceflight Pioneers. Let's just make sure to get more happies. National Wonder. That's going to make sure we're all good. Hydro plant is done. Build the forge, I guess, for production. We need every inch of production we can get now. And then after labs, we'll... Wow, we've discovered loads of oil, apparently. So we actually need refrigeration. Do we want refrigeration? Don't really need the oil. We'll just push for all this stuff. Work another mine here. Research lab in 1, zoo in 2, forge in 1, lab in 2, lab in 1. Good. Overstat unit. We've got another scientist. When's our next scientist coming? 5, 23, 12, 18, 26. Okay, so this one in 5 turns, and then we're all good. 6 turns until our next social policy. And then 1 more writer should do the trick after that, which we're going to get soon. Big Boy asks, can you use submarines to attack land units? No, you can't. They can only attack naval units. And Drip of Rain says, going to space again, PC. I think so. I think so in this game. We've done 2 domination victories in a row. This one's set up for quite a nice spaceship victory timing. So I'm feeling like we do it, especially because we've got order and we've got factory science, which tells me that going for a science victory might actually be good here. There goes statue. We just want to work research now. There's nothing better for us to do. Actually, harbour for instant railroad connections. I realise we've had railroad for like 2 turns without doing our railroads. So let's do that now. Save this great artist for when we're building parts. 598 for this. Let's bulb this now. Oh, I didn't want to bulb it now. Oh, that was a mistake. That's a really big mistake. We can't afford to wait, so we're going to have to take Spaceflight Pioneers now. That sucks. Big time. Well, it's going to push the scientists back 9 turns. That might be okay. And we can work research here. Work research everywhere, really, now that we're almost done. Don't even really need to build harbours. Have we already got a harbour here? We do. Nice. Anywhere that's finished its lab, we need to work the specialist. Here. It's going to grow in 1 turn. Let's let it grow. Work the lab and then figure it out. Amsterdam needs to work its lab. Oh, it sucks to give up the production. Let's just stagnate here. Research lab, workshop, windmill. And then we need to find there the 1 food. Perfect. Stagnate, avoid growth. Done. Fine. Squeak is a bully boy asks, have you lost to an AI when you played very well on Deity? Yes, I have actually. Just recently, we had a game where we lost on turn 180 something to Greece when we played 4 City Liberty. And that would have been a win on turn 190. So that's a good win by any Deity standards. And we just got 4 City Liberty just beat us. No, Greece just had an exceptionally ridiculous game. And there was nothing we could do about it and lost. That's the most recent loss we had to a Deity when we played well. Yeah, exactly. You can do well on bad land and just lose to someone on great land. Exactly. I mean, that's what happened. Like Deity Greece AI just went OP and got us beat. We should have fixed that long ago. But oh well. We need to be waiting now for our 8 turns. I mean, turn 160 I think is about as late as we want to leave it for the bulb, honestly. This is good enough. Because we need to get building our Apollo program. 160 is before 162 maybe. We can afford 162, but we can't leave it any later than that. Stevenage has grown. Good. Work that. This is now done growing. Let's tick avoid growth to not go unhappy again. Zoo finished. I actually just want to work research. Here we just want to work research. Here we just want to work research. Here we need to work the slot and stop growing. We can grow in 1, that's fine. Engineering 15 is actually okay. Yeah, we need to grow in 1 and then we'll fix this next turn. And finish this railroad. Just, do we even have a harbour in the capital? Oh, we actually do. Yeah. But Booker asks, statue late? No. Yeah, statue was very late, actually. I really expected it to go sooner, but I guess Babylon just never decided to build it for some reason. We have a lot of science. We're up to 1169 endgame science. We really need to be bulbing soon. Like, mega soon. And this is +8. So we can take this off and work the market and then work that for science. And then we can go do our railroad to Amsterdam. Like that. And then just come over here. Do this railroad like that. Railroad here. Move the artist over to Bratislava. Keep scouting. Next turn. We need to be really careful. Because we need to be bulbing soon. Jumper Brain says, on that game, you signed a research agreement with Greece with Porcelain Tower in Athens. You're not doing well, I guess. Lol, yeah, that's true. I mean, mate, that could have been the difference. I really don't think it was the difference. We needed about 10 more turns to win science against Greece then. I thought about it later on, and I'm pretty sure the strategy was to, like, 4-nuke Greece the moment they put the final spaceship part in their capital to try and slow the production down long enough to give us room. I'm pretty sure that was the way to win that game. I don't think that research agreement made a difference because we needed more time than that. Production to Bratislava. And we're now -7 starve. That's not good. We don't really want to -7 starve. Means we need to do this. This is now -4 starve. -4 is fine. -7 was a bit too much, but -4 is perfectly fine. Because the game's going to be done in 43 turns. No need to worry about that. Utrecht is done as well. We can work this oil, though, for a little bit more. Big Boy asks, does any Civ AI currently hate you? There's probably an AI somewhere that secretively hates us, but not really. There doesn't really seem to be any AI that actively dislikes us. Everyone's neutral or better. Okay, I've decided next turn needs to be when we go, right?
جيت وأنا كل
Just take the open borders. We need to be building Apollo and then building the parts ASAP. We already have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 great scientists. England went freedom. We've already got 7. Hubble's going to take us to 9. And we'll generate this new one for 10. We'll have 11 overall. I feel like we've got way more than enough science. 5,000 on the bulb is pretty naff. So let's just accelerate away a bit. I at least want to get building Apollo. And we can bulb one more next turn. Spire's been recruited. Let's drop that into Hong Kong. And then we've done this for the railroads now. So we want to get the railroad to Utrecht. And then that's going to be every railroad completed, which means that we can now go and improve our oil. But we've got 2 sea nodes and 1 inland node. So we're just going to have to wait for the oil. Maybe delete a worker. Save some gold. We have no gold per turn. Yeah, 11,188 science is actually really good. And then we need to go for Apollo. Let's make sure to start building that next turn. And then we can take it a little bit slower for Hubble. Five, 2, 4, 2. Yep, perfect. So Hubble in 4, and then we need to push for advanced ballistics. That's fine. And now we need to find our best production city. 59. 76 is right here for the Apollo program. Our cities are not very good overall, which is why it's super important to get Apollo done ASAP. Because we don't want spaceship part production to be the limiting factor on our game. And right now, it's really threatening to be that way. Have we got a railroad connection in Amsterdam? Yes. Have we got railroad connection in Utrecht? Yes. Have we got railroad connection in Stevenage? Yes. And have we got railroad connection in Delft? No. So at least we're going to get more production there too. Delft is done growing as well. We should just tick avoid growth so we don't grow again. We can avoid growth everywhere. This is fine. And then, depending on how it looks next turn, we might even try and trigger Hubble in the cap. Because we need to be doing that. There's wars going on with everyone but us. I reckon the earliest we can win this game is about turn 180 right now. And that's just the limiting factor on Apollo program and building parts, nothing more. Yep, so 5,400 now. We've got satellites, perfect. Discovered the Grand Mazer, and we've got Hubble Space Telescope in 7. And yes, we do have to hard build that. And then so we'll get this scientist, and then we'll get the 2 from Hubble. That's perfect. Got this next spy in Mogadishu. Don't really need it, but we might as well rig anywhere we can. If it makes us happy, it makes us happy. Mogadishu. Yeah, minus 35 from public opinion is ridiculous. So everywhere should now have railroad connection, which does. Perfect. And Delft is a little bit better now, at least. Is there anything we can do to make Delft better? Somewhere's going to need to build parts. 59, 76, 125, 53, 59. I mean, if we built a hydro plant here, that would give us more production in this city. So let's spend 5 turns building a hydro plant there, because we got 6 turns until Apollo anyway. And we can probably delete our other Colombo worker. And get this one to build an oil well. Just sleep the rest of this stuff. Oh, hey, we can get a lumber mill in there and a lumber mill in there. And that's going to make Delft a good city to build spaceship parts in. We're going to need that. Nelson says, did someone name a city Stevenage? Yes. The Squeaky the Bully Boy renamed the city to Stevenage. We've revealed the entire map now. Interesting. Look at this. The AIs have gone crazy on their continent. Or Baghdad. Oh, Lake Victoria. Wow. Look at this. Baghdad lost Lake Victoria to Kabul. Sucks. Wow. Look at Poland. Gone absolutely wild. Babylon's conquering. I didn't even notice that. Kind of nice. Lots of space on this map. Inoxen says small world. I get it. I mean, I think it's a big world, actually. Oh, wait. I believe... So Squeak is a bully boy. Is not from Stevenage. He just wanted to name a city called Stevenage because he thought it sounded cool. Or, sorry, because they thought it sounded cool, which I totally get behind. Still got our one ally. 13 turns until our final social policy. In 13 turns, let's hope that we can take nanotech. We should, I think, be able to do it. We've got enough scientists in 13 turns to do it. I'm not worried. Choose host. Keep voting Babylon. No, we don't. We don't want to vote Babylon. We want to vote Indonesia now. It's Babylon's proposing world ideology freedom. I'm not entirely sure world ideology freedom makes any difference to us at this point. I'm pretty sure we're taking the maximum amount of unhappiness you can possibly get from ideological pressure. It's the maximum number of unhappiness you can take from ideological pressure is in general related to how much population you have. So we might already be at max, which would mean that hopefully world ideology freedom won't make too big a dent. But we should definitely make sure to bulb all of our scientists now while we can. They're now worth 5652, which feels as good as anything. Oh man, I've accidentally done too much overflow. I didn't realize that was going to be a problem. Uranium up there, really? Okay. Lumber mill. Huh. One game we don't want to use nukes. We actually have uranium inside our borders. This needs to be food to Bratislava, sadly. I mean, Bratislava can actually probably just do this now. Yeah, the -1 starve is fine. 4 turns until we can start building spaceship parts, and then we've got to hope they don't take too long, which is certainly a potential problem. No, we don't really want to grow here, do we? It's a tiny bit of extra production. Let's do it. Let's hope that we've got enough happiness to hold on. Might even be able to win over... No, we can't. We won't win a city-state. I was hoping we might, but we won't. There's another scientist. You can drop this in the factory slot. I mean, generating an engineer is not the worst thing in the world now. 11 turns on the engineer here. If we can get that, that would be quite big. It's one fewer part we have to build in a city that can't afford to build it. Oh, really? Come on. This stuff isn't working quite correctly for me. Sign delegates. No to world ideology freedom. Delete this caravel. Don't need it anymore. No stupid islands for the AI to settle, actually, which I think is kind of interesting. Like, not a single stupid island for the AI to settle. And AI hasn't settled a single stupid island because there wasn't one. Wow, that's kind of crazy. I've never played a map like that before. Jeff Brain says, Amsterdam desires nutmeg. Where did I hear that before? The history book, if I remember correctly. Lol, yeah. I guess the history book. We need this marble from Gajamada. Maybe 2 iron, 2 coal, and a gold per turn. 2 gold per turn. 3, 4. What do you actually want? Oh, he wants loads. Why? You're my friend. We don't have a lot of GPT. We need to build those trade routes. Perhaps we build those in Stevenage now as opposed to working research. Actually, why don't we do that? Build the cargo ship here. Got 2 turns anyway. Might be able to make use of the GPT. Actually, probably afford to squeeze one out in front of the Hubble Space Telescope. This was going to Utrecht for production. That's fine. Delete this. The gold per turn. We're unhappy now. When did that happen? Minus 35. What do we do? Did we lose a deal? Yeah, we lost a deal. Silk. What does he want? Does he want coal and iron? Yeah, this is what I was talking about perhaps not having enough room to grow. We actually need to pay whatever he wants for this. Okay, that keeps us happy again then. He wants sugar. We can't afford to trade that away. We've got no one to trade our sugar to because at least 2 AIs have got our lux. Bane wants it. Actually, we do have 2 copies. So we can sell it to Gajamada. Very well. Or we can try and get marble from Poland. Let's try and get marble from Poland. Marble for dyes, maybe. Okay. Dyes for gems over here with Morocco. We've managed to make our way up to 1. Our deal with Elizabeth ended, but I don't think she'll trade with us now. Oh, she will. Sweet. Yeah, 4 and an embassy for silver, sure. Hydro plant done. Can we put a turn into research, I guess, before building parts? Or should we actually do some cool stuff like selling a shrine right now and rebuilding the shrine? That, I think, makes a lot of sense. Sell a shrine and rebuild a shrine. Maximum overflow into spaceship part production. Same here. Quickly sell our shrine and rebuild it. Not a stable shrine. Going to give us maximum production towards spaceship parts. And Stevenage is already going to have tons of overflow from building that. So we're all good. Engineering 9. That's perfect. This cargo needs to go for... Honestly, Stevenage is building spaceship parts. So production to Stevenage. And that is production here. We can probably do a good starve here. What's the best way to starve? Probably take this off and have a -3 starve like that. Yeah, 29's fine. And we were buying this. Oh, we should have traded the sugar. Damn. We're doing okay for happiness now. Hopefully we won't have too many deals end. No to a research agreement. Don't need that. 8 turns and 1 turn for these research agreements. No point in doing any more. Bucatini says a robbery for silver. I know. Such a robbery. Kind of crazy, isn't it? Very well. We've got 7 turns to get to nanotech. We'll get there. Squeaky's the bully boy says, do you know the timings on epic speed? Isn't it, is it 1.5x or 2 times the standard game pace? I can't remember. Something like that. Why are we not getting punched through with our bulbs anymore? I don't get that. Okay. Spaceship parts then. 13 turns. There we go. 13 turns. What's in here? 13 turns. And in Amsterdam, 17 turns. So we don't want to be building in Amsterdam. That's fine because we can engineer 2. And we go for a golden age now to get that down. So something like 12. And there's not really a lot more we can do about that, actually. Golden Age is going to end in 6 turns anyway. Delft has got a lot of production it can work, though. Like, really and truly a lot of production that it can work. We can maybe get it down to... Yeah, that's down to 10 now. And that means we can give up this hill over here. And that's down to 11. So we've got 10, 10. This is fine. And then Stevenage is 12. How do we get more production out of Stevenage? The other trade route, I guess. So how can we send to Stevenage? We're already doing Bratislava. So we can do Delft. Trade to Stevenage. Okay, this looks good. And then we can get a workboat for this oil as well and bring the time down in Utrecht even more. At some point, once we get there, we can go to robotics and then onto the refrigeration to telecoms, to mobile tactics like that. The unit needs orders. Okay, stay there. Don't need to do anything now. We'll overflow from Hubble and we'll start building some parts in the cap. And maybe the cap will give us some room.
جيت وأنا كل أمل.
But we're going to need to engineer 2 parts in the capital as well. So the capital needs to be 2 turns faster than everything else.
Espera.
And somewhere needs to build Oxford. That's what we need to do in Amsterdam. Amsterdam needs to build the Oxford University. There goes Hubble. Plus 25% spaceship part production. Oh, we lost our aluminium with Gajamada. Come on. Oh, really? No? He doesn't have any more? Okay, Poland then. How many do we need? Wow. Okay. I'm just taking a load right now. We need like 8 to make sure we're good. Can't believe we lost our aluminium. Back onto the booster, please. Back onto the booster. Okay, good. We still didn't lose anything. We're down to 10 tons because we got Hubble. Robotics in 1. Good. That's ready then. Now we just got this 1 scientist and we're now waiting the 4 turns until we get to the rationalism finisher. And then we got 2 scientists. With that we can use, basically that's telecoms and mobile tactics. We'll hard research refrigeration, penicillin and ecology. And then we can Oxford particle physics down. Robbery for aluminium too, says Bucatini. Yeah, I know actually. I know that is daylight robbery. That's the trick actually. So you know how you can use the 1 for 2 gold per turn strategic resource trick to gain 2 gold per turn for 1 copy of a strategic resource to exploit the round up? Well, you can exploit the round down the same way. The AIs will sell their strategic resources for 1 each. Stevenage is now down to 8. So we actually have to work hard to try and get these down, if possible. There's just not any more production to work here, though. There's nothing's working. Straight food. Kind of crazy. There's actually a little bit more to get. Need another artist, but we can't get one. And in here, we might get a workboat. One of these cities could do with a spaceship factory, actually. I wonder which. I guess Utrecht could do with a spaceship factory. Maybe we try and find the gold for one. To try and save a turn. Oh, no. Bratislava needs to be building a booster. Come on. We do not want to be working research right now. That would have been bad. But Big Boy asks, who are the top 3 best civilizations? Poland, Korea, and Babylon. 100%. Poland, Korea, and Babylon. And the reasoning is just because, Firefly says single player science would be Poland, Babylon, Korea. Multiplayer is Poland, Babylon, Inca, in your opinion, but the third spot is hotly debated. Yeah, so in my personal opinion, just the top 3 best civs in general are Korea, Babylon, and Poland. It's just because of the ludicrous bonuses towards science that all 3 get. Babylon gets the great scientist on like turn 30 that you can plant. For plus 6 science per turn or plus 8 science per turn at a point in time when you might only be making 20. So that just gives you like massive amounts of science. It's unbelievable. Poland is super strong because of the extra social policies that they have. So that means that they can open rationalism the moment they enter the Renaissance era, guaranteed. And they'll basically have free thought finished by about turn 110. So it's like 20 turns faster than everyone else, basically. Poland can be ridiculous, and Poland can make use of social policies. There's a lot of great stuff in social policy trees in Civilization 5. It just doesn't all get used a lot, because in the time frame of a normal game, if you want rationalism, if you want ideology, and if you want your opening policy tree, there's just no time for anything else. So rationalism... So for that reason, Poland is so good because they have access to all of those bonuses, plus the science bonuses immediately when you can get them when you need them through rationalism because of their special ability that gives you a free social policy for each era that you move into. So you get 1 for era, 1 for info, 1 for atomic, 1 for modern, that's 3, 1 for industrial, 1 for renaissance, 1 for medieval, and 1 for classical. So you get 7 free social policies over the course of the game, and they come really soon too. Squeaky's the Bully Boy asks, what about the Maya? The Maya is good, but the difference between Maya and all of those civilizations is that the Maya has to build their shrine replacement to be decent, and their long count bonus comes a bit later than Babylon's bonus. Plus, Babylon also has a bonus towards Great Scientist generation. And Korea gets secularism instantly, plus a science boost every time you build a science building in the capital. So, like, the Maya are good, but the difference is the Maya has to build shrines in every city for +2 science to make use of their bonus. Whereas those other 3 top tier civilizations, their bonuses are so much easier to get and less costly to get as well. Let's buy this workboat. Big Boy says, Russia in the description thing of their status. It says they think I'm a menace to the world or something like that. Does that mean they hate me? Yes. Yes, it does mean they hate you. We need to sell this sugar for gold. No. Trade. So buy it. So, oh, we can't actually do that. We can sell some horses to them though for gold per turn. So let's do that. And then we need to find another friend. It could be Morocco. We can sell oil as well because we're not going to use it. I wonder if we can try and ally to Poland or something. Indonesia won't do any more oil. Can we ally to Poland? There's a small chance. It's not very high. No, he won't do it. But at least we can still sell oil to him, right? No, he says absolutely no. Okay. How about Morocco? Has Morocco got any gold? Morocco has a bit of gold. So we can sell Morocco 4 horses for 148. What we're trying to do right now is... Oh, it's like 140. What are we trying to do? 135. 130. Okay, 130 gold is fine. What we're trying to do right now is just get up enough gold to be able to do something like buy a recycling not a recycling plant, a spaceship factory in one of these cities that's going to take 8 turns over 7. What happened here? Utrecht got slower. How did that happen? Why is it 8 turns now? Or this one just went to 7? I don't get why that is. I know why that's changed. Oh, we lost a production trade route to Utrecht. That's important. That's down to 7 now. 19.64 needed. So this one is actually the one that needs the spaceship factory now that we've got the oil online. How much is one of those? 290 gold. Let's see if we can find 290 gold. Sugar for 130 and 2 GPT. And now we need to find the rest, the 60 gold from these guys. So let's buy... I mean, what does 50 gold per turn get us right now? 520. Maybe it can give us like 700. Oh, we might have overpaid a bit. Whoops. 10 would be another 200 and something. Morocco wants some oil. We can sell maybe... Oh, he doesn't actually want any anymore. He's got no gold. Oh, it's because we took everything he owned. That's why it's so weird. Okay. Anyone else that we can friend? Spain.
Saludos.
No, okay. I guess this is all we got then. So Utrecht is going to be our limiting factor. I wonder if we can send it another trade route at some point, like the penicillin one. But we don't have the time. We do have the time actually just about in the cap. I think. We'll check it out. We need to buy our engineer though, our second one. And let's engineer... I wonder... Engineering a part should be good. Yeah, we need to keep this deal going with Indonesia. We bought enough though. Cap. Yeah, we need to bring Utrecht down. And then that's all good. I'm pretty sure Stevenage is not going to go up above this. Oh no, Stevenage actually kind of needs one. Stevenage is going to go back to 7 anyway. So I think we're stressing over nothing. Got this scientist to use. That's for ecology. And then we've got... We don't want to finish this Oxford, so we can go back to research now. World leader vote for Indonesia. Yeah, Indonesia. And we've got our engineer here. So we've got one more scientist to push us through. We might actually be a tiny bit slow in tech, actually. in the end. I wasn't expecting. Probably should have Jesuited one lab after all. I mean, we wouldn't have had enough faith to buy a scientist if we had Jesuited a lab, so I don't regret not doing it, actually. Keep doing these deals for sure. Right now, we're on track to end the game on something like 179. I think. We can finish rationalism now. Use our free technology. That's nanotech. And we can now buy a great scientist in a city with here. Let's just pick up our great scientist. Oh, no, we are going to be... Yeah, we're going to be maybe a couple of turns short on research, which is interesting. So let's make sure to put research behind on every one of these. Like that. Because Bully Boy said, have you ever played the vanilla version of Civ 5? No, I did not. I started on Gods and Kings. I had Gods and Kings, played about a couple of games before then I bought Brave New World. So I've barely ever even actually played Gods and Kings. We can try to sell more iron, like 3 oil for 111. And then 3 more oil for 111. And then 1 more oil for 37. 632. So we're a little bit short of being able to buy another spaceship factory. That's fine. We don't need it anyway. 5 turns is not the limiting factor. The limiting factor is this, the 6 turns of research right now. Anyway. Golden Age to end next turn. We'll go negative gold per turn, so we don't want to do that. I think we're good. So the part is done in the capital. We can bulb for telecoms. 6 turns on mobile tactics. So that's how long we got. 6 turns. Pop this on then. And we need to bulb through the stasis chamber. We've got 3 other parts coming, don't we? 1, 2, 3. So we've already got 4. This is going to be the 5th, and then we got a final engineer for the 6th. Oh, it's actually 2 turns on the bulb, so that's actually unfortunate. We need to make sure we're careful about that. The 2 turns on the bulb. We need to make sure we overflow the exact maximum we possibly can here in terms of production. So we need to like double overflow a shrine or something for when we get the last tech. Okay, 6 turns then. 6 turns is good. We need to make sure that we can finish it in 1 once we get there in 6. That's the goal right now. Booker says, other civs were surprisingly nice this game. Never seemed to stop trading, etc. Yeah, it's true. They didn't even really stop trading with ideologies. I mean, they were nice this game because we didn't have anyone to covet our lands because of our isolation. You know, these 3 civs over here have no reason to hate us because there's no land coveting. Similarly, Spain has no land coveting. And Babylon didn't really covet lands either because we weren't particularly close. So that just left... Oh, we're going to be at the science techs next turn. Wow. That was quick. I did not expect that. We got 1 final research agreement come through. So mobile tactics is done. We can Oxford through particle physics. And that's going to leave this game being finished on turn 178 for the science victory. Yeah, it's true. I guess we just didn't have anyone coveting our lands. And yeah, 3 turns of production. Can we walk far enough? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We should be able to walk far enough. There's no way to get this down. So if we can't walk far enough, we can't walk far enough. We need to get this gold to stay happy, though. I don't think we can do it. No, we don't have enough uranium. We don't have enough gold per turn either. We're just going to be unhappy for the final couple of turns, but that's fine because we do not need it. Perfect. So we've done Oxford. That takes particle physics. And put the stasis chamber on. Put this booster on. And then get this in to engineer the final piece of the puzzle, which is going to be the SS engine. And that's in 1 turn. There's no way we can get the 60 production there. There's no way we can get the 40 production there. The question is, how far can you move in 1 turn? So we need 1, 2, 3, 4, like 5 extra movement here. This is where can this work? Go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We can only move 10. We might be a tile short from Utrecht. And there's nothing we can do about that. Damn. Well, we did our best. Did we build the spaceship factory here? Would a spaceship factory make a difference right now? Probably not. But maybe we could buy an airport. How much is an airport? It's 277, so it's 840. How do we get 840? In terms of gold. Sell the labs for 80. Sell some uranium for another 148. 160, 320. We might be able to buy one airport and build an airport if Bratislava can do it in one turn. It would be 3 turns after the SS engine. But there's no point not selling our research labs now. Because we've already got all of the techs we need. So just in case it matters, guess we can sell the labs. That takes us up to 978. Purchase an airport here. In case we need it. And then if we could ever crowdfund another bit of cash to get another airport, I guess we can do it. Delete workers. Yeah, we can do that, actually. That'll get us towards an airport. And we can work gold as well. We don't need research. We need wealth. Need wealth over research here. Okay, so something like that. That takes us up to 36 gold per turn. With Indonesia, we can perhaps sell 3 for 111 uraniums. And then Morocco has got some gold to milk. Can we get 800? We can actually get it. We can get enough for the airports. Let's do it then. What does he want? How much do we actually need for the airport? We need to buy one in the cap. 552 we need from Morocco. 552, please. So 552 wants like 9 gold per turn. Ban furs, no. Uranium and an iron. So something like this. So 10 for like 560. Okay, and then we can buy an airport here as well. No, in the capital is the airport. Okay. And hopefully that will do it. That might be able to get the part over. And we've still got enough uranium because we bought Poland's. 19 turns left on that deal. Oh, this is good. I can't believe our road is 1 tile too long. I wonder if it could have been quicker. I don't think the road could have been quicker. There's the final part though. Wealth, because that's what we need, not science. We got a couple finishing. Someone's got influential culture. We accidentally grew in Stevenage. Don't know how that happened. And then on to the next turn. We've done everything we can. There's nothing we can do with roads because our road is as short as it possibly can. It's just too long from Utrecht to Bratislava. Keep doing these aluminium deals. This might be 179, not 178. Fingers crossed. Maybe spaceship parts have got more movement than a worker or something. Seville got captured by Babylon. Yeah, so we can't put it on this turn from Utrecht. Not without the airlift. So we put it on for Bratislava. 1 part left. We cannot reach Bratislava and then put it on in 1 turn. We have to airlift. And we have to wait until next turn. Okay, so all that fuss was not worth it. Fine. Whatever. We'll go work research instead in all these cities for symbolism. And roll round to the next turn. That's a shame the airport doesn't allow us to put it on in 1 turn. I guess that would be a bit broken if it did. That was the mistake, not putting the spaceship factory here. If we'd done that, we would have won it. Alas, one turn. Ban furs. Okay, well that then is the end of this game. So we are about to win a turn 179 Science victory as 5-city Netherlands on continents map. Kind of nice. We went order, not freedom for a change. So we didn't make any abuse of Statue of Liberty. We ended up with 108 population. I didn't even realise as we ticked up that far. Our endgame science was about 1100 in the end before we sold our research labs. So let's pop this part on. One for the screenshot, I guess. Turn 179, not bad at all. Silent No More. I've just got the achievement. I wonder what that is. And there we go. Game 1. Turn 179. Let's check what Silent No More is. Beat the game on any difficulty as William of Orange. So there we go. I've never won a Deity game, or I've never won a game on Civilization 5 as William before. And there we have it. The science victory. Booker says GG, thank you. Thanks for the GG drip of rain. Thanks for the GG Squeaky's a bully boy. And of course, thanks for the GG's Nightbot. Yes, thanks for the GG big boy. Success. Another successful Deity win. This time turn 179, 5-city tradition as Netherlands. And we didn't even have much of the Netherlands polder dream. We only built, was it 4 polders? Nightbot is so kind, says Booker. Yeah, Nightbot is kind. Yeah, you'll never guess I've rigged Nightbot to say GG when someone else says GG. Go says good stuff. GG indeed. Thank you. A nice peaceful one to finish this one off. Nightbot always comes for the stream. Nightbot does. Nightbot is very supportive. Look. Nightbot, yes, Nightbot. There we go. The trusty sidekick of Nightbot. We can have a quick check of the demographics. We had 8,485 army. To be honest, thanks to its abstinence for the GG as well. We had 8,485 army. I don't know where that was. I thought I deleted every unit. We must have had a trireme slept somewhere that I didn't really know about. Yeah, Nightbot is a savage if you fail with the Fs as well. It's true. So the demographics, nothing special really in this game. 5th in crop yield, that's fine. We had better crop yield and then we stagnated for maximum production and science. 4th in manufactured goods, 389 is actually a terrific amount of production for the end game on 5 cities. So very much happy with that. GNP was awful. Our gold was really, really bad. But hey, we didn't need gold because we want freedom. Our land was okay. We had 5 cities worth of land. We had a couple of mediocre cities though, but that didn't have a lot of land. So I guess the land we had was fair. Apparently we had some soldiers and our approval was negative, but that didn't matter at the end of the game. Didn't cost us any turns. The ranking of the victory, Winston Churchill. It's the ranking of the victory. We didn't even get any Augustus Caesar and everything. This is pretty common for a science victory where you only build 2 world wonders. Reminder, our only world wonders were Kremlin, of all things, and Hubble Space Telescope. Just showing again that you really don't need many wonders to win the game. And in fact, if we hadn't built Hubble, we would have probably only been about 7 turns slower anyway. 7, 8 turns slower, something like that. And then finally onto the map replay and the graphs. Drip of Rain says, take a sip of your beverage. Drip of Rain, thanks for keeping me hydrated. Big Boy asks, what's the main effect of someone denouncing you? The main effect of someone denouncing you is it makes them hate you more than they did before the denunciation. And it also, so denunciation, one, it makes them hate you more than what they were before the denunciation. So it's a negative diplomatic modifier. Everything you do with them will be more expensive. They'll be less receptive to things like trades and so on, and it makes them more likely to war you. It also, if you denounce someone, it carries favor with other AIs that dislike them and angers other AIs that like them. So it's good to use in the correct situations. A well-targeted denunciation can earn you a friend or make you an enemy. And sometimes you need both, in fact. Sometimes you can denounce to make a friend, and that guarantees that your neighbor doesn't war you or something, or guarantees you friendship with the AI that's got 17k gold when you're trying for a freedom spaceship run. Or, if you're being really cheeky, there's a negative diplomatic modifier for doing declarations of war. So, if you denounce someone to get them to war you, that can work in your favor because the diplomatic relations look a bit different if you then go and capture their cities and stuff. So that's kind of what denouncing does. And it can be bad sometimes, but it's only really on a tourism run is a denunciation bad, because that might stop an AI from getting open borders with you. Drip of Rain asks, are you going to do Sweden game for YouTube only since you finished Arabia? Yes, that's currently the plan. If I'd rolled Sweden at any point on these streams, I might have done a different civilization, but I'm going to record the first episode of the new civilization series this week, probably before the next stream, which means that in high likelihood I will choose Sweden for the YouTube only series. I've had requests from people who only watch YouTube content, as well as plenty of people, of course, here on the stream looking for Sweden. So I think Sweden might be the next YouTube only game. Big Boy says, okay, thanks. But also, when I played my first match in the victory page thing, it said I had the rank of Augustus Caesar. Is that good or bad? Ranking doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is the W. But Augustus Caesar is the maximum ranking that you can get. So it's good. It's certainly good. But nothing, you have to, like, if you want to play Civ at the highest level, the only thing that matters is winning. And so, like, I mean, we won a game the other day by getting Dan Quayle. So, you know, score doesn't matter. Winning is all that matters. And if you can win with Dan Quayle, you've won with Dan Quayle. It's exactly the same as winning with Augustus Caesar. But Augustus Caesar is the best score. It means you had a good empire. So I'll credit to that. Yeah, Goran says, yes, Sweden, let's go. Yeah, I think Sweden. Sweden's been really unlucky. Sweden has had over 50% of the votes for Civs in our list randomizer for about the last 4 Deity games we've played, and it's never made it in. But yeah, so I want to do Sweden. Several people on YouTube want Sweden. Several people on Twitch want Sweden. I'm pretty sure it's going to be Sweden. Unless something changes my mind over the next 2 days, it's going to be Sweden. But we can look at the graph. We can have a look at the graphs quickly. Score, not bad. And Gura says, don't need to talk about that Dan Quayle win. We do need. I love that Dan Quayle win. It's one of my favorite ever science victories. That Dan Quayle win. I loved it. Jeff Rain says, all your time asking is not wasted, bro. Yeah, exactly. Look, I don't mind what Civ we play, which is why I like to open it up to the viewers. I've played every Civ at this point, pretty much. So I don't mind the Civs at all. I like the variety. So whatever anyone wants to see. Sweden's got loads of requests. I was honestly probably just going to choose Sweden for the next stream anyway, but we can make it the YouTube-only series. City Connection Gold, it's a bit average, really. Culture per turn, not really a lot to speak. Probably the most important thing is to look at our food per turn. We can see our food here. Now, this is actually a very classic order or autocracy food graph, where, especially an order graph, where your food trends up to its maximum and then it barely dips when you go for maximum stagnation. This is because typically, especially if you've got a 5-year plan, it's hard for order to make use. It's hard for order to make use of stagnation for maximum food and production because it doesn't get food from specialists. And it's the same problem with autocracy. Autocracy has the one up on order because order also makes it even harder, because for order, you do want to be working mines if you get a 5-year plan. Whereas autocracy can happily work factory slots and not worry too much about working mines because they don't have 5-year plan. So this is a more typical food graph for order or autocracy, where you don't dip much in terms of food because you're stagnating for maximum science and production. Whereas freedom, the dip is really pronounced and should be really pronounced. Gold per turn, pretty meh, really. Golden Age turns were quite good. We got a lot of Golden Ages because we built early Artist Guild, National, Epic, and Garden. Number of cities, we can see we went out to 5, founding the last one after the National College. Number of known technologies, we were miles in the lead by the end of the game. Babylon was nothing to worry about. Babylon was just having a good early game, but we caught up in the late game, and our population was excellent too. That's why we got to a 179 turn win. Production per turn, great. More than I could hope for on 5 cities, really. And science per turn was brilliant. Right there, we had a great high. That's more than enough on 5 cities, really. Drip of Rain says, is the Dan Quayle challenge will happen anytime? We completed the Dan Quayle challenge about a week ago on our Denmark stream. We played Denmark on the Hellblazers map pack. I am about to upload that stream to YouTube. So if you didn't catch it on the stream, you'll be able to see it on YouTube soon enough. I think it's Denmark stream 16. we did indeed win a Dan Quayle victory. If you haven't seen it, I will give away no other spoilers. I'm pretty sure it was Dan Quayle, right? Unless we accidentally got... It was either Dan Quayle or Ethelred the Unready. I forget which one it was now. But we did win one of those two last Friday, I believe. And now we can go to the map to see how the map panned out. But it was fairly peaceful, I think. So 3 AIs on one continent, 5 on another. Loads of space for those AIs on the right. Not so much space for the ones on the left, but still more than enough space to make use of. And a lot of nice habitable land as well. Usually on maps like this, there's a lot of uninhabitable land, but loads of really nice habitable land too, which is what led us go out to 5 cities. Even though 2 AIs got a regional luxury, and we only had 4 luxes, we were able to make 5 cities work. And there's this random English city of Canterbury. Not good. You can see Arabia start getting eaten right at the death there by Poland. Indonesia really didn't make any inroads anywhere, and Babylon was killing Spain by the end of the game. But not much to add. So that brings us to the end of this game. And that also brings us to the close of the stream, right in and about the perfect time for me to head off. It's streaming for, about 5.5 hours now. So that brings us to the end of the game, the end of the stream. Thank you very much for watching this game, everyone who joined us on Twitch and anyone who's watching this back later on YouTube. If you're on YouTube and you enjoyed the content, do feel free to leave a like. It helps the channel, helps other people find the content. If you want to hear about any more uploads, then do subscribe. And finally, if you have any comments about this game, do leave them in the comment section below if you're on YouTube. So thank you very much for watching.